Okay, everyone, it's 9 o'clock sharp. I'm going to call our hearing to order. Good morning. Thanks to everyone for being here today. I'm Jay Griffin, Chair of the Public Utilities Commission. With me virtually are Commissioner Jennifer Potter, Commissioner Leo Suncian. We also have a number of the Commission staff joining us on WebEx. As noted yesterday, there's an evidentiary hearing for Public Utilities Commission docket number 2017-0122, which involves the Commission's review of Hawaii Electric Light's application for approval of power purchase agreement with Hu Honua filed on May 9th, 2017. We're just going to quickly go through a few housekeeping matters and then pick up where we left off late yesterday. Mr. Parsons will be hosting the WebEx hearing. He'll be the point person for any technical issues that may arise for those of you here in the virtual hearing room. In case you encounter difficulties, please follow the procedures for addressing technical difficulties at hearing document that was sent to all parties. To facilitate timely start, Commission opened the WebEx at 8:30. We're all here, so thank you all. And we'll continue to do that each day. We will be taking breaks in the proceeding at the discretion of the presiding officer, as well as we anticipate approximately a 1 hour break for lunch between approximately noon and 1. And we're tentatively scheduled to adjourn for the day at 4:30. That being said, lunch breaks and end times are subject to change at the discretion of the presiding officer. As noted in the Commission's pre-hearing conference order, provisions set forth in that order shall govern the hearing and post-hearing schedule. The Commission's recording this hearing, making it public available on YouTube. It's critical for those listening via the live stream, as well as those who listen to the recording, to be able to hear clearly what each hearing participant is saying. So please speak slowly and clearly. Please respond to the questions verbally so that the recording can capture your response. And I'll just say, I think from what we saw yesterday, that all went well. So thanks for your cooperation with that, and use that as an example going forward. As set forth, Commission reiterates its strong preference to not close any portion of the evidentiary hearing from the public, which would require temporary suspension of the live streaming on YouTube. We briefly discussed the procedures for that, but I'll just again say our strong preference is to avoid closing any portion of this hearing. Opportunity for redirect examination and recross examination shall be requested orally during the hearing and is subject to the presiding officer's discretion. And then just one other note, today we have scheduled the witness Weaver's testimony for 1 o'clock. So we will plan whoever we have whatever witness is undergoing examination as we approach noon. We will stop, break for lunch, and at 1 o'clock we will start with witness Weaver's examination, and continue with that until we finish, and then pick up with the witness where we pause. So hopefully that's clear enough for everyone. And with that, we will continue forward. I want to remind Mr. Uinton, you're under oath here. And with that, we will continue with the examination by Hu Honua of witness Uinton from Helco. Thank you.
Chair, may I make one request? This is Joe Stewart.
Okay.
In light of the fact that the Commission's already admitted everything in the docket into evidence, that any questions regarding confirming the existence of testimony or confirming an answer or having passages of IR responses or testimony read aloud is cumulative and unnecessary, and perhaps for efficiency's sake, all counsel and parties can be instructed to avoid that as much as possible.
I think we'll take that under advisement. I guess I would also say that I think we've been trying to make sure that the witnesses are able to see the sections of testimony that they're being examined on, and take time to make sure that they see it and are comfortable with that. So I think we'll take both into account.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, let's proceed, please.
Chair. Good morning, Mr. Uinton.
Good morning.
I'd like to bring your attention to the 2017 bill impacts analysis that Helco performed for Hu Honua. The latest version, I believe, was filed on June 30, 2017. Would it be helpful for us to share the screen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to scroll down to the table on page 4. Do you see the table, Mr. Uinton?
Yes.
And at the top of the table, it says Hawaii Electric Light Resource Plan Comparison.
Yes.
And can you briefly explain what this resource plan is?
That was a resource plan that was used for the 2017 analysis based on the company's December 2016 power supply improvement plan.
Okay. And if you look down to the year 2031, do you see that it says remove HEP from service?
Yes.
Okay. And does this table indicate that HEP was removed from service in your assumptions for the production simulation for the 2017 bill impact?
For this version, yes.
And I'd like to scroll down further to attachment 4. Okay, and at the top of attachment 4, it's titled Customer Bill Impact. Do you see that?
Yes.
And on the right side column at the very bottom, it shows a negative $2.50. You see that?
Yes.
And does that indicate a reduction or savings in customer bills?
Yes.
So I know we talked about HEP a little bit yesterday, and so I'd just like to summarize what I believe you testified to yesterday. So and just now. So with respect to the 2017 bill impact analysis, you assume that HEP was removed from service in 2031, correct?
For this analysis, yes. There was
Yes.
another analysis that HEP was included in 2017.
Okay. And was that analysis issued prior to or after the June 30, 2017 analysis?
It was prior to.
So would you say that this analysis in June 30, 2017 replaces or supersedes that prior analysis?
Not necessarily, no.
Would you agree that in this June 30, 2017 analysis with HEP removed from service, it shows a $2.50 reduction or savings in customer bills?
Yes.
And yesterday you acknowledged that for a recent grid needs assessment from July 2021, you had assumed HEP was removed from service in 2031 as well, right?
For the purposes of the grid needs analysis, yes.
However, in your most recent September 2021 and November 2021 bill impact analyses, Hawaiian Electric had assumed the contrary. You had assumed that HEP would continue beyond its contract term in 2030, correct?
Yes.
Do you know why the assumption regarding HEP changed between the 2017 bill impact analysis and the 2021 bill impact analysis?
It did not change. Our original analysis in May of, I believe it was in May of 2017, it did include Hamakua Energy Plant extending. And the one you're referencing in June 2017 was a sensitivity of that analysis. And so therefore in 2020 and 2021, we did continue showing, we did continue HEP or Hamakua Energy.
Okay, so in that sensitivity analysis, which I believe you're referring to the June 30, 2017 bill impact analysis, you had assumed that HEP would be removed from service, correct?
Yes.
And do you know why you did that?
I don't recall exactly the one, but I believe it was in response to a commission directive to analyze this.
Okay, and do you know whether the PUC relied on the June 30, 2017 bill impact analysis in its decision in 2017?
I do not recall the exact language of the decision and order.
Okay, so now I'm referring specifically to the June 30, 2017 bill impact analysis assumption that HEP was removed from service. Do you know why that assumption was changed in 2021 to assume that HEP would continue beyond 2030?
It wasn't changed. Like I mentioned, the company's original analysis in May 2017, 2020, and 2021 consistently assumed Hamakua Energy would continue.
Okay, so then why did you assume that HEP would be removed from service in your grid needs analysis
The
in
grid
2021?
need- So I'm not prepared to discuss everything that happened in the grid needs analysis. That's a little outside of my scope here.
Okay, fair enough. Do you know why HEP was included in the 2021 production simulation for purposes of Hu Honua's bill impact analysis?
That was the company's, it was included in the company's long-term planning at the time.
Okay. And would you agree that by assuming that HEP would continue beyond its contract term after 2030, that this would affect the results of the 2021 Hu Honua bill impact analysis?
It does. It is a contributor. The company did do a sensitivity analysis that did take out the Hamakua Energy as well as future unapproved projects in our response to Consumer Advocate IR 63.
What was the result of that sensitivity analysis?
I would have to refer to the IR. I don't recall it.
Did it show a bill savings under that sensitivity analysis?
I would have to open it up if you give me a moment.
Take your time.
So if you refer to the company's response, CA Helco IR 63, attachment 4, it does show bill impacts. The impacts to customer bills are increases from year 2022 to year 2043, and 2044, and bill reductions from year 2045 to 2051.
And what was the average bill impact for the total 30-year term?
I do not have that calculated.
You need a moment to calculate it?
I object to the question as unreasonably requiring the witness to perform math on while on the stand here. If it's not in the testimony, it's something that certainly could have been asked at the discovery stage, and to expect him to average 30 numbers, off the top of his head is unreasonable.
Okay, Mr. Owenton, is that calculation available in the testimony?
I don't recall if it's not in the testimony because this came up as an information request.
Okay. Sustain. Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Do you recall whether this sensitivity analysis resulted in an overall bill savings to customer bills over the 30-year term?
I would have to calculate that. How would you define overall?
Take the average of the 30-year, I think it's broken up on an annual basis, and you take the total of the 30 years and you divide it by 30.
Okay, so yeah, that's the calculation that we need to confirm, that we need to do.
Okay. Would you agree that if that calculation and the average of those numbers is less than 0, then it would result in a bill savings to customers?
Yes.
Do you agree that whether an existing resource, such as HEP, is assumed to be removed from service versus continuing for an additional 20 years in your production simulation model, this would affect the monthly customer bill impact?
Yes.
Okay. And yesterday you had identified several other resources in the updated resource plan from the 2021 bill impact analysis that were also assumed to continue beyond their current contract terms, correct?
Yes.
And those resources that you identified that were assumed to go beyond their contract terms did not have approvals by the PUC, correct?
Correct.
Objection. How many times is this with the lawyer going to ask the same question over and over and over again?
Mr. Curtis is not your witness.
I have checked and I can't find any rule anywhere that says I cannot raise an objection. And I've spoken to some lawyers and they can't find the rule either.
Mr. Yamamoto, this is beginning to be cumulative.
I'll move on. Thank you. Mr. Yuantin, I'd like to bring your attention to HHB Helco IR 17A, dated 10/21/2021. And
Okay.
to the response to subpart A. Sorry, the question asks in subpart A, please list or describe each of the existing fossil fuel plants and units that are assumed to be converted to biodiesel. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then in response, your response was, while the following are available to the production simulation with biodiesel in 2045, that does not indicate there is a firm plan to convert all of them to biofuels. You see that?
Yes.
I'd just like to clarify something, because yesterday, you recall when I asked you whether Helco intended or assumed Puna steam to be converted to biodiesel in 2045, and you responded no?
Yes, I recall it. I think I misspoke. I do see Puna steam on the list.
You see Puna steam on your IR response, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this list contain the units that may potentially be converted to biodiesel in 2045?
Yes.
And was Puna steam assumed to be removed from service in 2027 in your production simulation?
It was assumed to be removed from service earlier than 2027.
And was it later assumed in the production simulation as being converted to biodiesel in 2045?
No.
So although this list shows that Puna steam is in consideration for conversion, you did not assume that in your production simulation, correct?
It's available for conversion, but there's no definitive plan on which units would be converted yet.
Okay, thank you. How about Keohole? Do you see Keohole combined cycle in this list in response to subpart A?
Yes.
Was Keohole combined cycle assumed to be converted to biodiesel in 2045 in HELCO's production simulation?
Yes.
Actually, Mr. Uinton, I'm looking at the updated resource plan in your production simulation. And in 2045, it does not indicate a conversion of Keohole to biodiesel. Do you know why?
Which are you looking at my testimony?
No, I'm looking at the updated resource plan, HELCO-301 in Hawaiian Electric's bill impact analysis.
Okay, let me open that.
Can share our screen.
To be clear, you're
Yes.
talking about the one submitted in response to PUC Helco IR 17. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me get to that document.
I think we pulled it up here, Mr. Uinton. HELCO-301.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, you're correct. The updated resource plan does state convert CT1, CT2, and CT3 to biodiesel, and convert diesels to biodiesel. But yeah, in our model, we did convert the Keohole combined cycle CT4 and CT5 to biodiesel also. Sorry, that was a omission on our part. So by 2045, in order to meet the renewable mandates, yeah, we did convert the entire fleet that was available to biodiesel.
Okay, so just to clarify for the record, in 2045, in this updated resource plan, in your bill impacts analysis that was in response to PUC HELCO IR 17, missing from this 2045 block here is the Keohole combined cycle, which is also planned for conversion to biodiesel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether conversion to biodiesel for the Keohole combined cycle was factored in your production simulation analysis? Because it's not reflected in this table.
Yes.
Okay, and are you certain of that?
Yes.
I'll move on. Mr. Uinton, I'd like to draw your attention to CA HELCO SIR 31A. We'll share our screen. Subpart A. So subpart A asks you to, sorry. Okay, so subpart A, Mr. Uinton asks, states Hu Honua has asserted that the all-in cost to dispatch its unit is lower than existing fossil fuel generating units. For instance, in its response to Tahiri Hu Honua IR 43, Hu Honua provides a figure that summarizes the analysis provided in Hu Honua 701. Please confirm that HELCO agrees with the all-in cost that is reflected in Hu Honua 701 and summarized in this response. And then your answer to subpart A states, clarification, all-in costs are not used by the company's automatic general control system, AGC, nor the production simulation to dispatch units. In both AGC and production simulation, system load and constraints such as reserves and unit efficiencies are used to determine which units should be online. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then it also says then economic dispatch of the online units is performed using the incremental cost of each unit or the additional cost to serve another megawatt. Hawaiian Electric Light's system operations principles, policies, and procedures were provided in its response to CA-SIR 7 Attachment 1 submitted on December 7, 2020 in docket 2020-0127. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do those system operational principles, policies, and procedures describe constraints on dispatch?
Subject to check, yes.
And are you familiar with HELCO's system operational principles, policies, and procedures?
Basically, yes.
And these operational principles, policies, and procedures inform the requirements for unit commitment and dispatch, correct?
Yes.
And for system security, a minimum of 4 large units must be online, correct?
At present, yes.
And those 4 large units could consist of, for example, Hill 5, Hill 6, Puna, combined cycle units. Is that right?
Among others, yes.
Okay. And if approved, could Hu Honua be considered one of those 4 large units added to this list?
Yes.
And I think earlier yesterday you had stated that Hill 5 and Hill 6 and Puna are planned to be removed from service in 2025 and 2027, correct?
Yes.
Will Hu Honua be under AGC or automatic generation control?
Yes.
Is Hu Honua capable of voltage regulation?
Yes.
Mr. Yonton, I'd like to turn your attention now to PUC HELCO IR 21. We'll share our screen. Okay, and scroll down, please. Okay, Mr. Yuenton, do you see the table in front of you?
Yes.
And can you briefly describe what this table represents?
This should be a table of the renewable energy, the total system renewable energy from the production simulation.
And what does the first column represent?
Where you're highlighting right now?
Yes.
The one that says year. That's the year of the analysis.
And the middle column?
That's the production simulation results for the scenario without Hu Honua.
Okay. And the third column?
That's the scenario with Hu Honua, but that's the total of renewable energy for all resources without Hu Honua's contribution.
Okay,
So it's for everything else except Hu Honua.
Okay. And by looking at these figures, would it be fair to say that Hu Honua offsets more fossil fuels in the earlier years as compared to the later years?
Yes.
Mr. Anton, I'd like to turn your attention to HHB Helco SIR 7B3V. Seven B 3, and I guess it's little 5. Question is, would it be more prudent and provide a cost savings to ratepayers to replace all fossil fuel generation on Helco's system, including firm 24 hours a day baseload plants and peaker plants biofuels in 2022 versus closer to 2045? You see that?
Yes.
Response to subpart 5, you state, the fuel forecast shows biofuel is substantially more expensive than fossil fuel, suggesting that a replacement of all fossil fuel generation on Hawaii Electric Light System, including firm 24 hours a day baseload plants and peaker plants in 2022 versus closer to 2045 would greatly increase costs to ratepayers while also not being necessary to reach RPS targets. Do you see that?
Yes.
So does this response mean that the biofuel conversions in 2022 were too expensive to consider as part of your production simulation analysis?
It would be much higher costs to run on biodiesel.
Did you estimate whether it would be a higher cost than Hu Honua?
I would have to check the analysis to confirm. I don't.
Do Hill 5, Hill 6, and Puna Steam operate 24/7?
Puna Steam does not. Hill 5 and Hill 6 currently do, yes.
Okay. And do you know what the minimum operating levels for Hill 5, Hill 6, and Puna Steam are?
It's subject to check. I think Hill 5 is, sorry, is it 5 megawatts? I think Hill 5 is around 5 megawatts. Hill 6 is about 8 megawatts. And Puna Steam is about 6 megawatts.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Renton, so all else being equal, would Hu Honua's actual bill impacts on customers be lower if oil prices become higher than the March 2021 oil price forecast that was used in your bill impacts analysis?
Generally, yes.
And if there was a change in the 30-year oil forecast result, would that also affect your forecast of Hu Honua's bill impacts on customer bills?
Yes.
And in running your production simulation model, did you conduct sensitivity analyses to determine how the bill impact results would change, assuming different oil price projections and forecasts?
No. No, we did not.
But my question is, why not?
The company has, for the purpose of this analysis, we had one fuel price forecast to use.
Didn't think it would be prudent to run a few sensitivity analysis to determine what it would look like under, different fuel price forecasts?
We didn't have another fuel forecast available at the time.
Do you agree that there are sensitivity I'm sorry, strike that. Would you agree that there are different levels of oil price forecasts available showing, for example, a high case, a low case, and an intermediate case?
Yes, I'm aware there's many types of forecasts out there, yes.
If Hu Honua were online, would Helco's system adjust Hu Honua's dispatch depending on the price of oil?
The system would be dispatched according to economic dispatch. So Hu Honua's price is not influenced by the price of oil.
But would Hu Honua's dispatch, meaning the amount of megawatts generated from the system, fluctuate up or down depending on the price of oil?
It could, yes.
Are you aware that the cost of oil in March 2021 was around $60 a barrel, and 1 year later, as of yesterday, it was $110 a barrel?
It sounds in the range. I don't know the exact numbers.
Thank you. Chair, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto. Next up is Life of the Land.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just a few questions. First, you were, Mr. Uenton, you were asked about invasive species. You're not an expert on invasive species, are you?
No.
Second, the lawyer for Hu Honua was talking about how extending HEP for a longer term would lower the rate. Isn't it true that the first power purchase agreement for Hu Honua was 20 years and the new one is 30 years?
There is no. Oh, sorry, for Hu Honua? Yeah, Hu Honua is. That's correct. The amended and restated power purchase agreement is for 30 years.
So it was extended in order to lower the price. Yes.
I can't speak to why it was extended. I wasn't involved.
You're aware that Hu Honua needs an injection well to discharge heat from their facility, correct?
Object. That's
Objection,
outside.
Chair.
That's outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
I second that
Actually,
objection.
Actually, it's not.
Mr. Curtis, can you provide the citation and within Mr. Wenton's testimony?
Yes, I'll rephrase it. What year do you assume that Hu Honua is coming online?
For the purposes of our analysis, we use 2022.
Is there anything that you're aware of that would lead you to believe that 2022 is a bad year to choose?
No, maybe.
I'm not sorry. I'm going to object to the form of that question as well. That's pretty broad.
Let me rephrase.
Rephrase, please. Okay.
Is there another discretionary permit that Hu Honua has to achieve in order to become viable?
Same objection, not within the scope of the issues for this docket.
And outside this witness's scope.
I'm not sure it's in his testimony, Mr. Curtis.
Did you do any analysis about whether Hu Honua would come online in 2023?
No.
Did you do any analysis about whether Hu Honua would come online in 2024?
No.
Would those change your analyses?
Very slightly. The contract term is 30 years, so moving it 1 or 2 years wouldn't substantially change the results.
You were just asked by Hu Honua's lawyer that Hu Honua, and I'm trying to quote Will Yamamoto, quote, Hu Honua displaces more fossil fuel in the early years than the later years, unquote. You remember that statement being made?
Yes.
Well, if in the early years Hu Honua is not operational, that would lead to Hu Honua displacing more renewables over the course of its lifetime, correct?
Sorry, can you restate that? I'm not
Yes,
following.
Hu Honua would displace fossil fuels in the early years. But if in the early years Hu Honua is not operational, then Hu Honua is largely replacing renewables in the shifted 30-year time period, right?
Oh, yes, yeah. As the system transitions to more renewables to meet, long-term renewable objectives, yes, there just generally are going to be more renewables on the system.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Next up is Tahiri Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Uinton.
Right, good morning.
Long time no see.
Mhm.
I know that Council for Hu Honua touched on some of these exhibits, but I wanted to just clarify the record, so I hope it's not redundant. Did you do a project benefit analysis for the Hu Honua project in 2021, which was submitted as Exhibit HELCO 301 through 305 and attached to your pre-hearing testimony filed on September 16, 2021?
Yes,
Did the analysis filed on September 16, 2021 show an increase in HELCO's customer bills if the Hu Honua project was added?
yes.
Based on that analysis, how would the typical average monthly customer bill increase over the term of the Hu Honua ANR PPA?
I would have to look up, I don't recall the exact number.
Could you look it up, please? It's in your testimony, page 7, line 1.
Okay.
Or I can tell you, and you can tell me if it sounds familiar. $13.69.
Let me double check that. Yep, that's correct.
Okay, and this $13.69 increase because of Hu Honua is reflected in your HELCO 305, which is attached to your pre-hearing testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, based on this analysis, did HELCO estimate that the cost of the Hu Honua project would potentially increase the total system cost over the term of the amended PPA with Hu Honua?
Yes,
And does the addition of Hu Honua increase the net present value of the revenue requirements?
yes.
According to this analysis that was filed on September 16, 2021, what is the increase in the net present value of the revenue requirements?
I can
Chair, I'm going to
refer
object. This is cumulative testimony that's just asking him to confirm what's already in his direct testimony, which is already in the record.
Allow the question.
So I was going to say refer to my exhibit HELCO 303. It does show the differential of system total costs.
Can you tell me what the differential is?
It's 344,785,782.
And so basically this 344 million is the increase in the net present value of the revenue requirement that would occur when Hu Honua comes online. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in response to I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry. Did you want to say something?
No, I didn't know if you heard my answer.
Oh, okay. In response to PUC HELCO IR 17, Did Helco file an updated Helco 305?
Yes.
And this was filed on November 22nd, 2021. Is that correct?
Um, let me find the document. November 22nd, 2021, yes.
And the commission requested this update because Helco had withdrawn its application for the approval of the PPA between Helco and Puaco Solar in docket 2020-0189. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the updated Helco 305 is based on Puaco Solar not being in the Helco resource plan, both base case and alternative case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did this updated analysis that was filed on November 22nd, 2021 show an increase in Helco's customer bills if the Hu Honua project was added?
Yes.
And based on this updated analysis, how much would the average monthly typical customer bill increase over the term of the Hu Honua ANR PPA?
See, I don't think we calculated that average in PUC IR 17.
I think you did, and and I'll refresh your memory. I think it's in your Helco pre-hearing statement of position at page 35. And I'll tell you that according to my reading of your pre-hearing statement of position, that increase was $10.97 monthly for the average Helco customer. Does that sound correct?
Let me check our pre-hearing statement.
Yes. Page 35.
35.
And is also reflected in your Helco 305, which was filed on November 22nd, 2021, if you would like to check.
Okay, let's take one at a time. So,
Take your time.
okay, so looking at the company's pre-hearing statement of position, you're correct on page 35. That's the average monthly typical customer bill increases over the duration of the project's PPA term are estimated to be $10.97.
Okay, so this increase of $10.97 is due to the addition of Hu Honua coming online. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you also filed, or Helco also filed an updated Helco 303 on November 22nd, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this update shows that the addition of, what the addition of the Hu Honua project would increase the net present value of the revenue requirements. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that increase?
PUC Helco IR 17, Helco 303 attachment 2, page 1 shows the change of 285,746, 325.
So is it 285,000 or is it 285 million?
You're correct. 285,746,325.
Okay, so that
Right.
makes a big difference, right? We're talking about millions, not that.
Yeah, millions. 285 million. Sorry. Brain fog.
Andy, you're muted when you ask that question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Sorry, I was taking notes. Please restate the question, Sandy.
I'm sorry. I don't know how that happened. Will, did you do that? So my question is the 285,746,325 increase to the system revenue requirement due to Hu Honua reflected in your HELCO 303, which was updated on November 22nd, 2021?
Yes.
Now, if Hu Honua is not placed in service, will the energy it would have provided come from both fossil fuels and renewable generators on the HELCO system?
Yes, other resources on the system would provide the energy.
And this would include renewable resources. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is the Hu Honua energy price higher than other existing or proposed dispatchable resources on the HELCO grid?
Well, sorry, can you repeat? I think I missed something. Did you say is Hu Honua's energy price cheaper than other renewables on the system? Renewable dispatchable?
Higher.
Or
higher than
higher
than other existing or proposed dispatchable resources on the HELCO grid.
Okay, so so the other dispatchable resources on the grid now would be some fossil units and a portion of PGV if they were available, and Hamakua energy. So depending on the price of fossil fuel, it could be higher or lower than Hu Honua's price.
So I would like to refresh your memory to your HELCO response to CA HELCO IR 28A. And I'm sorry, Mr. Uinton, I don't have Minahuni, so I need you to either have you pull it up or have your counsel pull it up for you.
Can you repeat number? CAIR 28, you said?
28A.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So my understanding in that response, which you sponsored, you had answered yes, the Hu Honua's energy price was higher than other existing or proposed dispatchable resources on the HELCO grid. And you specifically said that was because Hu Honua has a 15% step increase applied after the 6th year of the ANR PPA. So does that sound familiar?
Okay, I think we're looking at different IRs.
I was going to note, you said CA HELCO IR 28?
Yes, CA HELCO IR 28A. Do I
Please
have
identify the date?
So that would have been on responses to IRs October 21st, 2021, I think.
Mr. Uinton, do you have the reference in front of you?
I do for CAIR 28. It was filed on December 9, 2019.
Okay, so maybe I have the wrong reference. So let me ask you this then, Mr. Uinton.
Okay.
Ms. Wong, is this in his sponsored testimony?
It's his sponsored, he sponsored the IR request response.
Okay, but it seems like we have can you confirm that we have different references here, so we need to clear that up first.
And so I may have my citation may be incorrect. And so I am going to rephrase the question if I may, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Uinton, Does Hu Honua have a 15% step increase applied after the 6th year of the ANR PPA?
Yes.
Thank you. Is the Hu Honua energy price higher than the 2 solar projects from Helco's Phase 1 RFP? So I'm specifically referring to AES Waikoloa Solar and Halekuawehi Solar.
They're, it depends how you look at it. They're different. So the Halekuawehi solar project and the Waikoloa solar project are based on a different type of PPA structure that provides for a lump sum payment based on their performance and availability. The Hu Honua project, has a different pricing component for capacity payment, fixed and variable O&M, and an energy price.
So what is the energy price for Hu Honua?
Their energy price, I think it's 8.5 cents per kilowatt hour, and then there's a variable O&M cost on top of that.
For Hu Honua?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Why does your Helco project economic and bill impact analysis filed on June 30th, 2017 show a 20.2217 kilowatt hour that increases to 0.444 kilowatt hour?
Can you restate the source, please?
I have it in Helco's project economic and bill impact analysis filed on June 30th, 2017.
30th, 2017. Okay, hold on. Let me find that document. Yeah, I have the June 30, 2017 document. Is that the one you're referencing? Okay.
And what is the energy price for Hu Honua?
Are you looking at Exhibit A, page 3 of 6?
I'm sorry, I don't have that reference, but I'm looking at where it shows 0.217 per kilowatt hour.
Chair, we're going to object on the basis that that figure is not reflected in this document.
Mr. Winton, can you confirm whether it's reflected in the document or not? I don't have it in front of me.
I'm searching. I have not found it yet.
If we can't confirm this, you're going to need to restate the question.
All right. I'll move on. I may come back to it. Mr. Winton, will Helco be retiring any of its existing fossil fuel units once Hu Honua comes online?
So unit retirements will be evaluated as resources are added to the system and they are performing as expected.
I'm sorry, could you say that last part again?
Okay, so retiring units will be investigated and analyzed after other replacement resources are added to the system and are performing as expected.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Yamamoto was questioning you, you all talked about the retirement of the Puna steam after 2024 and Hill 5 and Hill 6 after 2026. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yeah, I believe we said the units would be removed from service. They're not necessarily retired.
They're going to be removed. And are they being removed because of Hu Honua or because basically that's what HELCO is planning?
It was planned that way based on anticipated other projects being added to the system as well.
So you're not doing it because Hu Honua is coming online, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Has HELCO made any commitments to retire any of its existing fossil fuel units if the Hu Honua project is approved?
No.
If HELCO operated Hu Honua to only displace fossil fuel generating units, could that result in system instability, unreliability, and highly uneconomic overall system operation?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Does the amended PPA state that the Hu Honua will have a minimum dispatch level of 10 megawatts and a maximum dispatch of 21 megawatts?
Yes.
Does the minimum dispatch of Hu Honua make it impossible for HELCO to ensure that no renewable resource energy will be partially displaced by Hu Honua?
I don't think we can make that guarantee.
So that would be a yes. So it would make you, it's impossible for you to guarantee that no renewable resource energy will be partially displaced by Hu Honua. Is that correct?
I was trying to follow. Yes.
Will Hu Honua's 10 megawatt minimum dispatch reduce the amount of renewable generation that can be integrated into the HELCO grid during low net load periods?
I'm going to object to the form of the question. Are you saying that the Hu Honua is not renewable generation, or it's vague as to what you mean by that?
Okay,
So okay, please restate. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the Hu Honua's 10 megawatt minimum dispatch reduce the amount of existing renewable generation that can be integrated into the HELCO grid during low net load periods?
We're not anticipating changes to existing renewables as the other steam units are removed from service. Their minimum loads are about equivalent to Hu Honua's 10 megawatts.
But because Hu Honua has that 10 megawatt minimum dispatch, aren't you contractually required to take that before you take any other existing renewable generation on the system?
Yes.
Thank you. Doesn't any resource with a minimum must take need to be operated ahead of lower cost energy up to the must run amount?
Yes.
If that's true, since any resource with a minimum must take needs to be operated ahead of lower cost energy up to the must run amount, does this must run constraint limit cost optimization on the HELCO grid?
Yes.
If Hu Honua comes online, may the operation of the HELCO grid require that other renewable resources operate at less than full available output for balancing and reserves?
It depends on the contract agreements, because most dispatchable resources do not operate at their maximum output.
Okay. If Hu Honua was operated at its full committed capacity of 21.5 megawatts, will it be providing operating reserves?
It could provide downward reserves. If they're operating at their max, they would not be able to provide upward regulating reserve.
So you said it can't provide upward reserves. Did I hear you correctly?
Correct. So if they were dispatched at 21.5 megawatts, we could not guarantee on the unit to go any higher. So it's limited by their maximum output.
Okay, so if that's the case, if Hu Honua was operated at its full committed capacity of 21.5 megawatts, HELCO would still need to operate its fossil fuel generators for operating reserves?
Possibly it could be a mix of fossil fuel units or the reserve capabilities provided by other projects.
And these would be renewable projects, or these would be fossil fuel projects?
It could be renewable. It could be such projects such as the AES Waikoloa project or the Halekuawehi project. So if they have availability in their batteries, or if they're solar, if they have adequate solar generation, they could provide reserves.
Okay. So, as I recall, when you were being questioned by Mr. Yamamoto, he asked you many questions in regards to fuel prices and that it could fluctuate. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so, but fuel prices, when it fluctuates, it can go higher or it could go lower. Is that correct?
Yes.
So basically, the fuel prices that you used for your analysis, those fuel prices in the future or during the 30 years of the ANR PPA could actually come down. Is that correct?
It could. It's difficult to predict future fuel prices.
But it could go down. Is that correct?
Could, yes.
But yet the price of the Hu Honua is set for the 30-year term. Is that correct?
Correct. So the Hu Honua prices are set for the 30 years plus an escalation. So it's consistent and it's known.
So it's consistent, but it's consistently high. Is that correct?
I can make a judgment if it's higher, but it's consistent.
All right. Will Helco be dispatching care wholly at its minimum operating limit during low system loads to accommodate Hu Honua's 10 megawatt of must-run generation?
If this unit is needed for system needs, then yes, it could.
Okay. What are the typical minimum system loads currently being experienced on Helco system, and what time of day do they occur?
Sorry, I don't.
Is this, I'm gonna object, that's outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
So, Mr. Uchin, who would be the appropriate witness to answer this question?
Can please check with Lisa Dangelmeyer.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Uchin. Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna go into recess for a short break. Let's reconvene in 10 minutes, so 10:20. Thank you. Going to recess. All right, we're going to get started very shortly. We have, there we go, Mr. Winton,
Yep, here.
with Mr. Kayatsu. Okay, calling hearing back to order. We're going to proceed with questions from the commission staff. Please go ahead, Mr. Kayatsu.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Winton.
Morning.
I'd like to turn your attention first to the updated modeling assumptions and production simulations you did in response to PUC Helco IR17. We've covered them quite a bit before, so I assume you're familiar with them.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. In the updated version to exhibit Helco 305, provided as part to that IR response, it looks like that for the estimated typical residential bill impact, it looks like it relied on estimated sales, which I believe it said were estimated to increase upward through the planning period. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just generally and directionally speaking, what would happen to Helco's estimated bill impacts if sales were to decrease in the future instead of increase, as you've assumed?
The difference would be divided by a smaller numerator. So if smaller sales, so you would have probably larger bill impacts.
Okay, thank you. Staying on that same exhibit, so or not exhibit, that response. So PUC Helco IR17 asked for updated production simulations that represented that were asked Helco to update its simulations from its prior production simulations. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was the particular change that was one of the primary changes in the update the removal of the Puoko solar project?
Yes.
So taking that into consideration, if another renewable project of similar capacity to Puoko solar were to be added onto Helco system, is it likely that the bill impact would transition back to your earlier bill impact estimate, all other things being equal?
Generally speaking, yeah, I would assume so. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Changing gears a bit, I want to direct your attention to Helco's response to CA Helco Supplemental IR 38. I'll give you a few seconds to get to there.
Okay. Okay, so confirming, you said CA Helco SIR 38, is that correct?
Correct. And maybe when you hear the question, it might not be necessary for you to actually have the document in front of you. I just want to clarify there. HECO refers to a proving period for Hu Honua, and it states there that the proving period refers to the time frame necessary to gather information regarding the reliability, stability, and possible unforeseen operational issues of the project. And I was just wondering if you could estimate the length of the proving period that would be required for the Hu Honua project.
It's uncertain. It could be, yeah. I don't really, that's kind of outside of my scope, but just in general, if there is a problem that needed to be fixed, or if the unit was running inconsistently, or if it's, tripping offline or something, then yeah, you would take the amount of time it would need to, take care of those types of issues.
Thank you. You mentioned there that it's kind of outside your scope. Is there someone else on the witness team who might be better suited to respond to that question?
Yeah, you can try and check with Lisa Dangelmeyer.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to turn your attention now to Helco's response to Tahiri Helco Supplemental IR 24. And in general, this is, I believe the IR is asking about the expected displacement of other resources from the Hu Honua project. And in pertinent part, in Helco's response, it says that Hu Honua is not anticipated to displace existing as available renewable energy resources to a greater extent than historically experienced at the minimum dispatch limit. Do you see that part there? Or do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, to what extent have steam units on Helco's system displaced existing as available renewable sources in his Helco's historical operational experience?
I don't recall exact numbers, but there has been instances where there is excess generation on the island.
Okay, thank you. I apologize, I'm jumping around, so if you need a moment to locate the IRs, let me know, please. I'd like to turn your attention now to Helco's response to CA Helco Supplemental IR 26, particularly.
Excuse me, Chair.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, could we please ask if council could please identify the filing date? It makes it a lot easier for us to locate the same document.
Oh, sure. Did you need that for the prior ones or just going forward?
Just going forward, please.
Okay, thanks, Mark. You heard. Please identify the date.
Okay, so Mr. Winton, turning to CA Helco Supplemental IR 26, which I believe was filed on November 22nd, 2021. And in particular, I'm looking at 26 subsection C subsection 1 of that response. And there, I believe Helco states that the minimum dispatch of Hu Honua makes it impossible to ensure that no renewable energy resource output will be partially displaced by Hu Honua. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My first question is, did Helco analyze to what extent individual resources on Helco's grid, including existing IPP resources, as well as planned new resources, would be displaced by the addition of Hu Honua?
The company did evaluate it earlier in the docket. We did not evaluate it on the most recent production simulation.
Do you recall what the results were from the analysis you did perform?
Yes, so yeah, so I think so renewable energy does increase over time, and renewable contributions from other sources do go down a little bit when Hu Honua is added to the system.
Okay. Has Helco analyzed the proportion of displaced generation resources by type, for example, fossil fuel versus renewable?
No, we did not.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to turn your attention now to CA Helco Supplemental IR Response 28. I believe it's part of the same batch of IR responses that were filed on November 22nd, 2021. It should be a couple pages down, the same PDF.
Okay.
Let's see. And for phrasing here, it looks as if the prompt is seeking Helco's opinion on one of Hu Honua's witnesses, Jonathan Jacobs' statement that if Hu Honua were to use to displace fossil fuel production, it could produce significant savings. And in its response to this prompt, Helco states that it has not performed an analysis to verify Hu Honua's it has not performed an analysis to verify Hu Honua's statement because it does not utilize the usual and customary economic dispatch of IPPs under actual contractual energy pricing, but instead uses non-economic or fixed dispatch assumptions, which is not how the Helco system nor production simulations are run. I paraphrased a bit, but do you see that?
Yes.
So based on Helco's response to this IR, is it Helco's position that Hu Honua's claim that if approved, the PPA would produce savings resulting from the project's displacing fossil fuel is not supported in evidence by the record, including Helco's modeling based on its data and experience?
It's different. So it's a different, Hu Honua did a different type of analysis. So if you were to compare the Hu Honua project against a unit, assuming they're basically equal, then Hu Honua's analysis is, you could reach that conclusion. The company's analysis looked at the entire system. So we came to our analysis tries to model the impact from the project on other units as well. So it's a different type of analysis.
I see. But based on this response, is it fair to say that Helco respectfully disagrees with the assumptions that were used in Hu Honua's analysis?
Generally, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Again, just give me a second. Based on that response, I'm going to modify some of the phrasing of this question so it doesn't seem so repetitive. So following up on that, is it Helco's position that if the assumptions used in the Hu Honua analysis were applied, it would result in a less reliable and less stable grid?
I don't believe that Hu Honua's analysis went into stability of the system. I don't recall exactly what their analysis covered.
I guess what I'm looking at is if you look at the response to A1, in the response there, Helco says the system would become less flexible, more unstable, and more costly to operate. So I guess I was seeking clarification or elaboration on that part of the response.
Is there a specific part of the response you're looking at?
Yeah, on page 2 of 4, about midway through the response to number 1, it says the system would become less flexible, more unstable, and more costly to operate. And now that was the basis for me wondering, just confirming if it's Helco's position that if these assumptions were applied consistent with that statement, that Helco believes the system would be less reliable and stable.
I see. So that's in the context of earlier in the paragraph where it says in a maximal fixed at 21.5 megawatt dispatch scenario. Then yeah, those conclusions would apply.
I see. So thank you. So for clarifying again, when we're talking about Hu Honua's assumptions, it is assuming the PPA maximum dispatch of 21 megawatts and not the minimum dispatch of 10 that's been referred to alternatively during this hearing?
For the purpose of this response, yes.
All right. Thank you for clarifying. Let's see. I'd like to turn your attention now to Helco's response to CA Helco Supplemental IR 36, which I believe is also part of this document. And apologies, Mr. Yamamoto, and to those listening. I earlier said that this was filed on November 22nd. I think it's actually November 18th, 2021. So apologies for that.
Thank you, Mr. Keitzig.
But anyway, Mr. Uwenton, turning now to further down the document to the response to CA Helco SIR 36.
Okay.
Looking particularly at response to subsection B. That is the prompt for B was asking if Helco was planning on conducting another production simulation model without the Puaco Solar, and there in the response, the company notes that such an analysis is unlikely to be affected by the removal of Puaco Solar. Again, I'm paraphrasing, because Hu Honua's economic dispatch is generally more expensive than other units unless a fuel switch is required, such as to biofuel. As such, other renewable units on the system other than Hu Honua will likely contribute energy that would otherwise have been provided by Puaco Solar, and Hu Honua dispatch will remain low. Do you see that?
Yes.
So my first question is, can Helco confirm whether removing Puaco Solar from the updated resource plan in the base case and alternate case affected the projected dispatch for the Hu Honua project?
Subject to check. I believe the Hu Honua's dispatch was similar in the case without Puaco Solar.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Wenton. I'd like to refer back to a portion of the hearing earlier this morning when you were being cross-examined by Mr. Yamamoto. I just want to clarify something. I believe this was during a cross-examination regarding Helco's response to CA Helco IR 63. Which I believe was filed on October 21st, 2021.
Okay.
And in particular, you were discussing a number of the attachments to that response, which dealt with the sensitivity analysis that Helco had run at the request of Hu Honua. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify a few things about that response and the attachments that were provided with it. And this kind of goes back to some of the questions I've asked earlier, so feel free to refer back to those as well. Looking at the Helco's response to CA Helco IR 63, in Helco's opinion, would the assumptions provided by Hu Honua, which Helco then used to perform the simulations provided in response to CA Helco IR 63, be reasonable or otherwise provide for a safe and reliable grid?
We did not incorporate Hu Honua's assumptions. We used the company's assumptions.
I think what I mean by assumptions, I'm referring to the part here where I believe the response says the company agreed to conduct a single long-term planning sensitivity analysis that removed all unapproved projects as a status quo type of analysis. So maybe I should rephrase the question. Does Helco agree for reasonable and safe and reliable planning purposes that it is a good idea to remove future unapproved projects?
Sorry, can you please identify the response, the subpart?
Sure. Sorry, this is the response to CA Helco IR 63, subsection E, subsection 3. It's on page 5 of 7.
Thank you.
So let me just rephrase, Mr. Wenton. Reading the response here, it appears that the sensitivity analysis that Helco performed removed all unapproved projects as a part of a status quo type of analysis. And so I'm wondering, is it Helco's position that such an assumption for long-term planning is reasonable?
Okay, it is not reasonable. So, yeah.
Could you please elaborate as to why Helco does not believe it is reasonable?
So this resource plan used for CAIR 63, we did not it does not take into account, reaching renewable goals. It does not take into account system reliability. So it's unreasonable.
In Helco's opinion, would such a resource plan impact its ability to comply with the to reach the RPS goals mandated by statute?
So if you refer to CA Helco IR 63 attachment 8, so it does show the calculations of renewable portfolio standards. So it's in the base case, it fails to meet the RPS standard in 2045. In the alternate case, it does meet it. So it shows that the resource plan does not comply with renewable requirements.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Uinton. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for Mr. Uinton. Thank you very much, Mr. Uinton.
Thanks, Mr. Kayatsu. Now, questions from the commission. Commissioner Sunsian.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Mr. Uinton.
Good morning.
Just had some questions for clarification. And I hate to do this because it's been almost 20 hours ago since you provided this, but I want to go back to, I believe this was while the Consumer Advocates Council was cross-examining you, and he asked, Mr. Knox asked if there was any economic benefit to Hill units 5 and 6 and Puna units taken out of service. And what I heard, you talked a little bit about what the model can do, right? It can optimize and you can the usage of those units, but I'm not sure if I caught an answer to whether or not there were any economic benefits based on your analysis.
So the economic benefits would be captured within the production simulation. I mean, to determine something specific to a unit, you'd have to do another sensitivity that, say, maybe force the units to run. And then you could see if there's a difference by forcing the units to run versus how the model chooses to economically run the system. So we have not done that type of analysis.
Okay. And I just wanted to make sure I heard correctly, and this is when Mr. Yamamoto was cross-examining you, and I believe we were talking about Helco Exhibit 302 that was attached to one of the responses, and I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I believe it's HHB Helco IR 17. I believe that's where it was provided. But basically, you stated that that should Hu Honua be approved, there would be a reduction in the fossil fuel exposure of volatile costs, and that would result in a customer benefit to some, basically seeing stability in the bills. And I'm paraphrasing there on what you responded. Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly, or at least paraphrase it correctly? I want to make sure that.
Yes. So because customer bills are, they do change each month because of the cost of fuel. So by lessening customers' exposure to the amount of the quantity of fossil fuel, and then therefore the varying price of that quantity of fossil fuel, then bills could be stabilized.
Okay. And a last question, and this has to do with a little bit about how ECO or Helco does its planning or projection. In your 16 years of being a manager, has Helco ever done any kind of planning or projecting um, for removal of service from fossil fuel, or removal from service of fossil fuel generation resources, say over the next 10, 20 years? And that's given, right? There's a push for more renewables to come online, or basically in general, more resources, but mainly more renewables. So has any type of that kind of planning or projecting whether or not you could take things out of service or offline or removed? Um, I'm not talking retirement. I'm just talking whether or not you guys can plan for, right, removal from service of some of the fossil fuel units.
Yes. So our long-term planning processes do look at that. And even most recently on the Hawaii Island, the Puna steam unit was actually removed from service for a bit. And then that was prior to the lava situation when it, fortunately the unit was available to be brought back into service to provide service for the island. So that was an example of where, the system was, prior to the lava event, the system was stable. It was found that it would have been beneficial for the customers to put Puna steam into layup or standby and, use it on the side, but hold it for reserve capacity, which, was used. So yeah, that was one situation we did. And similarly on Oahu, we did a few years ago put the Honolulu power plant into, we deactivated it. It's pretty much the same thing, put it in standby.
Okay. I believe that's all I have for Mr. Uinta, Chair. Yield back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Potter.
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And, Mr. Uinta, I just have a few. First, it's a follow-up to a question from Mr. Knox you answered yesterday, and I agree it was a little while ago. So, and I'm paraphrasing. I believe when you were asked whether the Hu Honua plant is needed, you said no. I just want to understand the context of that. I believe you were asked in the context of the adequacy of supply and if there's a critical reliability need. Is that fair context for the answer that you gave?
Yes.
Okay, and just following from that, typically if the utility doesn't identify a critical reliability need, then the project's basis, its justification, a strong part of it is the economics of the proposal. Is that fair characterization?
Partially with economics, as well as the ability to add more renewables onto the system sooner. It diversifies the Hawaii Island's portfolio of resources, right? It'll add biomass in addition to wind, solar, and geothermal. So those are good things.
Okay, no, that's well taken, that there's a broad range of potential benefits from any project that you want to look at in the context of the costs. And your testimony focuses on the cost through the production simulation modeling, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Wong got in this, and it's in your pre-filed testimony and the response to the commission's IR. So can you explain, your, just for the broad audience, it shows that when you do the lifetime 30-year analysis, the net present value of the project at a net cost, the initial analysis showed $345 million over the lifetime. The updated one was $285 million. Can you just kind of help us understand how that analysis is done and what does that really mean for customers of the Big Island?
Sorry, I'm trying to think of how to frame this as, are you asking about how the analysis was done, or are you asking about like the future vision for Hawaii Island?
Let me help. Let me try and help translate the technical to the everyday interpretation, right? Your two tables look at a case with the project and without, And in this particular exhibit, you calculate the net present value of the revenue requirements for operating the system over 30 years with and without the project. Correct.
Okay. Yes.
And when you add the project, in one case, the first one in your testimony, the cost of operating the Helco system went up net present value by $345 million over the lifetime.
Yes.
And then when the commission asked you to rerun the analysis, taking out the Pulico project, the cost went down, but it was $285 million.
Yes.
So again, so that's the technical version. What does that mean for if I'm a customer resident of the Big Island? What does that mean in everyday terms?
So both of the analysis show that adding the project would increase the net present value revenue requirements of the system. So it's independent of whether one or two other specific PV plus BESS projects are there or not, the revenue requirements do increase.
And just so we're clear, that's net of everything, right? Your simulation takes into effect, I mean, that's what all the discussion's been over the past 2 years. You're looking at future oil prices, you're looking at the cost of the project, the other projects coming online. And after all that, after the payments paid out, projected payments by Helco relative to the benefits, there's a net cost of this magnitude.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so one way of thinking of that is that, looking at the other benefits of the project that are not quantified, is this one way to compare it, that the financial cost of the project is net of this magnitude relative to the other benefits that we could think about in decision making?
Yes, it's your how you the commission interpret the data, but yes.
Okay, thanks. And one additional technical piece. I just wanted to reflect, you're aware of the RPSA performance incentive mechanism that the commission established in the performance-based regulation docket.
I'm vaguely aware of it, but yeah, yes.
Okay, and so that established an additional adder for renewable generation over the target, the statutory target. If the combined companies exceed that, there's adders on top that would be paid out to the utility.
Okay, yes.
And have those been included in this analysis as a potential additional cost of the project?
No, it has not.
Okay, but the expectation if the project was approved and the company met those thresholds, those would be additional costs incurred on top here.
It would be separate from this type of analysis. This analysis in this document was looking for the operational costs. So the effects of performance incentives it wouldn't necessarily be captured in a production simulation. It would be, overall like company revenues or those type of calculations.
Okay, no, I'm following. That's fair. But from a customer standpoint, those would be additional costs incurred on top. They would see that in their bills.
Yeah. This is just the power purchase portion of this would just be one part of a customer's bill.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to verify that. And that actually is a good segue to the last set of questions I had on the customer bill impact that you analyzed. I just again want to put this in context. You said you've worked for the company for 16 years now.
Something like that, yeah.
I think you said that yesterday. I wrote it down.
Yeah.
And in that time how much of that time have you been in this department, and particularly involved in production simulation analyses of power purchase agreements or projects?
Since 2015.
Just since 2015, you had no prior involvement before that?
Oh wait, sorry. I'm trying to. That's not that long ago. 2005. 16 years. I'm trying to think. Sorry, can't do the quick math. Pretty much my time in Hawaiian Electric has been involved with this department.
Okay. And so it's fair to say that you've had some, whether you conducted it or you oversaw it, you had some role in the evaluation of all the power purchase agreements or generation projects in that time?
Generally, yes. I haven't worked
So-
on every project, but yeah.
But you probably have some familiarity of what was occurring in the department, correct?
Yes.
So again, in the testimony that was submitted to us, the range of projected bill impacts is in the pre-hearing statement position. The updated one, the average was an increase of $10.97 a month. The projected one in the original testimony was $13.69 or $13.69 a month. Correct?
Yes.
And in your time in this department, has there ever been a project with this magnitude bill increase?
Chair, I recognize that this may be a futile objection, but I think that is outside the scope of this witness's testimony. And to ask him to both have a memory of every project, but also I don't think even in terms of relevance that is related to his scope of his testimony. So I will note my objection.
Overruled. I think it's highly relevant. It's within his scope and it's within his experience.
Yeah. I'm pausing because I'm I'm trying to remember. So
Look, can you think of one that has come close?
not really. No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wenton. You're excused, and we will move forward to the next witness. We have Karen Kimura. Hi, Ms. Kimura. I'm going to read you the oath here. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. We'll proceed with the examination with the consumer advocate first.
Chair, we have no questions for this witness.
Okay, we'll turn to Hu Honua.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few questions. Good morning, Ms.
Good morning.
Can you please describe your professional experience?
My experience ranges from environmental compliance and permitting in water, waste, and air.
And what's your position within Hawaiian Electric?
My position at Hawaiian Electric is the director for the environmental division.
Gas analysis that was performed for the Hu Honua project.
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning part of your question. Can you please restate it?
Yes, and are you familiar with the greenhouse gas analyses performed for the Hu Honua project?
Yes.
In your updated avoided GHG analyses, in the scenarios that you modeled, was biodiesel avoided direct emissions considered zero?
Are you referring to the most recent update in November 2021?
Yes, that's correct.
Then yes, in that updated analysis for the avoided emissions, we excluded biogenic CO2 from the avoided emissions calculations.
And can you please explain why?
Including biogenic CO2 emissions in the avoided emissions scenario would further add to the avoided emissions, which would then provide a more, I guess, excluding it, let me restate that. Excluding the biogenic CO2 emissions would provide for a more conservative avoided emissions calculation, meaning that when we conduct the net emissions reduction calculation, it would only further show that there is additional net reductions in greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay, so let me clarify. So you said conservative. Did you mean that there would be even more avoided emissions if the biodiesel emissions were treated as non-zero and accounted for?
In the avoided emission scenario, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so by not counting the biodiesel emissions and treating it as zero, you are trying to be conservative and not show a larger avoided emissions number. Is that correct?
Right, and just a clarification, we did include biogenic methane and nitrous oxide emissions. So we did it consistent with the Department of Health Clean Air Branch regulations, in which we report greenhouse gas emissions and biogenic CO2 emissions are excluded.
And if the biodiesel emissions were accounted for, then would the avoided emissions potentially be even higher than what you reported?
Yes, that is correct.
Are you aware of any other project in Hawaii that has made a commitment to be carbon negative on its own?
Do you mean a project that Hawaiian Electric is submitting I guess, can you clarify your question, please?
Yes. Are you aware of any other renewable energy project that Hawaiian Electric is submitting for approval to the commission that has made a commitment to be carbon negative?
No, I'm not aware of any other projects.
Are you aware of any other project in Hawaii, renewable project in Hawaii, that has made a financial commitment to ensure that their project is carbon negative?
I'm not aware.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto. Life of the land.
We have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Tahiri?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Tahiri has no questions for Ms. Kimura.
Okay, Mr. Kayatsu, Commission Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a few questions for Ms. Kimura. Good morning, Ms. Kimura.
Good morning.
My understanding is in this case, Helco retained a consultant, Ramble, to perform the greenhouse gas analysis for Helco. Is that correct?
That is correct. We retained Ramble to perform the avoided emissions analysis for Helco.
And Hu Honua had retained a separate consultant called ERM to perform other aspects of the greenhouse gas analysis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I believe one of the rationales for that HECO has stated in its pre-hearing statement of position was that this was intended to avoid duplicative work and consultant costs. Is that correct?
Well, in part, it was due to mainly because Hu Honua and ERM have the most knowledge of their project, upstream, downstream, as well as operations, that it made sense to have them do the analysis for the project and for Ramble to do the avoided emissions analysis.
Thank you. Is Helco aware when ERM was retained by Hu Honua for purposes of this project?
I'm not aware of the exact date.
Is this collaborative approach consistent with the approach Helco has taken in other IPP power purchase agreement dockets before the commission that involve greenhouse gas analyses?
So over time, our process has evolved, and this is one project. There is another project that we are in collaboration, and all projects we do collaborate with the developer in performing the greenhouse gas analysis, whether the developer is doing a portion of it or allowing us in Ramble to lead the effort with their input and review.
You mentioned another project. Without getting into the specifics, is Helco seeing more, I suppose, initiative or willingness or desire on behalf of developers to conduct retain their own consultants to conduct greenhouse gas analyses for their own projects?
Chair, I'm going to object to this line of inquiry, as the intentions of other developers in unrelated projects don't have anything to do with the statement of issues in this particular case, in this docket. So I think this is outside the scope of the issues.
I can rephrase the question.
Please rephrase, Mr. Kayatsu.
Thank you. So linking back to your prior response, Ms. Kimura, you said that this, I guess this is a developing area for Helco, and I guess, is it your position then that this was a decision by Hu Honua in this case, and the developers may or may not be making these decisions on a case-by-case basis?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I fully understand your question. Are you implying or saying that it was Hu Honua's decision to do the analysis?
I think what I'm just trying to understand is my understanding is has not historically been the way the greenhouse gas analyses have been done for PPA dockets submitted to the commission. So I was just wondering if this seems to be something unique or if this is a new trend that Helco is seeing.
Renew my objection on the irrelevancy of other dockets and the methodology as to the issues that are put forth in this docket.
That's fine, Chair. I'll strike the question. I can move on.
Okay.
Ms. Kimura, one of the rationales for dividing the work between Ramble and ERM, in addition to ERM having the more experience and familiarity with the project, was avoidance of duplicative effort and savings in cost. Does Helco have an approximation for how much money and cost was saved by having ERM do the project-specific portions of the greenhouse gas analysis?
I don't have those numbers with me.
Thank you. I'd like to turn your attention to Helco's response to PUC Helco IR 18, which I believe was filed on November 22nd, 2021. Do you have the document, Ms. Kimura?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. There in the response, Helco states that it worked closely with Ramble and Hu Honua to define the scope and boundaries of the project greenhouse gas analysis and avoided greenhouse gas analysis such that the net greenhouse gas analysis and results would represent the net reduction due to the project operations and life cycle. Ramble reviewed ERM's methodology and determined that the avoided and project greenhouse gas analyses had different scopes and therefore were not overlapping, and that the avoided and project GHG analysis boundaries are consistent. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Could you please describe or elaborate on what Helco is referring to here as the scope and boundaries of the avoided and project greenhouse gas analyses?
Sure. Based on, just a high level of greenhouse gas accounting, we, follow protocols that are in place, such as the greenhouse gas protocol, and we ensure that we are not double counting or looking at the same emissions, in the calculation, so that they can be as accurate as possible to, as we stated, not have overlapping boundaries or scopes.
I see. Thank you very much, Ms. Kimura. I have no further questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Kaitsu. Now, questions from the commission. Commissioner Sunsian.
Chair, I have no questions for Ms. Kimura. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Potter.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Kimura. Thank you for
Morning.
being here today. So just a couple of questions for you. I'm referring to PUC Helco IR 19 on page 1 and 2. This was filed on 11/22/21. So Helco provided the definition of additionality, which is, quote, a criterion for assessing whether a project has resulted in greenhouse gas emission reductions or removals in addition to what would have occurred in its absence, in quote, by the World Resource Institute and the World Business Council for Sustainable Development Greenhouse Gas Protocol. Based on this definition, is accounting for carbon sequestration from existing forest between 2017 and 2022 considered additionality?
Yes, based on my limited understanding of additionality and the protocols, it is consistent or allowed. It is not considered inconsistent with the protocol.
Okay. So furthermore, in response to a question about additionality for the tree carbon sequestration between 2017 and 2022, HELCO states, furthermore, it is within accepted greenhouse gas accounting practice to account for documented growth throughout the life of the tree, including prior to ownership and control of that growth. What exactly is that greenhouse gas accounting practices that are being referred to, and is it a credible resource?
I will have to defer the specifics of the accounting practice to Dr. Kirchhoffer, as she's our consultant hired to provide this type of expertise.
Right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Excellent. And then I have one additional question for you. This is from PUC HELCO IR 23. This was filed on December 1st, 2021. So in response to PUC HELCO IR 23, which asked whether HELCO had considered and or modeled the local health impacts of biomass combustion, HELCO states that Hawaii Electric Light did not engage in any modeling of the health effects of combustion. HELCO's SOP stated that the 2021 greenhouse gas analysis clearly shows that the long-term environmental and public health costs will be lower based on the fact that the project greenhouse gas emissions are less than the avoided greenhouse gas emissions. So given that HELCO did not investigate the impacts of stack emissions on the Hu Honua project and the human health in the surrounding areas of the project, and that the operation of the project will release greenhouse gas emissions that may have local health impacts, regardless of whether the sequestration occurs, how does the analysis clearly show that the long-term environmental and public health costs will be lower?
Can you point to the statement of position section that you're referring to, please?
Yes, I'm not sure I have it up. I will have to get it, sorry.
And Chair, can Commissioner Potter please clarify whether she's talking about the health impacts associated with GHG emissions or with any emissions?
With greenhouse gas emissions specifically, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have the reference, Commissioner?
I'm
Okay.
looking right now,
All
sorry.
right. Ms. Kimura, do you have the document in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Sorry. Next. Okay. I'm sorry, I did not log the page number, so perhaps we can just strike this question and yeah, and because I can't find it in here. So
Okay, we'll strike the question.
okay, thank you.
Or you can, is that it?
Yeah, and that's all the questions that I have, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay. And thank you, Ms. Kimura. I have no further questions. Thank you. You're excused.
All right, thank you.
Great. We'll move on to the next HELCO witness number 5. Can Abigail Kirchhoffer please identify herself? Hi. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Oh, you're muted.
Thanks. Yes, I do. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can. Okay. Let's proceed with Consumer Advocate.
We have no questions for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Hu Honua?
Just a few questions. Good morning, Ms. Kirchhoffer.
Good morning.
Can you please describe your professional experience?
Yes, I'm a senior managing consultant at Ramble, which is a global engineering and design consultancy. And I advise clients on sustainability management and strategy and provide technical consulting to improve understanding and management of life cycle impacts, risks, and opportunities.
And what were your responsibilities in connection with this project?
I worked with Hawaiian Electric and the project developers to understand the project scope and pull together the avoided greenhouse gas emissions analysis, as well as compile the project analysis provided by Hu Honua with the avoided analysis to generate the net emissions for the project.
And are you familiar with the calculations of the avoided emissions for this project?
Yes.
And in your updated avoided emissions analysis that I believe was filed in November 29, 2021, in the scenarios that you modeled, was biodiesel avoided direct emissions considered zero?
Yes.
And if those biodiesel avoided emissions were not treated as zero and instead counted, would that potentially have increased the avoided emissions with respect to this project?
Yes.
Okay. Did your calculations assume that there would be no construction by Hawaiian Electric or others at existing fossil fuel facilities to retrofit them for biodiesel operations?
I believe the answer is yes. What I'm thinking through is whether the upstream life cycle emission factors that were used in the avoided analysis might account for construction, you know, depending on the scope of those emission factors. But I don't believe they do. I believe they only account for the fuel life cycle emission factors and not the capital equipment associated with those fuels that are consumed for electricity generation. So subject to check, I would say no, it does not, and the analysis did not explicitly account for that.
Okay, thank you. And assuming that if you were to account for the retrofit of those fossil fuel facilities to run on biodiesel, would that reflect an even higher amount of avoided GHG emissions?
I can't speak to the premise of the question in terms of whether or not any retrofit or construction activities would be required to fuel switch at certain facilities. But if it were, it could have a slight impact in terms of the avoided life cycle emissions. I would add that when I say slight, I think it would be very immaterial, and it's common practice in the sort of world of accounting for life cycle emissions of fuels to not account for capital equipment or construction of facilities that are used to refine or to combust fuels for electricity generation.
If those emissions were counted, though, would that result in an increase in avoided emissions as compared to what's shown in your analysis?
Yes, if they were accounted for, it would increase, and the question is just whether it would be significant, which I don't think it would be.
Displaced electricity consisted of all fossil electricity. Would the avoided emissions be higher?
If it's all right, I'm going to rephrase the question just to check for my understanding. So do you mean if the electricity generated by the project were assumed to displace fossil fuel electricity only, as opposed to the projected grid mix, which is a combination of fossil and renewable sources, would the avoided emissions be higher?
Yes, that's my question. Thank you.
Yes, so if the project were assumed to displace only fossil fuel electricity sources, or frankly, any mix of electricity that had a higher carbon intensity, then the avoided emissions would increase.
Okay. If displaced fossil electricity was not accounted for, then would this project still reduce GHG emissions based on the analyses?
I don't know that I understand the premise of the question. Do you mean if avoided emissions from fossil fuel electricity generation were not included in the scope of the overall net analyses, would the
Correct.
project still? Yes. As demonstrated by the project greenhouse gas analysis provided by Hu Honua, conducted by ERM, the project is committing to reducing emissions separate from any consideration of the avoided emissions due to displaced fossil fuel electricity.
Did your avoided emissions analysis take into account the entire term of the 30-year project?
The avoided emissions takes into account the avoided fuel as provided by HELCO. And my understanding is that the avoided fuel accounts for the sort of project life as defined in the application. But I would need to double check the calculations or the analysis to remember whether it's a 30-year lifetime or a different defined period.
Do you have experience or were you involved in any prior GHG analyses on behalf of Hawaiian Electric for other renewable projects on Hawaii Island?
Yes, for Hawaiian Electric, and I'm just having trouble remembering which projects were on Hawaii Island versus other islands.
Were you involved in projects for other islands?
Yes.
And in all those other renewable projects, did you evaluate the entire term's GHG emissions impacts? The entire term of those projects and GHG emissions impacts?
To my recollection, yes, our evaluations cover the time period for the project as defined sort of in the application. So if Hawaiian Electric and the developer are applying for a project with a term of 20 years, then the avoided fuel produced or provide that we account for in the emissions analysis, for instance, is for that full term, as are the project and operations emissions that we account for.
And did you apply that same principle for Hu Honua's GHG analysis? Yes. I believe earlier you were referring to other fuels with higher carbon content. Were you referring to biodiesel?
No, I wasn't referring to any particular fuel.
Thank you, Ms. Kirchhofer. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Life of the Land.
Aloha, Ms. Kirchhofer. Did you generally overview the ERM analysis?
Yes.
Did you generally overview the upstream analysis?
The upstream analysis provided within ERM's report?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you examine the impact of mainland workers flying to Hawaii to work on the construction of the project?
No.
So aviation emissions was not something you evaluated?
No.
No more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tahiri?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Tahiri has no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Commission Counsel, Mr. Kayatsu.
We have no questions for Dr. Kirchhofer, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sunsian.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Kirchhofer.
Morning.
Just wanted to check in all of these or studies that you folks do in your company, and particularly these that take a look at greenhouse gas emissions and the like. Is there some standard that you folks use or follow?
There are several standards that we use, and I guess I'll use the term follow loosely in the sense that for life cycle analyses, there's sort of best practices, and there are international standards like the ISO 14040 series. But we don't always sort of follow that standard depending on what the use is for a given analysis. And so what we generally would do is rely on sort of best practices in our understanding of how to conduct life cycle analyses, whether using ISO standards, or in this case for project accounting, as Ms. Kimura referenced, there's the greenhouse gas protocol set of guidances, including one specific for accounting for greenhouse gas emission reductions associated with projects. And so we'll pull from those standards to try to make sure that the assessment we've developed is fit for purpose in terms of its intended use. You know, in this case, in informing the commission and project stakeholders about the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions for the project.
Okay, fair enough. So would it be safe to say safe to say that studies such as greenhouse gas emissions, life cycle, all of that is evolving?
Yes, it's definitely evolving. And I would say the core principles and best practices, you know, they're not set in stone, but they've been pretty well established. What really depends is the sort of specific use and the specific kind of requirements associated with a given study. So for instance, there are regulations that rely on LCA, and depending on the sort of regulatory body or framework and the intended application, in some cases, those regulations provide quite detailed recipes, if you will, for how to conduct the LCA. And that ensures sort of comparability, for instance, of different studies. And in other cases, there's not too much specific guidance. So I think that's something that is evolving rapidly. But as more and more LCA is used by decision makers, there's growing recognition that, you know, if you don't have specific requirements or standards that spell out, you know, how to conduct a study, it's very hard to ensure comparable results.
Okay. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Potter?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Kirchhofer. Good to see you again. I have just following up on the questions that I had for Ms. Kimura. So I'll try and put this in context. In the ERM greenhouse gas analysis from 2017 through 2022, they include the carbon sequestration from the forests in the model. So the first 5 years when the plan is not operational. And so the question that I had was the statement that Helco had made was, furthermore, it is within accepted greenhouse gas accounting practice to account for documented growth throughout the life of the tree, including prior to ownership and control of the growth. And I'm curious on what those accounting practices are for greenhouse gases, and if that's a credible resource, or if you're familiar with any anything that would put that into context for me?
Yes, no, a good question. I don't recall if the greenhouse gas protocol project accounting method specifically addresses that issue of how to handle sort of growth of trees, prior to combustion, or if that's a separate reference. We verified that that's sort of an acceptable practice, both through sort of general project accounting standards, where you want to ensure that the sort of scope of the project as it's defined, it clearly defines sort of what you mean by project. And that we also worked internally, on our team within Ramble, we have experts who focus on ecology and sort of accounting for biomass. And so verified with them that that's a common practice. But, offhand, I don't recall if we had specific citations that we could point to for that, or if it's just sort of based on their familiarity with past projects and standards.
That's very helpful. Thank you so much for your answer. Thanks. I yield the floor back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no further questions for the witness. Thank you, Ms. Kirchhofer.
Thank you.
Okay. Next Helco witness is Lisa Dangelmeyer. Please identify herself. And just as a reminder for folks, we'll run with this until approximately noon, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll at 1 o'clock take the Hu Honua's witness, Dr. Weaver. Can I ask Mr. Yamamoto, can we confirm at this point that your witness will be available then?
Yes, Chair. Dr. Weaver will be available at 1 p.m.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Dangelmeyer, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Then start with the consumer advocate.
Okay. Good day, Ms. Dangelmeyer. How are you?
Good so far.
Okay. Can you please explain your role in the Hawaii Electric companies?
Yes, I am the Director of System Operations for the counties of Hawaii and Maui.
So can you speak to Hawaii Electric Light's system operations here today?
Yes.
Wonderful. Have changes in generation resources on the Hawaii Island grid led to changing dispatch rules and system operations? If so, what are those changes?
Sorry, I've been with the company 25 years, so I guess what period of time are you referencing in terms of changes?
Well, let me go a little bit further, and actually that might explain. I'm curious, has there been a shift, or will there be a shift on Hawaii Island from steam units to combustion turbines?
There has, I mean, over the course of the history of the system, there was a strong presence of cogen from sugar processing, and then the legacy went into, at that time, then there was also steam units, and that were put on the system, and then, yes, I would say subsequently there have been gas turbines and combined cycle units, which are more heavily relied upon, but there still, of course, is use of some of the steam units on the system. So over time, definitely the resource mix is changing.
Okay, thank you. So going back to that question just a minute ago, so have the introduction of combustion turbines led to changing dispatch rules and system operations on the Hawaii Island grid?
Has the introduction of, I guess it would depend upon which combustion turbines. Initially, the combustion turbines were primarily used as supplementing the steam units.
Mhm.
And that's when they were primarily simple cycle combustion turbines. And then with the introduction of combined cycle units, which rely on combustion turbines in combination with a waste to heat energy steam unit, then they became economic, and that then provided competition in terms of low cost provision of the bulk energy needs of the system, and did result in some change. Of course, there's also been other kinds of resources on the system besides combustion turbines that also affect, the operation of the system and how we use resources. So changes, it's hard to say changes were solely due to combustion turbines, I guess.
Okay. What were the changes, not just solely due to the introduction of combustion turbines, but also to all of the new and different sorts of generation coming onto the system? What were the changes in the system operations and dispatch rules? If you can just say generally.
Okay, from what period of time? Generally, over time, we are increasingly incorporating renewable resources, and there's also been a major increase in distributed solar resources, which changed the net demand profile. So as a result of increasing variable solar and wind, there was a displacement or increased amount of cycling offline of some of the fossil resources. I think that's probably the biggest change.
Okay, thank you. Can you confirm that the units Hill 5, Hill 6, and Puna Steam are steam generating units?
Can you hang on? I'm going to go turn off this loud air conditioner in case it's making a problem.
Sure.
I apologize for that. Can you repeat your question?
No problem. Sure. Can you please confirm that the units Hill 5, Hill 6, and Puna Steam are steam generating units?
Yes.
Is the planned removal from service of Hill 5, Hill 6, and Puna Steam related to the need for more flexible resources?
By planned removal, I think, can I clarify, are you referencing the modeled removal that was done in the production simulations?
I think so. I think it was done in the production simulations, and it may have stemmed from Hawaii Island's power supply improvement plans, long-term plans.
I mean,
I
over
believe
time, over time, the steam units, I think it's complicated to say, but in general, that can be a part of it, but it's also just the relative assumption that, just the overall assumption that in the resource portfolio, there will be a reduced need to serve demand with fossil resources as opposed to serving need with and serving it with renewable resources. So there's that assumption, and there's also assumptions, of course, that factor in as far as the cost of the relative cost of the fuel that's used in the steam units as opposed to the relative cost of fuel in the other types of units. So all these things factor into sort of an overall estimated manner in which to serve customer demand while maintain, economically with consideration of the operational needs for generation for reliability and resilience. So it's sort of in total looking at your resources and thinking which ones do you think were most likely to be displaced.
Okay. Among those many reasons, are there any operational benefits to removing steam units compared to other thermal units, such as combustion turbines?
I would say there's operational benefits on both sides of each type of unit. They're different, and so they have different benefits. I mean, some of the benefits of generators depend on their location. So, you know, they both regulate voltage at the point of interconnection. So depending on their location, that can be a consideration. Steam units tend to be extremely stabilizing. They have a high inertia, and you know, they tend they're not prone to fast tripping. So there's those considerations. Whereas the combined cycle or simple cycle gas turbines are able to generally ramp more quickly and more flexible in their dispatch in terms of cycling on and offline. But some of the steam units have a lower minimum dispatch than some of the combustion turbines. So there's sort of, you know, I guess what I want to say is there's pros and cons to each type of resource.
Can you speak to the pros and cons of reciprocating internal combustion engines?
By that, are you referencing the diesel units? The EMD units that we have? Is that what you're referencing?
Sure.
So those generating units are used in a different manner than the combustion turbines, simple cycle or combined cycle, and the steam units. Although there is some overlap with some of the combustion turbines, but some of the combustion turbines and some of the diesels primarily exist for either for emergency recovery, what we call replacement reserve. They can come online very quickly. And so they're not operating, they don't provide a lot of energy, but they're very good at either preventing under frequency load shed for a down ramp event, or they can come online quickly for under frequency load shed so that we can restore customers quickly. They're also good for a stopgap if there's just a small amount of demand to be served, and rather than putting on a large unit and running at an inefficient load, they're good for that. So I think it's sort of a different use case for those generators, and they're very flexible and good for the purpose. I mean, they have a good complement to a stable operation of a system with high amounts of variable generation, especially an island system.
Okay. I just want to check. Is a steam unit interchangeable with a combustion turbine or a reciprocating internal combustion engine like a diesel unit? Would you call it interchangeable?
In terms of the operational, in terms of the provision of energy, like just plain bulk serving energy of megawatts, one can say they could be comparable. In terms of the technical and operational characteristics, there are differences between the units that would result in differing system stability results if one plugged in the models, as well as different operating characteristics.
Thank you. From your understanding of the Hu Honua facility, could it respond to changes in load and generation as quickly as a combustion turbine or reciprocating internal combustion engine?
To my understanding of this particular facility and the particular fuel and the characteristics provided to the company, the combustion turbine or gas turbines can respond much more quickly than the steam unit, Hu Honua.
Okay, thank you. Just hold on one second. Let me. Okay. What system operation benefits does Hawaii Electric Light expect to receive from Hu Honua?
Let me just clarify, by system operation benefits, you mean like grid benefits as a whole to the
Yes,
system?
things like system inertia, frequency response, voltage regulation, spinning reserves, so forth.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, the steam units tend to have a high inertia, which is results in a lower rate of change of frequency for imbalances, and that's positive amongst other things. It is intended to provide a primary and supplemental frequency response and be capable of load following within the range provided by the facility between the minimum economic dispatch and maximum economic dispatch. Supplemental frequency response within the minimum regulation dispatch point to maximum, and voltage regulation at the point of interconnection. The other, I guess, advantage worth noting for Hu Honua would be that, similar to geothermal, it's a dispatchable firm renewable and not variable. It's not a finite energy resource like a storage. And so those would be what I would consider the benefits of a renewable source like Hu Honua.
Okay, thank you. Has Hawaii Electric Light completed any power flow studies, system stability studies, or any other studies to evaluate the Hu Honua benefits? The system operation benefits that you just talked about.
I'm not quite sure how to characterize like the benefits that you're talking about. I mean, we'd have done, I think there were system impact studies that were done. Essentially when we run the system security analysis, we identify what's required for a system to be stable for the particular combination of resources. I don't know how to answer your question in terms of to value it.
Cool.
I mean, it was assumed in the production simulations for some of the requirements of the grid, which is the reserve requirements, up and down reserves. Those are modeled as requirements in the production simulation. So to the extent that those were supplied by Hu Honua and not another resource, they would be captured. But as far as other system security studies about various combinations, I'm not familiar with something that would meet your description.
Okay, thank you. To your knowledge, does Helco have an identified need right now for system services like system inertia, frequency response, voltage regulation, spinning reserves? That is, does Helco have a need right now because it lacks those or is not meeting the levels that are required?
I presume by that question you mean services that Hu Honua could provide.
Yes.
So in that context, no, we are able to meet our system security and reliability constraints with the available set of resources that operations has available to it.
What about when Hill 5, Hill 6, and Puna Steam are removed from service? Will Hawaii Electric Light need those services that Hu Honua could provide then? Will Hawaii Electric Light have fallen below certain thresholds after those removals from service?
It is anticipated that as we remove fossil generation and transition more towards renewables, that there may be a need for enabling technologies such as synchronous condensers or other could potentially be influenced by having a renewable resource like Hu Honua. But the system security studies are still in process. So I don't know that. I mean, what I guess I can say is that there are an array of potential resources to meet system security needs, and the presence of Hu Honua may reduce some of those requirements because it does have, like we discussed, it does have rely on a synchronous generator with a relatively high inertia. So that might reduce the need for something like a synchronous condenser with a flywheel. But again, I don't know that there's been specific, to my knowledge, a specific like characterization that I could offer you at this time as to what could be swapped for what.
Okay. Okay. Let me see. To the best that you can tell, if there's a need for those services on Hawaii Electric Light's grid at some point in the future, could Hu Honua provide all of those services?
I think I'm pretty confident in saying no. Hu Honua could contribute to the portfolio needs, but there would likely still be some enabling technologies for the future state of 100% renewable with high inverter penetration.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna just talk to my co-counsel, Scott Boone. Chair, we'd like to share screen. Ms. Dangelmeyer, are you familiar with Hawaii Electric Light's policies and procedures for system operations and generation dispatch?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, and for everyone, this can be found publicly in Docket 2020-0127. It was referenced by witness Wenton in his response to, I believe it's SIR, CA Helco SIR 31 or 35. But here's the document. Ms. Dangelmeyer, you are competent and prepared to discuss this?
Yes.
Can you zoom in? It's hard. We can't really see anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to ask the same thing.
Thank you, Scott. Ooh. Let's see. Is that close enough?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So first off, near the top, just under policies and procedures, it says that this document has been updated. Sorry, it says this document is dated 2018. Do you know if it's been updated since then?
It has not.
Okay. Okay. So this is current.
Well, I think so. I shouldn't speak. There was some interim guidelines and can't remember now. I will be quite transparent here about this because during the outage of the geothermal plant from the lava flow, there was an interim guideline. I can't remember for sure if it's in here. So to my recollection, it should still be valid, but as we get into it, I might change my answer. I think it hasn't been changed.
Okay. Okay. Are the system operations policies and procedures as shown in this document impacting the forecasted use and dispatch of Hu Honua?
These policies and procedures really encompass the current knowledge of the current system. And so they're real time. Some of the principles stated in here would still remain, but it is anticipated as new resources come online, you know, some of those studies such as what I referenced, would inform operations so that we then know from the new mix of resources, what do we need to do to ensure that the system is not only, you know, meeting system demand, but also operating in a stable manner that can withstand reasonably anticipated contingencies.
Okay, thank you. Do you know if the projected dispatch of Hu Honua, as it was prepared for this application and the many subsequent filings in this docket, if that was based on this current policies and procedures for system operations?
Chair, I'm going to object. That's outside the scope of this witness's IR responses. To the extent that the preparation of the production simulation, that's something that's within the scope of Mr. Winton's testimony.
Yeah, can you restate the question, Mr. Knox?
No, I think I don't think I can restate, so I'll just withdraw that question.
Okay.
Could I just clarify the response that you gave one back? So are you confirming that these policies, as they may be changed along the way, will govern the actual operation and dispatch of Hu Honua if it's approved and if it's connected to Hawaii Electric Light's grid?
We would update these policies as appropriate for operation if Hu Honua were on the grid. But of note is that Hu Honua's contract does specify that the facility operate 24/7 unless under a maintenance. And so, you know, one of the constraints that would go into the operation would be the contractual constraints. And so there would be fewer, you know, it wouldn't be making dispatch decisions. I mean, excuse me, it wouldn't be making commitment decisions with respect to this unit if it were on the system. It would be a continually operating facility. So that kind of lessens the number of, you know, decisions to be made as to whether it should be run or not.
Thank you. I think this might just be my last question. How would operating Hu Honua at the full committed capacity of 21.5 megawatts all the time, 24/7, how would running it and dispatching it at that full level affect the system operations on the Hawaii Island grid?
The Hawaii Island system at present utilizes economic dispatch such that for resources with a cost that is relative to the output of the facility, the loading of that facility is determined by the system incremental cost and therefore optimized on that cost, which also incorporates penalty factors for the location. So if the facility were to be constantly, and that loading is increased or decreased to keep the system balanced at 60 hertz to respond to system load changes. So if you fix the output of the facility at 25, that would in essence increase the must take from that facility, which would force other resources uneconomically in their operation. And it would also mean that that facility, presuming that 21.5 was the maximum capability of the facility, would eliminate it from providing any reserve up. So you would have a higher cost system and you would have a system, it would be problematic for us to incorporate higher minimum dispatches because we are actually often constrained more towards minimum dispatch due to especially middle of the day with high behind the meter solar production. So it would be very challenging at times to even accommodate that amount of energy as a must take. So it would displace, so overall you would anticipate higher costs and more renewable displacement from other sources. And it would tend to have a negative impact on frequency as well, just because you're not doing the load following component.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair, we have no more questions for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Knox. Good timing. It's 12 sharp. So we're gonna go into recess for lunch. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock. And then just so we all remember, as we're done with Dr. Weaver, Ms. Dangelmeyer, you'll be back to testify,
Okay.
and Mr. Yamamoto and Hu Honua will be up next in the questioning. So please try and get back here maybe 5 minutes beforehand, 1 o'clock, and we'll start sharp. Thanks, everyone. We'll go into recess. Okay, we're going to start in a couple of minutes. Do we have Mr. Weaver?
Here. Hello, Chair. This is Jesse Smith. Mr. Weaver is here. I'm going to be the attorney representing Mr. Weaver during his cross-examination.
Okay. And Hawaii Electric Light will be up first. Do we have Mr. Stewart? Are you doing the examination or another attorney?
I will be handling it.
Okay. Let's see. We have commissioners. We actually may start a minute early. Okay. Calling hearing back to order. Will David Weaver please identify himself?
This is David Weaver here.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Stewart, you may proceed.
Chair, we have no questions for this witness.
Okay. Consumer advocate, Mr. Knox.
Just a couple. Good afternoon, Mr. Weaver.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Would you please look at the response to CA Hu Honua IR 115 that was filed on October 21st, 2021?
If you could share that, that would be great.
I'll check on that. I just wanted to note, you're one of the listed sponsors for that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Knox, what was the IR reference, please?
It is CA Hu Honua IR 115. It was filed on October 21st, 2021. And Mr. Weaver is one of the listed sponsors for that,
Thank you.
along with Mr. Warren Lee.
Mr. Weaver, do you have access to that response?
Our team is pulling it up, but if you could pull it up, that would be helpful as well.
Mr. Knox, do you have it?
I have it, Chair.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Jesse.
Just to confirm, it's CAIR 123, correct?
115, 115. CA Hu Honua IR 115.
I have it.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going to hand it to the witness.
I see it. It's CA Hu Honua IR 115. Is that correct?
Yes. And can you just confirm you are one of the listed sponsors for that response?
Yes.
So can you speak to that response?
There are a lot of IRs in here, so do you mind if I review it briefly before I respond to it? Thank you.
Please go ahead. The response is just about a page long, so hopefully it won't take you too long. But take your time, please.
Right. I'm going to read the question. Also, the question is two pages, and then the response is a page. So it might take a couple moments if that's okay.
Sure. Sure. Yeah, especially if you want to focus on subpart B. B as in
Okay.
boy.
Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, I've read part B and the response.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of questions. Pursuant to the MOU with H2 Energy, would additional feedstock use at the facility in order to sell energy in excess of the energy sold to Helco increase life cycle emissions at all upstream stages, such as cutting, hauling, processing, and combustion?
There would be those processes would be needed to harvest those additional trees.
Thank you. Would additional feedstock use decrease any of the sequestration at the plantations through root and soil effects?
Would it sorry, could you state that again?
If Hu Honua is cutting more trees to meet the greater energy production, would that decrease any of the carbon sequestration at the plantations?
If there was no regrowth, then it would decrease the amount of sequestration.
Okay, thank you. That's all we have. Chair, no further questions for this witness.
Okay, life of the land.
We have no questions for this witness.
Tahiri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tahiri has no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kayatsu, Commission Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. I do have some questions for Dr. Weaver. Sorry to break the streak. I know you thought you were going to get away there. Good afternoon, Dr. Weaver. I guess this first set of questions is going to focus on the updated greenhouse gas analysis that ERM prepared that was attached as part of Helco's response to PUC Helco-IR, and this refers to the supplement that was filed on November 29th, 2021. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Then let's start with there. Let's see, at pages, beginning at pages 48 and let's see, 48 through 60, there are a number of tables you have there. I'm just going to refer to them by the table number. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
When you do that, if depending on what the question is, it might help to look at it.
Of course, sure. My first set of questions are just trying to making sure I understand what's being reflected in these tables, just to give you some context. So I'm looking, for example, at let's see, table 1, for example, which is an example of the CO2 carbon calculator in a blank form. Do you see that?
Objection, Chair. He doesn't have the table in front of him. Can he have a moment to pull up the table?
I'm sorry, Chair. I thought I saw Dr. Weaver nod and say he was familiar with it.
He doesn't have it in front of them, and you asked him if he saw that, so he needs to have it in front of them to answer that question.
Mr. Weaver, would you like to take the time to have in front of you, or Mr. Kayatsu, can you share screen?
Yeah, sure. I'll see. Can you see it, Dr. Weaver?
Yes, I can see it. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. I want to just clarify that there is a column here labeled net above ground biomass growth on island. It's the second green shaded column, and I just wanted to confirm that this column is referring to carbon sequestration that is expected to take place at the Parker-Pahala and Hamakua plantations.
This is sequestration from the plantations that Hu Honua owns at those locations. Yes.
Thank you. So I just also wanted them to clarify. So looking at this, you have another column for above ground biomass grown off island, as well as NFF trees, as well as other mitigation strategies. Is that correct?
Yes, I see those columns.
Are any of those columns intended to capture the carbon sequestration that may occur from the agreement that Hu Honua has with the Friends of Hawaii Volcano National Park or One Tree Planted organizations?
Yes, the column net above ground biomass growth on island is to capture those as well.
Thank you. Let's see. I'm gonna stand by. I'm gonna scroll down further down this is the table I'm looking at, but I'm moving to page 60 of 61 of this PDF. Okay, I know the visibility isn't great. It's a long table, but it's titled CO2 carbon example, simulated production emissions from Hu Honua plant over a 30-year duration. Are you familiar with this table?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. As an initial matter, I wanted to just clarify that there, you confirm the values that are listed in the first year with no year label prior to year 2017 represent emissions associated with the construction and decommissioning of the project?
The row that's titled construction/commissioning?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, that's for construction and commissioning.
All right, thank you. Can you also please confirm that the values presented in each of these cells in this table here represent emissions and sequestration that is occurring on an annual basis?
Yes, each year is labeled in that second column.
Did ERM consider also reporting emissions for each year on a cumulative basis?
I believe that I believe that the table that you were originally showing may have cumulative. I'm not sure if it's there or not, but it's something that could be calculated.
Okay. Is there a reason why, or could you explain the reason why ERM chose to use annual values in this table versus cumulative ones?
I mean, it's just
objection. It misstates the testimony. He said it may have been there, but he needed to look at that page to see if it was cumulative or annual. I would request that he could look at that page, Chair.
So to clarify, Chair, I'm not asking about the chart. I'm asking about the current one he's looking at, the simulation results that he has in front of him here. I'm asking, he clarified that this table does reflect annual values. I'm asking what was the basis for the decision for using annual values here rather than cumulative?
you can calculate cumulative very easily from this if you would like to.
Oh, yeah. I guess maybe the question I'm asking is, does ERM believe that annual values should be used versus cumulative values? And if so, why?
I view them as one and the same. You can convert back and forth very easily.
If we were to convert them into cumulative values, would it change the date upon which the Hu Honua project reaches carbon negativity?
No, I don't quite understand the question. It doesn't change any of the calculations really. It just adds things up in another column.
I guess maybe what I'm asking is I believe related to the carbon commitment that Hu Honua has made, it said that it would be carbon negative no later than 2035, and in support it's used the study you've shown, which I think shows the facility becoming carbon negative somewhere around 2029, 2030. Is that correct?
That is shown in the earlier tables, and you can see the year that happens. I don't recall the exact year, but that sounds about right.
Okay, thank you. And subject to check. And I guess the question I'm asking is if the values were reported cumulatively, such that the prior year, that each year reflects the cumulative sequestration emissions from all the years prior, would that change the date when the project becomes carbon negative?
So the way the carbon negative commitment is here, and it's explained in the report text of this document that you have, is that the year 2035 itself is going to be carbon negative, and every year thereafter will be carbon negative, even when not accounting for the avoided emissions that Ms. Kirchhofer talked about earlier today. So that's just the project on its own, and that's the only project that I'm aware of that has made any commitments like that to be carbon negative on its own without even accounting for the avoided emissions. So I think to answer your question, it wouldn't change our commitments. Our commitments are, even if we added another column and sum things up, our commitments stand as written in the report.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver. I think you just said, you could add another column and the calculations could be done relatively easily. Would Hu Honua or ERM be willing to submit an updated table that just also has a column reflecting its calculations on a cumulative basis?
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver. I'd like to turn your attention to your testimony. This, I believe, is Hu Honua testimony T4 that was filed on September 16th, 2021, at page 12.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, and just to give you some context, I'm going to paraphrase or read a statement you have there, and I just want to rephrase it to make sure I have a correct understanding of what you're saying, so that's where this question is going. There you state that carbon neutrality is achieved in any given year when the total amount of carbon removed from the atmosphere, i.e. biomass grown, equals the amount of carbon released to the atmosphere, i.e. biomass combusted. In this case, where it takes 20 years to grow, there must be 20 times as many acres actively growing as are being removed in a year. This does not mean that 20 times as many acres must be planted each year. It means that 20 times must be growing. This could happen, for example, if 1 acre was planted each year for 20 years. Do you recall that statement?
I don't have, we're trying to pull that up in front of me. That sounds, yeah, I remember that statement. It sounds right.
Okay. And again, I just want to rephrase it to confirm that I'm understanding it correctly. So just let me know if I'm missing something. If I were to put it another way, is it that the cumulative carbon sequestered by the 20 growing acres in a given year will offset the carbon released in that year from the 1 acre that is harvested?
That's right, because not all 20 acres would be harvested. So only 1/20th would be harvested each year, because they would take, in this specific example, 20 years to go.
Okay, yeah, assuming that's the 20-year growth, yes. Thank you. Does the rationale underlying that statement take into account the maturity of trees on a given acre? For example, if the tree on any given acre in that is is still a relatively young 1 to 3 years versus closer to 18 to 20.
Yeah, that's actually a good question. I'm glad you bring it up. This is why Hu Honua is making the commitment to actually measure, because as you note, trees can grow at different rates during their lifetime. They can grow at different rates depending on if they're getting more sun or less sun or what the weather was like that year. And because of that, Hu Honua has made the commitment to every single year to do an actual inventory of all the trees. So to your point, if the saplings are growing more slowly or more quickly, if they're coppiced or if they're planted anew, if they're the NFF trees, which are the native forest, they're going to grow at a different rate than the eucalyptus. That's why Hu Honua every single year is going to go out and actually measure the actual growth. And in addition, have an independent verifier every 5 years to go look at that as well as all the other calculations to just give that added level of certainty that this was all done to the PUC's satisfaction. And in addition, as we go through this and the methodologies, if the PUC or other parties are interested or have alternative methodologies that should be used, I mean, we believe that our methodologies are very robust and very accurate. But if there are other methodologies that the PUC sees that should be used, we're happy to use any reasonable methodologies that the PUC would suggest. And we don't think it would really change the results that much. In fact, if any of these methodologies, for example, like you might be getting at with the growth of the trees, we've conservatively estimated all that. And if there were different methodologies to be used, what we think is it would actually show that Hu Honua is emitting less and sequestering more than we're already showing in our current methodologies.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver. I guess a follow-up question to that. So, assuming the necessary time for the tree to grow, in this particular hypothetical, we use 20 years. I'm assuming that means that the tree would need to grow continuously on that property for the allotted amount of time, in this case, 20 years, to reach the sequestration values that you've put into your analysis, correct?
That was I'm not quite sure of your question. That was a hypothetical to help people understand in general how it works. So I'm not really sure what your question is.
Yeah, I phrased it poorly. Let me add some more context, which may probably help you understand what I'm trying to clarify. Is these plantations where I believe Hu Honua is planning to plant and sequester trees are leased from other entities. And so I guess what I'm asking is, to the extent the tree needs to grow for a certain amount of time to sequester the carbon you've incorporated into your analysis, does that presume then that the lease needs to be extended for that period of time such that that tree can grow unhindered for the duration to properly sequester the amount of carbon that you factored in here?
So Hu Honua is accounting for trees that it owns. So to the extent that there are certain trees that do grow that Hu Honua doesn't own, Hu Honua is not going to take credit for those. Hu Honua is also planting 3.125 million trees through the National Forest Foundation in the first 5 years to accelerate the greenhouse gas sequestration. So I think what you're talking about is there are some studies that some of the parties brought up that kind of make blanket sweeping statements about biomass, and they're always referring to native forests. That there's those studies are always talking about. There's some studies from Canada Canada's very different climatically than Hawaii. Hawaii, the trees grow a lot faster. And those studies all assume that they're just being grown on the same land. In Hu Honua's case, they are going to be growing on that same land. And in addition, they're going out to other locations that have been, for example, ravaged by forest fires and planting to get those lands to grow back. So these are all attempts to accelerate the sequestration from the project, which is helping climate change.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver. I guess maybe I'm a little confused. I know you mentioned there that Hu Honua owns the trees, but my understanding is they don't necessarily own the land beneath them, to the extent that once the lease expires with that plantation, they may no longer be able to control what happens on that land. So again, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, it seems like you've assumed sequestration from some of these trees that are planted on the plantations Hu Honua has. But if the leases aren't extended for the duration of the PPA, isn't it somewhat speculative as to whether those trees will continue to sequester carbon at the same rate throughout the duration of the PPA term?
So I agree with you that it would be speculative, and that's why we're not counting those. To the extent that any lease, in the hypothetical that you propose, that if a lease did expire and the trees continue to grow there, Hu Honua would not be taking any credit for that sequestration that's going to be happening. In the instance where that happened with any of the land, it would be Hu Honua's obligation to then figure out where it's going to grow more trees, if it was going to grow more through National Forest Foundation or some of the initiatives like the Volcanoes Agreement to replant native forests on Hawaii. So Hu Honua has built in these checks and balances to really make a firm commitment that no matter what happens, they are obliged and even offered up financial penalties to ensure that trees that they really do control, or trees that they're really having planted through a reputable source like the National Forest Foundation, are going to really sequester the carbon. So to answer your question, we have thought about that and have put in safeguards to make sure that the carbon will be removed from the atmosphere, even in cases like you proposed there.
I think I understand. Thank you, Dr. Weaver. I guess this question is just to confirm that I understand. You're saying that there are certain lease agreements in place, and while Hu Honua has those lease agreements in place, trees that are growing there will be counted for sequestration purposes. But should, for example, a lease not be renewed in the following years, Hu Honua would not count sequestration from that property and would instead seek to find it from an alternative location. Is that accurate?
That's right. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That helps. So I'm going to direct your attention again back to the updated ERM GHG analysis that you provided, and I guess you provided to HELCO, that HELCO provided in response to PUC HELCO IR-17. Let me see, I'll share my screen briefly. And this is table 2, CO2 calculator simulation. Do you see it, Dr. Weaver?
Yes, thank you for sharing.
Yeah, so I just want to confirm. So then in this column here, the aforementioned net above biomass growth on island, where you clarified it refers to the agreements that Hu Honua has with plantations. To the extent you've got estimates that carry out through the end of the project, I guess, was it fair to say these are sort of placeholders now based on the information you have, but would change, for example, if the lease was not renewed on the Big Island?
I would call them reasonable estimates.
What could you elaborate on why you consider them reasonable estimates, please?
Yeah, these are reasonable estimates based on the amount of acreage that Hu Honua already has secured. It's already secured 11,000 acres, which is quite impressive given that there's not a PPA in place at this point. And I know that they've been talking to various landowners to secure that seem very interested and anxious to work with Hu Honua once there's a PPA in place. So if you scrolled over to the right on this table, you can show the acreage the acreage there, that's the approximate acreage that Hu Honua would be controlling and own at that time in this model.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver. And I understand what you're saying. I just want to make sure that when you say already secured, that means through the existing lease agreements they have. Is that what you're referring to when you say already secured?
Yes, the 11,000 acres that they already have.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver. The next question I have, you're a co-sponsor, but it may be more better directed to your colleague, Dr. Pearson. It has to do with some of the assumptions with the decommissioning GHG estimates. Would that be better directed towards him?
I can answer some of those.
Okay. So the reference, excuse me, the reference here is Hu Honua's response to PUC Hu Honua IR 59, which was filed on December 1st, 2021. And again, I'll just provide some context. We can maybe hopefully see where we're going. But again, there we asked about some of the assumptions around the decommissioning estimates, and Hu Honua clarified that it had only newly constructed portions of the facility rather than some of the pre-existing infrastructure that was already there. Do you recall that?
You cut out for a second, but I think I heard you, and this is that the emissions considered the work that Hu Honua did to bring the existing facility to the current state. Is that what you asked?
Yes, that's what yes, that is correct.
Yes, that's what was assessed.
Okay. So I have a few questions about that. And again, if you feel that this would be better deferred to your colleague, just please let me know and I'll note that. So is it Hu Honua's position that after the PPA term expires, Hu Honua will only decommission and remediate the newly constructed portions that it did versus the entire facility?
That part is outside of my my testimony, and I think that would be probably a better question for some of the other witnesses. I would like to state that the calculations we did were very conservative, and 30 years into the future, we basically are assuming that it's all fossil equipment. And 30 years into the future, it'll likely be very electrified and lower carbon decommissioning.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we did these without knowing exactly what's going to happen in the future. We did a very conservative estimate that overestimates the emissions in any scenario that we can reasonably see. And also, I mentioned this at the beginning as well. If there are, different methodologies or different assumptions that you all think are reasonable, we would definitely entertain those, especially given that the decommissioning and construction, all this that we're talking about now is, very small compared to the 1.4 million tons that the overall project is going to be reducing greenhouse gas emissions overall. So we're happy to entertain anything.
Thank you for that, Dr. Weaver. And I'll reserve some of these other questions, I guess, for your colleague. But I appreciate that answer. It helps kind of short circuit this so I can move along. Jumping around, I guess I want to have a question about the below ground calculations in the ERM report. So the specific site that I'm looking at is Hu Honua's response to PUC Hu Honua IR 18, particularly subsection C, filed on October 29th, 2021. And again, I'll just lay out some context, and then you can let me know if you need more time to find a particular site. But paraphrasing, in the response to PUC Hu Honua IR 18C, Hu Honua stated that it does not expect any soil erosion to occur at the roots, which will remain in the ground and thereby minimize any soil disturbance and concomitant erosion. Do you recall that?
I recall that there were responses discussing that the stumps will remain in the ground and that will reduce erosion. I don't recall the exact wording. So, I mean, but if it's in there, that sounds reasonable.
Okay, so maybe following up from that, in ERM's analysis, did it account for potential erosion in its calculation of the below ground emissions?
Absolutely. We took a very conservative, I haven't looked at the response that you pulled up, but I think I get where you're going with the calculation. We took a very conservative approach and assumed in the calculations that in the year that any amount of the plantation is harvested, that instantly all of the soil carbon and all of the root systems is converted to carbon dioxide, which is clearly really conservative. If you've ever had a tree in your yard and it's come down or it's had to be removed for some reason, that root system stays there for a long time. So we took a really conservative assumption and did assume that all of that is turned to carbon dioxide immediately.
Okay, thank you. Following up, I have a clarifying question, and again, this our response has multiple sponsors. So if you don't know, just please let me know. Actually, no, strike that. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of a different question. Oh, and just to clarify, then similar to the responses that we discussed earlier regarding above ground sequestration, sort of the modeling assumptions that deal with the amount of carbon sequestered below ground also assumes a continuation of the lease agreement such that the ground wouldn't be disturbed by some other type of land use.
I can just rephrase it just to make sure I understood. So I think you're asking about the below ground sequestration and if that would be accounted for. That's only accounted for when Hu Honua owns those trees. So if a lease were to end, or even we're very conservative actually, even though some of the trees could grow past the end of the PPA, we're not taking credit for any growth that's happening after the end of the PPA, even though there will likely be trees that Hu Honua has either planted or coppice that will still be growing and sequestering, but we're not taking credit for that.
I see. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, the next question. This next question is just a clarification, hopefully an educational lesson for me. I'm referring to the I believe it's a site that you use in your updated project analysis where you referred to a thesis by, I believe it's Mattia Reeves. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the question is just, there you reference, and it's used in the calculations of root to shoot ratio. I was hoping you could explain to me what a root to shoot ratio is and how it was factored into the calculations.
Yes, it's a good question. Thanks for asking. It's the ratio of the amount of biomass or the amount of tree that's above ground to the amount of tree that's below ground. So the root to shoot ratio, the root is the root system, and the shoot in this case is everything that's above ground. So a root to shoot ratio that we use in this calculations, and I'm not looking at it, but I remember the number, it's 0.2, means that 1/5 of the overall biomass is below ground.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver. That helps. Don't know why the thesis couldn't have said it as succinctly as you, but I appreciate that. Let's see. Turning over, let's see. I have a couple of questions about the assumptions that were used for the National Forest Foundation pledge in your analysis, and these are kind of higher level. So if you want me to, I can direct you to specific responses. But I suspect that once I ask the question, you'll probably feel comfortable. So maybe we could start there and see how it goes.
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
All right. In this case, it sounds that like in terms of the inputs that you use for the growth and the survival rate and such of the NFF trees, you relied on data that was provided to you by NFF, correct?
Yes, we talked to the NFF, and I think there were some IRs that were submitted after some of the SOPs were issued that went into detail of the NFF methodology. And in addition, like I said before, we're going to be monitoring those trees every year after they're planted, and also verifying the sequestration every 5 years. So to the extent that anything is different, we'll capture that with real data, and Hu Honua will be accountable for cheering it up. They grow a little bit more, a little bit less, but regardless, Hu Honua will still meet all of the same commitments.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver. And I think you've kind of helped set up nicely the next follow-up question I just wanted to confirm. So again, the 100-year linear growth rate that's been used in these calculations, I believe, has served as a convenient placeholder pending further information about the specific tree types and regions that the NFF actually utilizes?
Yes, we submitted a list of dozens of different trees that could be planted, all native trees. And the 0.5 tons per tree is the average based on NFF over, I think it's decades of doing this.
Thank you.
And also, I'd like to clarify a little bit on that as well. So when we calculate the sequestration from the NFF trees, that 100 years that you just mentioned is also a very conservative estimate. When those trees grow fully, so it's 3.125 million trees, that's a little more than 1.5 million tons sequestered when they're all grown to full growth. We've only actually taken credit for less than 500,000 tons. So we're actually leaving 1 million tons on the table that we're not even taking credit for in those calculations that you see, because those trees will continue to grow after the end of the PPA. So it's the 100 years, and the way we're approaching it is very conservative. And again, just that's in addition to the 1.4 million tons that Hu Honua is already that we've calculated. Hu Honua is, or sorry, that Ramble has calculated is going to be removed by the project. So it's a 1 million tons conservative.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver. Sorry, I'm just trying to line up the appropriate exhibit. Okay, here we go. Just following up on some of the statements you made there regarding the conservative estimate regarding the 100-year lifetime for the NFF trees. I'm referring now to Hu Honua's response to Hu Honua IR 69 filed on January 10th, 2022. And I'll share the screen so you can follow along. I think it's this one. Do you see there the response NFF is in the process of determining the region?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, so in this response, I'm scrolling down, it looks like these are the primary planning regions NFF plans to use. And I just note when I read the response, it seems that the planting is intended to replenish places that have been negatively impacted by natural disasters such as forest fires, disease and insect outbreaks, hurricanes, high winds. So to the extent that the NFF seems to be focusing its tree planting on remediating places that are subject to these extreme conditions, how does that is that consistent with assuming that the trees planted by NFF will live for at least 100 years?
So we're going to measure every year. So to the extent that any of these trees do not make it, for example, Hu Honua will not be able to take credit for it. They've also built into their calculations survival rates, and in some of the IR responses, we talk about how the overall methodology is developed. So their estimate of 0.5 tons over 100 years is based on decades of experience. I mean, this is the National Forest Foundation. It's probably one of the most reputable agencies around with regard to afforestation. And regardless, it's going to be measured every year and verified every 5 years. So if there are any issues or it does not go according to plan, there are stopgaps built into the Hu Honua commitment to absolutely ensure that the project just on its own is going to be 30,000 tons carbon negative. And when you account for all of the fossil emissions that the project is also displacing by coming online, 1.4 million tons removed from the atmosphere. And again, those numbers are not, to the extent that these trees take a long time to grow and they only start growing past the end of the PPA, Hu Honua is going to have to plant yet other trees or remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere in other ways if those trees don't grow according to plan. So it's got many stopgaps built in to ensure that this project is one of the greenest and most carbon negative projects that I've seen.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver. I have a few more questions, but I think maybe I can short circuit this by kind of asking you a question about what's within your scope and not. This has to do with the carbon commitment aspect. And I know a number of witnesses from Hu Honua are sponsoring aspects of it. I have questions about the implementation of the carbon credit commitment. Is that something that falls within your scope, or is that better suited for other witnesses versus use of the carbon commitment in the calculations?
You can ask me questions and I'll answer to the best of my ability. And,
Okay.
and if some of the questions are outside of my testimony or scope, I'll let you know.
Okay, that sounds fair. I believe under the carbon commitment, in addition to annual reporting, there would be a verification, an independent verification performed every 5 years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Has Hu Honua identified a list of potential candidates for this role?
So in an effort to make sure, so verification, I think the actual language is an independent third-party verifier. So in an effort to really make sure that that verifier is independent, Hu Honua has not put forth any names or agencies that it would like to use. Hu Honua wants to work with the PUC to make sure that it is truly independent and select a verifier, either have the PUC select the verifier or work with the PUC. So if the PUC would like to start that process with Hu Honua providing a list, Hu Honua is happy to work on that and provide a list. But Hu Honua didn't want to get ahead of themselves and would like to keep it very independent and objective.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver. What would be the result or the consequence if this verification indicated that the sequestration was not in line with what had been reported in the prior 5 years?
So there would be steps made to, and again, I don't think that this has been talked about on the record, but I'm happy to give some thoughts on it. Is that there would be a process to look at the so you're proposing where there's two conflicting data. The verifiers say it's X and the annual inventory said it was Y, and they're different. I think that there would be some additional investigation into both sets of calculations to see where the difference may have arose, and that would certainly be done in conjunction with the PUC. And if there are processes or approaches that the PUC prefers on how that would work, we're happy to discuss those and to adopt those.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver. And this is kind of why I was questioning whether this was in your scope, in that I know this is sort of getting into what Hu Honua may be willing to do, and I know you're limited by the boundaries of your contract with them. But I appreciate your thoughts. And presumably, if it were turned out after this investigation that there had been a shortfall of sequestration earlier, I know again you're perhaps not speaking on behalf of Hu Honua, but your thought would be that this would be remedied as a result.
So if there was truly a shortfall, so we've built in mechanisms in case there is a shortfall, that there would be either financial penalties or Hu Honua would go to the market and buy high quality nature-based carbon offsets to remedy any shortfalls. And in the report, the analysis that we put forth, it talks about which month the inventory would be completed by, which month of the year any offsets or additional steps would be needed to be taken to make sure that that year or the overall project had met its commitments.
Thank you, Dr. Weaver. Maybe again to attempt to sort of short circuit all this, have you or ERM discussed with Hu Honua some of the specific actions that would be taken to implement this carbon commitment in terms of the verification and the purchase of carbon credits or the payment of financial penalties?
Yeah, most of it is documented in the responses to IRs and the testimony. There's quite a lot of information there talking about that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Weaver. I think that's all the questions I had for you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kayatsu. Now for the commission, Commissioner Sunsian.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Weaver.
Good afternoon.
I just had a couple of questions just to clarify. When the Consumer Advocates Council, Mr. Knox was asking you, talked about whether or not, right, if there's an increase in the feedstock, which means you need to harvest more to meet the energy demand, and right, you said that it would decrease sequestration at the plantation. Were you specifically talking about that local place of the plantation, or is this as an overall number?
Sorry, I think that there was a question at the beginning specifically around hydrogen production.
Okay.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. So, well, basically it was asked, right, if you're going to basically harvest more trees, right, in order to increase the amount of energy that is produced by the project, right? Whatever its use is being used, right? There's going to be a decrease in the sequestration of a plantation. I wanted to know, when we're talking plantation, are we talking just the local plantation where it's harvested, or are we talking, is that relevant to an overall number of sequestration being reduced?
Okay, I think I understand your question. So whenever Hu Honua harvests, well, first of all, Hu Honua is only harvesting from plantations. It's not harvesting any native forest. So like you said, from these plantations. So any harvesting that is done is going to be accounted for. And so we're going to calculate that every single year, actuals on how much is harvested, how much is used at the facility. And again, that's going to be subject to verification every 5 years. So everything that is harvested adds to how much Hu Honua then therefore has to grow back. So the mass balance and the accounting around the entire project forces Hu Honua that at the end of the project, there will be more vegetation than there was at the beginning of the project. So I'm just going to state that again, just so it's clear. At the end of the project, there's going to be more vegetation than there was at the beginning of the project. And not only will there be more vegetation, but there's going to be much more native trees because of some of the commitments with volcanoes, with the National Forest Foundation. So whenever there's any removal associated with this PPA, there will be the growth, the sequestration associated with it. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, thank you. It does clarify it. Let me ask you, and maybe you're not the person, because this might be more forestry related, but to your knowledge, when they harvest a tree, right? Are we talking cutting it down, to soil level, or are we talking only a certain percentage of the tree is actually harvested?
So it's usually, I don't recall the exact numbers, but I think it's between 6 inches and 3 feet that is typically remains above ground after harvest. And regardless, the inventories that we're going to be doing every year are going to count for this. By these inventories, what we mean is that people are actually going to go out and look at how much tree is left on the site and account for that. In addition, when these trees are harvested, this is eucalyptus again. It's a plantation, it's a crop. They grow very, very fast, and they will spontaneously coppice and regrow when they're harvested without you having to do anything. So when Hu Honua harvests, these trees will immediately start growing. Does that help? Does that help a little bit?
Okay, yeah, it does, and maybe just a follow-up to that. So, right, say they harvest and there's like 3 feet left of the tree. Does that mean sequestration potential of that tree went down to 0, or can a 3 foot, right, remaining above ground still sequester some amount of carbon?
Okay, I think I see where your question is, and this gets at the difference of carbon. I'm going to try to use a less technical term. The technical term is carbon flux. I guess a less technical term would be the carbon change, the amount of carbon that's stored. So it's kind of like a bank account. You have some amount of money in your bank account. And as you put money into the bank account, it increases. As you remove money from the bank account, it decreases. So the stump that is remaining there is still going to hold the same amount of carbon as it did before, because it's still physically there. The stump is largely made out of carbon. And as it starts growing, the growth of the tree, all that tree is actually made up of a lot of carbon that it's pulling out from the atmosphere. So as the tree grows and gets bigger, it removes more carbon each year. If a tree then stops growing and stays the same size year after year, it's not changing, it's not actively changing the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. But what it is doing is it's holding those greenhouse gases, but it's not changing it year over year, but it's holding it, the amount that's already been removed. Does that help?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorry if it wasn't super clear.
Oh. Maybe just kind of, and I think you actually answered this, but just to make sure that I heard correctly. So there's a commitment or some agreement with the National Forest Foundation to plant 3.125 million trees over, I believe, the PPA life, the term of the PPA. Is that correct?
No, it's actually within the first 5 years.
In the first 5 years. And are those, and I think this is not all true, right? It's not all in Hawaii, right? It's not all going to be planted here.
That's right.
It could be in those planting regions that you mentioned, right, in the response.
Yes, and as climate change, I mean, it's called global, referred to as global climate change. It's really a global issue. And this is very similar to the way that we counted the emissions from the project and did life cycle emissions from the project. So we're counting a lot of emissions from the project that don't occur in Hawaii as well. For example, shipping of fuel or manufacturing of fertilizer. So we try to take a really holistic and global look at the carbon in and the carbon out to this global challenge that we're facing.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Weaver. Chair, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Potter.
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Weaver, I just have a couple of follow-ups. When you were talking or answering a response from Commission Counsel Kayatsu, you talked about some of the built-in mechanisms if there's shortfalls in meeting the sequestration commitments, and they referred to penalties or basically buying offsets. What if the project company's not able to do that financially? What then is the recourse?
So I would say that's outside of my testimony. I would refer that to other witnesses. But the ability to buy those offsets and to sequester the delta is, my understanding, is a condition of approval. I'm not sure exactly, again, it's outside my area of expertise, how the PUC and Hu Honua would negotiate that and put that all into force and deal with that.
Okay. I just brought it up because you brought these up as shortfall. Is that better directed at Witness Lee, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Okay. Thanks. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you for accommodating our schedule, Dr. Weaver. I think with this, you're excused.
Your Honor, Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but may I have the opportunity to do some redirect before the witness is excused?
Can you further explain the purpose, the need?
Yes. Yes, I would like to clarify his responses to some of the questioning, both by the CA and the Commission's counsel. And I'll try to be very brief.
If that occurs, we would like the opportunity to ask any additional questions.
I would note that Mr. Curtis did not ask any cross-examination questions, and my redirect would be solely limited to the cross-examination done by the other attorneys.
Mr. Smith, you're real. Again, what do you believe is the purpose that this will serve?
I would just like to clarify some of his testimony, specifically with respect to the question asked by the consumer advocate about whether, the sequestration would be reduced if the trees were not regrown, and also with respect to some of the Commission counsel questions regarding decommissioning.
Do you believe it's necessary after his response to Commissioner Sunsian, I believe, stated that the account, basically the counting for any of the harvesting would be taken care of?
There's just one more point that I would like to clarify, Your Honor. And again, I apologize with the permission of the.
And it's not possible to do this through, you have a number of other witnesses that have co-sponsored a lot of the same testimony.
I think this is specifically within the scope of Mr. Weaver's testimony because it talks about sequestration.
How much time do you think this is going to take?
Less than 10 minutes, maybe less than 5 minutes.
If we give you 5 minutes, and you say you just want to limit it to which topics?
I want to limit it to how counted GHGs and the sequestration issue that was identified by the CA and decommissioning, those 3 topics.
Okay, we'll provide 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Weaver, in response to both the CA and the staff attorney's questions, you had referred to Hu Honua's methodology as being conservative. And specifically, the CA had asked you questions about what would happen if a tree, and this is the words of the CA, was cut down but not regrown with respect to overall sequestration for the project. Can you please explain your response in light of Hu Honua's commitment in this docket?
Yes, so if whenever a tree is harvested, there will be other vegetation grown, and that's in line with the commitments. It will be measured every year to make sure that it is all grown and adds up. And in terms of, I think the other part that you mentioned was the conservative nature of this. And when we say conservative, that means that we overestimate the emissions and we underestimate the sequestration. So we're holding Hu Honua to a much higher bar. In reality, that 30,000 ton carbon negative commitment, you know, I won't speculate on how much they're actually going to be carbon negative, but it's going to be well more than 30,000. It could be 50,000, 100,000, 200,000. But we underestimated the sequestration and overestimated the emissions. So it definitely accounts for, even without a conservative nature, just the way it's set up to account for when a tree is harvested. And then the conservative nature is just raising the bar that Hu Honua has to meet to hit 30,000 tons carbon negative.
Okay, and I want you to expand on a specific example that's given by the consumer advocate regarding the feedstock. Do you recall the consumer advocate returning questions to you regarding feedstock supply?
If you could help clarify it a little bit, that would be great.
Sure. One of the concerns is that the supply of feedstock runs out, and then Hu Honua will go to off island to import feedstock. And I want to know the impact of Hu Honua's sequestration commitments if that scenario were to occur.
That is beyond the
Thank you.
scope.
We've addressed that
Chair, I gotta object.
in some
I did
IRs.
not ask
and
any
so
question
Stop.
about that.
Hang on. We're gonna
Off-island biomass required that.
Mr. Weaver, hang on. First off, Mr. Smith, there's a lot of feedback when you're speaking, and it would appear because at least your microphones are within proximity to each other. So one, it's hard to understand the questions. Is it possible to fix that?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me try to fix that right now.
Okay, that's better.
Chair, I'd like to object. I did not ask about that in my cross.
And importing logs has not been raised until this question now.
Mr. Smith,
Yes, Your Honor.
do you want to rephrase the question?
I'll rephrase the question.
If you're going to cite the prior testimony, you actually need to stay true to it.
Okay, I'm not trying to cite prior testimony, Your Honor.
Sorry, the consumer advocate's examination.
Right. So, and I don't have a photographic memory, so I don't remember exactly what the questions were asked. But my understanding of the consumer advocate's concern as it relates to feedstock is with the GHG calculations as it would relate to importing feedstock. And Mr. Weaver had testified, I believe, in a different context with regarding sequestration. and how the sequestration would go down. And what I'm trying to clarify in his testimony is what would be the impact on Hu Honua's sequestration effort if it had to import feedstock because its current feedstock was insufficient.
Life and Land objects. The importation of logs has not been discussed until this lawyer raised it now.
Mr.
Yeah, I
Curtis,
can
correct. That's
confirm.
beyond a clarification.
Yeah. That was not part of my question.
So
That was not part of my cross.
do you want to strike?
I'll withdraw it, Your Honor, and I'll just move on.
Okay, you're running close on time.
Okay, so my last
gonna
questions have to, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to restart. You have a minute and a half.
Okay. So my final questions, Mr. Weaver, have to do with decommissioning. And you had responded in response to the Commission Council's question that overall emissions from decommissioning were very small. Could you please quantify that?
Yes, can you hear me? I had a little technical difficulty. Yes, the overall emissions from decommissioning were estimated on the order of 2,000 tons. Again, I don't have it right in front of me, but that's about 2,000 tons compared to the overall 1.4 million tons removed because of this project.
Okay. And in response to Commissioner Asuncion's questions regarding the CA's questioning about cutting down trees, is that what Hu Honua is going to be doing with this project?
Hu Honua is going to harvest plantations, and at the end of it, it'll actually grow more trees than are removed. And also, a lot of those will be native forest that was not there before. So it'll end up with more vegetation at the end of the project and more native vegetation.
And what types of trees will be on these plantations? Will it...
All right, Mr. Smith, the 5 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I'm finished.
Okay. With that, Mr. Weaver, you may be excused.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So,
Sure, Griffin, may I just ask something? I just lost my video about 1 minute ago, and I just wanted to know, is it just me or did everyone else lose it?
our connection was solid here, and given the back and forth that ensued, it would appear that most other people did as well.
Okay.
Sorry, Ms. Wong, you're responsible for maintaining your own connection.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay. 10 minutes. We'll be back here at 2:21. We will resume the examination with Ms. Dangelmeyer. I believe Hu Honua is up as the next party for cross-examination. Thank you. We're in recess. We're going to get started shortly. Do we have the witness?
Yep.
There we go.
Let me turn on my video.
Do we have counsel from Hu Honua?
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. We're going to reconvene. Thanks, everyone, coming back from the break. We're going to restart the cross-examination of Helco witness number 6, Lisa Dangelmeyer. Lisa Dangelmeyer, a reminder that you are still under oath. With that, Mr. Yamamoto, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Dangelmeyer. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Can
thank
you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can now. Thank you. Good afternoon. I just have a few questions. Can I refer you to CA Helco IR 60A that was filed on October 21, 2021? You see that on your screen?
Yeah, I was just checking if I was on the list for that one. I don't think so, but I can still do what I can.
I believe you were on the list. I have your
Okay.
file here that indicates so.
Okay.
Yeah, the list here confirms that.
Okay,
You said
sorry.
it was CA Helco IR 60, correct, Mr. Yamamoto?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dangelmeyer, if I can draw your attention to the question in subpart A.
Mhm.
And it asks at page 9, the statement that Hu Honua will provide grid services that, quote, will help facilitate the further integration of intermittent forms of renewable energy like wind and solar into Helco's grid without sacrificing grid stability and energy supply to ratepayers, end quote. Please discuss whether the company agrees with this assertion and provide any analyses that supports the company's response. Do you see that question?
Mhm. Yes.
Thank you. And scrolling down to the response, the response states in subpart A, it is possible that Hu Honua's grid services will help facilitate further integration of intermittent forms of renewable energy without sacrificing grid stability. However, those beneficial grid services must be considered along with the other operational impacts of the Hu Honua facility. Do you see that?
Mhm. Yes.
So is it, in your opinion, that synchronous generation is necessary for Hawaiian Electric's grid to operate reliably on a continuous basis, day in and day out?
Based on what we know today, so there needs to be some synchronous sources unless there are some technical advances from what I understand. There is research into running without synchronous sources. So what all synchronous sources that would be, we would still be studying that. So as far as synchronous generation, at least in the near term operationally, we need some synchronous generation on the system.
Okay, and would units that can provide synchronous generation include Hawaiian Electric's fossil generating units?
Yes, those are synchronous. All the fossil generators are synchronous generators,
That include HEP?
including HEP.
And would that include Hu Honua as well?
Yes, that would be a synchronous generator.
Does Helco agree that if Hu Honua is operating at its minimum 10 megawatts, it would be providing up to 11.5 megawatts of spinning reserve and upward regulation.
If it is operating at 10 megawatts and there's no deviation and the capacity of the unit is 21.5, that is correct.
Do you know whether the spinning reserve benefits are quantified by Hawaiian Electric in its production simulation?
The spinning reserve, the cost impact of Hu Honua providing the spinning reserve is captured to some extent in the production simulation because it is modeled as meeting the minimum spinning reserve requirement. So it is contributing to the minimum regulating reserve, which is the present characterization of the minimum reserve in the production simulation. So it is incorporated in the total cost assessment that is done.
Okay, thank you. And if Hu Honua were to be operational and running at its minimum 10 megawatts, if for any reason if it didn't have that minimum 10 megawatts of, if it was not running at the minimum of 10 megawatts, do you know of what other existing resource would be providing spinning reserve to the system?
That would, I mean, any other resource on the system that is dispatchable, which could include inverter-based future dispatchable renewables that are operating at less than available capacity. It could be PGV, it could be any of the conventional fossil plants. So any resource that is dispatchable under automatic generation control and not operating at its maximum will be providing spinning reserve.
Okay, thank you. Does Hawaiian Electric have a formal spinning reserve policy? For example, do you have a rule that determines how much you need at any given time?
We have guidelines for the operator. We try to capture those guidelines in modeling roles, but essentially we try to operate with, at this point in time, because of the cost implications of carrying reserves, we try to keep the reserves, the minimum reserves to the minimum we can, and it's basically based on a certain amount of reserve allocation for the anticipated change in net demand within the hour, plus the observed volatility of wind and solar, which are the variable components, which also incorporates some level of uncertainty. So it's a dynamic allocation based on the system operator, which we capture with some modeling roles.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions that were deferred to you by some of the other Hawaiian Electric witnesses. Do you know whether inverter-based resources such as solar and battery storage can provide true inertial response?
True inertia requires a rotational mass. So inverter-based resources don't provide a true inertia, mechanical inertia. I would interpret true as mechanical in that sense.
Provide mechanical inertia.
I think you cut out there, Will.
Oh, I apologize. I thought
I'm not sure the witness heard the question. Sorry.
Okay, I apologize, Ms. Stangelmeyer. Let me repeat.
I thought you were writing something down there.
Okay, can Hu Honua provide true or mechanical inertia response?
Yes, essentially all synchronous generators will have some true inertia.
Okay. And what about short circuit current? Can solar and battery storage provide short circuit current?
Yes, they can.
Does Hawaiian Electric have a policy of prioritizing dispatch based on grid safety and reliability first, which takes precedence over economic dispatch?
I would say we prioritize safety, and then reliability, although of course we have to say reasonable reliability. We have to balance cost, reliability, and, consider constraints on the system. So, we try to establish rules where we should perform acceptably under reasonably anticipated contingencies, and that is considered in the reliability component of that decision priority.
Okay, and if such priorities needed to be honored, then in terms of dispatch, would that sometimes result in higher price resources being used instead of lower cost resources?
Yeah, if a resource is deemed like a reliability must run, then it would operate for that reliability requirement, even if that were not the economic dispatch.
Has Hawaiian Electric ever considered prioritizing renewables or renewables that have the ability to reduce GHG emissions as a priority?
Well, we're considering it in our resource planning, and I would say that some of the current plans incorporate that. In terms of day-to-day dispatch, we operate on the basis of operational cost, which would be from an operations point of view, the resources that are available to you on the system. We operate them on the basis of, as we mentioned, reliability and then cost, but also considering the contractual constraints. Those are the operational criteria that we use.
And when you refer to operational costs, are you referring to economic dispatch?
It could also be the hourly cost. Economic dispatch is the variable cost, or the incremental cost is considered, but then there's also the decision of which resources you actually bring online. There could be unit commitment decisions, and those are considered a cost per hour. But like fixed costs are not part of that. I mean, once a resource is available operationally, whether we use it or not, it's there. So from an operations point of view, we consider the costs that change with our decision making.
Okay, so in Hu Honua's case, would its energy price be considered that variable cost or that incremental cost?
Right.
So Hu Honua would then be dispatched based on that variable or incremental cost?
Yes. Relative to the other incremental costs of the dispatchable resources on the system.
And does the dispatch take into account the fixed O&M?
Fixed O&M, so not variable with hours. Well, the hours of operation, it's continually operating. So the only cost that would be considered would be the costs in the contract that vary with respect to the output of the facility, and those will factor into the incremental cost. And that will determine what output is asked for from the resource.
What about the capacity cost? Is the dispatch based on Hu Honua's capacity cost?
No, because that's a fixed cost that doesn't change with respect to what load the unit is operated at.
Thank you. Earlier, I believe you were responding to a couple of questions from the Consumer Advocates Council. I just wanted to clarify. So for the Keohole combined cycle unit, does that generally operate 24/7?
Under the typical pricing that we have of the various resources, it would typically operate 24/7.
Do you know what the minimum loading of a single train of Keohole's combined cycle unit runs at?
I should check. I think it's something like 12, but I'm not 100% sure.
That'd be 12 megawatts.
Right, but like I said, I haven't looked at it in some time, so my memory could be failing me.
Okay. But would that functionally be the equivalent of Hu Honua's must run? If you were to consider Keohole's combined cycle unit must run against Hu Honua's 10 megawatt must run, do they serve the same benefits or purpose to the grid?
It actually is different because Keohole could cycle offline if another similar resources. But once it's on, let's say we need the unit on and that's the unit. Basically, whatever the minimum dispatch limit is how low, from that point, the automatic generation control can only operate the unit to meet demand down to that minimum limit. So if it's 12, it's 12 megawatts. If it's 10, it's 10 megawatts, whatever that is. However, it's worth pointing out that in combined cycle, the Keohole unit has a higher output capacity than 21.5.
Okay. I believe the Consumer Advocates Council also asked you about Hill 5, Hill 6, and Puna. My question is, if those units are removed, as indicated in the updated resource plan in Hawaiian Electric's bill impact analysis in the years 2025 and 2027, and there are no other synchronous machines added, will then be needed for grid stability?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? The one word kind of cut out at the end there.
Okay, so yeah, my question is, Hill 5 and Hill 6 and Puna are all units that Hawaiian Electric indicates will be removed in its updated resource plan in its bill impact analysis for Hu Honua. And the removal of those units occur in 2025 and 2027. So if no other synchronous machines or other units are added before then, would Hu Honua be needed for grid stability?
I think that, if there is found that, well, first of all, we could add other non-generation resources like synchronous condensers. They could potentially provide the synchronous source. So system security studies will advise operations as to whether or not there is a minimum dispatch requirement of a synchronous generator. And if that's so, it could be any synchronous generator. It might be locational, but it would be informed by study. So, and by synchronous generator, that could include, of course, PGV in addition to Keohole, combined cycle, Hamakua energy, or Puna CT3. I mean, there are other synchronous generators. So,
but those you just mentioned, aside from PGV, those are all fossil fuel units, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And is it your understanding that Hawaiian Electric currently has no plans for additional renewable resources to be added to the Hawaii Island grid, other than the stage 1 solar plus storage projects, between now and say 2028?
I'm going to object. Can you provide a citation to the IRs that this witness sponsors regarding future planning additions? It seems like we're pretty far afield in regard to her testimony, or she didn't even provide testimony, just the IRs that she sponsored.
Mr. Yamamoto, can you provide that citation?
I'll strike the question.
Okay.
If Hu Honua comes online, I believe you testified that it would potentially provide grid benefits. Is that right?
Yes.
And can you please describe what those grid benefits are?
I mean, off the top of my head, I know we listed them several times in responses, but I mean, as a synchronous machine, as we discussed, it provides inertial response, primary frequency response, load following, supplemental frequency response, voltage regulation at the point of interconnection, fault current, and firm capacity for availability of supply. I think that's comprehensive, but would have to review all of my notes to be sure.
Okay, and are you aware of whether the dispatch of a resource such as Hu Honua may be impacted by the cost of oil and fossil generation on the grid?
And as we just discussed, this facility is operated 24/7. So the only, the determination of the incremental output of the facility will be based on a combination of net system demand, what must take resources are on the system. So what remaining net demand there is to be served by dispatchable resources, and then that load is allocated amongst the dispatchable resources based on incremental costs. So incremental cost of fossil resources will be linked to the price of fossil fuel. So obviously that relative incremental cost will be a factor.
Okay, I understand the must run of 10 megawatts, but setting aside that, is it conceivable that Hu Honua could be run up to 21.5 megawatts, not on a must run basis, but based on the fact that the cost of oil has increased to the point where it will be dispatched ahead of fossil generating units?
Ahead of fossil generating units. I mean, I imagine there would be some price point where one could calculate what the price of oil would have to be for that incremental cost to be lower than the fossil resources, and then that would be the point where it would be increased ahead of fossil generation in terms of the online economic dispatch.
And has Hawaiian Electric calculated that price point?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know. I haven't.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stangelmeyer. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto. Life of the land.
Aloha, Ms. Stengelmeyer. Good afternoon. I have two questions. As in the Kahului power plant, can you remove the fossil fuel power source and still maintain the spinning mass to help stabilize the grid?
That would be a conversion to a synchronous condenser, I think is what you're discussing. And
Yes.
yes, that is something that can be done, at least theoretically, for any of the steam units.
For example, Hill or Puna.
Right.
And second, you were talking about the price point at which Hu Honua becomes economical compared to fossil fuel. But you don't know what the price, of oil will be when the Hu Honua comes online, if it ever comes online, correct?
We do not know with certainty any future price of oil.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Ms. Wong, Tahiri.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Dingelmeyer. It's a long time no see. I know that you said you were with HELCO for 25 years, and it may be that I've been doing this for 30 years, so I think we're the old ladies of the bunch. So I just wanted to do some follow-up that your colleagues gave to you. When I was asking questions to Ms. Deha Matsushima, I was saying that the minimum load was 10 megawatts. And she started to clarify me, saying that there are times when the minimum load is 7 megawatts. And when I tried to get a distinction, she sort of punted to you. So can you tell me when does the 7 megawatt minimum load apply, and when does the 10 megawatt minimum load apply for the Hu Honua plant?
My understanding of the contractual terms and the way, I think it may even be written this way, but anyway, the 10 megawatts is the minimum dispatch limit for continuously operating facility for frequency excursions outside of 60 hertz. It could be used to provide additional downward response down to 7. So under a transient frequency excursion. So it would be contributing under quiescent conditions, it would be contributing 3 megawatts regulating reserve in the down direction, and would be dispatched below 10 if frequency needed to be brought down because it was above 60 hertz.
Okay, so I'm going to try to rephrase that in layman's term because I'm not as smart as you and I'm not an engineer. So would it be correct to say that basically the 10 megawatt minimum load would apply during normal circumstances, and the 7 megawatts would apply during emergency situations or extraordinary circumstances?
I don't think that's the way that I would. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of overly broad for my engineering soul.
Okay, please go ahead.
I think it would be for frequency transients.
Okay.
It can operate below 10 under normal conditions where frequency is within the controlled deadband. It's 10.
Okay, thank you. Will HELCO be dispatching Keahole at its minimum operating limit during low system loads to accommodate Hu Honua's 10 megawatt of must-run generation?
I haven't examined the hourly dispatch results and commitment that was forecast. So I don't know the typical operation. I think that would be unlikely under most circumstances, but I can't say that would never occur. It would have to be a circumstance where we would want Keahole on for the upward reserve or some other constraint. So I don't know. I should have just said I don't know. Sorry.
No problems. And then this last question, I think you can thank Mr. Uwenten. He punted this one to you. What are the typical minimum system loads currently being experienced on HELCO system, and what time of day do these occur?
The lowest loads are actually, I mean, honestly, I would be more comfortable if I was able to look it up, but just the lowest loads are actually at this time occurring in the daytime, during high solar production, and they're below 100, like, 90 or something on that order.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dingelmeyer. It's nice to see you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to Commission Counsel, Mr. Kayatsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a few questions for this witness. Good afternoon, Ms. Engelmeyer.
Hi.
For this first question, I want to direct your attention to HELCO's response to Tahiri HELCO Supplemental Information Request number 25. This was filed on November 18th, 2021. While you're pulling that up, I'll just read the pertinent part. As part of that response, HELCO states that it should be noted that for the 10 megawatt minimum, 3 megawatts will contribute to regulating reserves. Do you see that part?
Oh, I'm sorry. I opened 22 by mistake, and I wasn't seeing that part. So I'm sorry about that.
No worries. I can actually just share my
Mr.
screen.
Kayatsu, can you share yours?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I thought it was so organized, but I'm very disappointed in my ability to pull up these things. Yeah, okay.
All right.
Thank
you see
you
it
for
there
that.
at the top?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a couple questions just to elaborate on this statement. First, could you please describe how HELCO determined that 3 megawatts will contribute to regulating reserve?
Because we are allowed to dispatch down to 7 for load frequency control. So the difference between 10 and 7 is 3.
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
That's what I secretly hope, but you almost never get that out of witnesses, so thank you. And a follow-up question to that, does HELCO consider this 3 megawatts of regulating reserve a unique benefit that can only be provided by the Hu Honua project?
That, I should say it's downward regulating reserve would be more accurate, right? 3 megawatts of downward regulating reserve. And downward regulating reserve could be provided by any resource that is online, dispatchable under AGC control for supplemental frequency control. So it needs to be under economic dispatch so that it can, provide regulating reserve. That has a certain requirement to be dispatchable in an accurate sense under AGC. And as long as that resource is able to is operating at a point where it can be reduced from where it is currently at, it can contribute to regulating reserve down. So basically, any online resource under AGC control that's capable of participating in regulation that is at a load point above that could be dispatched lower will provide regulating reserve down.
Thank you for that, Anne. Thank you for that very thorough answer. The next question I have has to do with HELCO's response to CA HELCO SIR 38. This was also filed on November 18th, 2021. And if you were listening earlier, I actually asked this question of Mr. Uwenten, who deferred to you. So this has to go with the proving period for the Hu Honua project, and just wondering if HELCO has estimated the length of the proving period required for the Hu Honua project.
So essentially, the answer is it's going to actually depend on the performance. I'm as was mentioned earlier, I've been around a while, and when resources first come on, our typical experience is that they have to work through some issues and so on and so forth. So it would really kind of depend on the performance of that resource, that they're able to be relied upon for that, you know, capacity, that they're meeting the technical and operational characteristics of the contract that are required, you know, to make them provide the technical and operational needs of the system, that we replace any displaced resource, and that we can meet our obligation to supply our customers with reliable power. So yeah, it's just going to actually be based on observed performance and our understanding of factors that would make us believe that this is proven, it's reliable, and now it can be counted on. Because, you know, taking a resource offline, we've done that before when there wasn't a need, but retiring it is a sort of final decision. So we really want to be sure that we're not going to end up in a situation where we'll regret it and not have a resource that we need to serve customers.
Thank you. When you say it depends, is the consideration based on, for example, the size of the new resource coming online, the type of its nature, you know, in terms of what its fuel source is, or the technology involved, or all of the above?
Yeah, basically, if that capacity is and that output is part of the, you know, or weighing into that decision, I would say it's also what other resources are on the system at the time. Essentially, the decision is, do you feel confident that you will never need this resource again to come back on the system to serve customers? And so, you know, if I mean, surely there's some value in a firm capacity on the system to help inform that decision, but you would want to make sure that it has a reliable fuel source, it's not tripping, it's dispatching, you know, all of those things. There's not some indication that it isn't reliable for the long term, or we haven't proven it fully out, or whatever. You know, it's just an operational period, I would say. And then, so that's why we would want to make those decisions in real time in the future.
Thank you. My next question is based on HELCO's response to CA HELCO IR 60. And this was filed on October 21st, 2021, but I'll pull it up for you so you can take a look.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can you see it in front of you, or on the screen, excuse me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to kind of paraphrase through part of the response here, but in response, HELCO says that there may be times that high renewable intermittent energy supply cannot be completely taken by the system due to Hu Honua's continuous operation and minimum dispatchable load of 10 megawatts. This additional must-run generation may reduce the amount of renewables that can be integrated into the grid during low net load periods. Do you see that?
Yes.
My question is, during these low net load periods, which renewable units on HELCO's grid would the operation of Hu Honua's minimum dispatch most likely displace or curtail?
I mean, I can't answer that because it's a speculative future state of the system. So in general, you know, I mean, in our future state, we're going to all be renewable. Everything will be renewable. So some renewables will displace other renewables. At this point in time, like today, some of the renewable energy is either not controllable, like the distributed energy resources, you know, on the customer side, or some of the resources have a priority, like must take, where they're treated as, you know, mandatory to take unless the system is constrained. So, you know, so it's really hard to say, but I suppose in the middle of the day, we don't have a lot of, I mean, if it happened today and I had to run it and I was running it in lieu of a steam unit, you know, first we would take off the fossil generation, of course, and then to the point where unless we had must run, and then we would follow our established curtailment priority procedures for the contracts that establish the priority order in which they're curtailed. And of course, the need to curtail would depend on the output of each resource at that time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Engelmeyer. I have no further questions for you. Your Honor, I yield back to you.
Thanks, Mr. Kayatsu. Questions from the commission, Commissioner Sunsian.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Engelmeyer. Good to see you again.
Thanks.
Probably been much longer than any other person that I've seen you. But I just had one question on kind of following up on Mr. Kayatsu's questions about right, the time it takes to kind of take a look at the performance of something coming online, right, until the point that right HELCO is comfortable using it, and then taking the next decision of taking units offline, right? Not to the point of retirement, but just taking them offline.
Oh.
So can you, based on your experience, and you've seen many changes on right HELCO's grid with resources coming on from time to time, can you provide a range of how long that period is? Is it, on average a year? Does it take 6 months? I know it would depend upon the resource, but can you just give me some idea on what that period is?
Well, Mr. Ascension, I just want to clarify that the previous answers with respect to a period of time improving were always with respect to the question about retirement. Now, as far as deciding that we won't run something or we'll displace something, or start cycling, that's a lot different of a decision. So that's something we look at, as part of our planning process. So if we have a firm, date of commissioning, that would be like, we would still have some proving period, I'm sure, because they wouldn't want to be caught short. But that's a decision we would make without like an extensive time. But in that period of time, we would potentially keep a resource in more of a warm standby or ready standby if there's a need to prove something out. So that decision making is much more flexible to take something offline. And again, we have done that in the past when the economics, were such and the demands were such that it was more economical to leave the resource offline than to run it. And so we took it off the system, but we didn't at that point in time retire it. And as it turned out, we ended up needing to use it again subsequently.
Okay, fair enough. That's all the question I had here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Potter.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Ms. Dingelmeyer. I just have one question for you regarding grid services. So we've talked a lot about the types of grid services that are needed on the island, and then also what Hu Honua could potentially provide if it were to come online. My question for you is there, similar to how you economically dispatch resources for generation capacity and energy, is there a schedule or a same systematic approach to how you select what resources provide the grid services at the time of need? Does that make sense?
It does, but I'm sitting here thinking that's actually much more complicated than it might appear on its surface. So it would really depend on which grid service you were talking about. So the easy one is reserves, online spinning reserves. And in that case, because you're going to serve the load economically, unless we constrain the dispatch, the reserves are going to be allocated automatically to minimize costs. So in essence, you're choosing where you're carrying that reserve through the economic dispatch. voltage regulation at the point of interconnection is just inherently part of each resource's interconnection. It's not actually procured. Inertia is so for things like inertia or minimum the inertia or even other stability considerations that we might have in the future, like a minimum primary frequency response or something else that we identify in these system security studies. Really what we do is we actually study, through our system security analyses. So our planning team, they'll figure out what combinations of resources are stable. And then from that, you say, well, it could be this one, that one, or this one. And as a result, we will try to come up with our resource utilization plan that identifies the preferred mix of resources at any time to meet those needs. So it's really like what of the resources you have, what combinations are going to meet your needs.
That was very helpful. Thank you. Chair, I have no further questions. I yield back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. No further questions from myself. Thank you, Ms. Dangelmeyer.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah. We'll take a 10-minute break, or let's call it almost 10 minutes. Let's come back at 3:15. We'll move to the next Helco Witness 7, Taryn Hinaga. See you all 3:15. Thank you. Do we have the next witness?
Hi.
Ah,
Hi,
there we
Chair.
go. And do I see Mr. Knox here? Yes, I do. Okay,
I'm here.
great. Thanks, Ms. Hinaka. Please identify yourself.
My name is Karen Hinaga, Manager of Financial Analysis at Hawaiian Electric.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can please proceed, Mr. Knox.
Sure. Good afternoon, Ms. Hinaka. How have you been?
Good afternoon, Mr. Knox. I've been good.
Oh, good. So you are sponsoring HHB Helco IR 11, filed back on July 7th, 2017. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Are you familiar with that IR, or would you like to take a look at it?
I have it up.
Okay. Was that inquiry related to the increase in the PPA term length from 20 years to 30 years?
Yes, the imputed debt was based on 30 years.
Okay, yeah, I want to ask about that. So would you please explain how the length of the term of the PPA can trigger operating lease treatment under financial accounting guidance?
That I can't speak to because I'm not the accounting witness, or there's no witness for accounting, but we
Okay.
follow S&P's methodology for imputed debt, and they impute debt no matter if it's 1 year or 30 years.
Okay. Can you please explain how imputed debt can affect credit ratings?
Yes, so imputed debt increases the debt on our financial statements because it's not on our balance sheet, but S&P will take the debt that we have with PPAs and add it to our debt, which can negatively impact our ratios. And so to offset this negative impact, we need to offset the debt with higher cost equity, and that's how it's more costly.
Okay. And can those increased borrowing costs from higher cost equity for Hawaii Electric Light, can that lead to bill increases for Hawaii Electric, Hawaii Island utility customers?
Yes, because it's built into our financial ratios.
Okay. And if the term of the PPA is 10 years longer, it's 30 years instead of 20 years, is that a larger effect? Is that more imputed debt?
It could be. I mean, I would have to compare the 20 to the 30 year to see what the difference is. But because it's, it is a longer term and the net present value goes out 30 years rather than 20, there could be a higher impact.
Okay. That's all the questions we have. It's good to see you. Chair, we're all done.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Hu Honua?
Yes, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Hinaga.
Good afternoon.
Have you computed the 20-year versus 30-year imputed debt for the Hu Honua project?
I would have to look back before 2017 to see if I did, but I would have to go back and look in my folders.
Okay, so you do not recall one way or the other whether the imputed debt?
I don't. It was many years ago. Sorry, did you have a question?
Sorry, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto. Life of the land.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Tahiri Power?
Mr. Chair, no questions for Tahiri. Thank you.
Thank you. Commission Counsel, Mr. Kayatsu.
I have no questions for this witness, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Sunsian,
No questions.
Commissioner Potter.
I have no questions for this witness. Thank you, Chair.
I have no questions as well. Thank you, Ms. Hanaga.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a good afternoon. Next Helco witness is Ken Aramaki. Please identify yourself.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll start with the consumer advocate.
We have no questions at this time for this witness. Thank you, Chair.
Hu Honua, Mr. Yamamoto.
No questions for this witness, Chair.
Life of the land.
No questions for this witness, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Tahiri Power.
No questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Commission Counsel, Mr. Kayatsu.
I have no questions for this witness, Chair.
Commissioner Sunsian.
I have no questions for Mr. Aramaki. Thank you.
Commissioner Potter.
I have no questions for this witness. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Aramaki, no questions for me as well. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. This actually takes us to our second phase. Mr. Yamamoto, are you prepared? Is Hu Honua prepared with their first witness?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Could we please have Warren Lee? Please identify yourself. Mr. Lee, do you solemnly swear or affirm that? Can you hear okay?
I can hear you okay. I can see you.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. We start with Hawaii Electric Light.
No questions of this witness, Chair.
Okay. Consumer Advocate.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Lee. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Knox. I'm fine, thank you.
Oh, good. I wanted to start by just asking some basic questions about the facility. How was the 10 megawatt must-run minimum dispatch determined? Was it economic or technical?
It was, I believe it was technical.
Okay.
And also agreed to, as far as the committed capacity as identified in the PPA with the minimum and the maximum loads.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Then how was the emergency 7 megawatt dispatch determined? Was that also technical?
I believe that was technical, and that can be confirmed with Mr. Kevin Owens, who's the general manager of the plant. As far as the 7
Okay.
megawatt designation.
Okay, okay. I wanted to ask, what is the absolute technical and mechanical minimum run of the facility? Is that something you can answer, or should I ask Mr. Owens?
I think you should refer that to Mr. Owens, but let me just preface that, answer your question this way, is that a steam power plant is a highly complex piece of equipment where you have to balance water, steam, and the condition of that steam. So in the event that when you have a very low load of like 7 megawatts, you have what they call a very wet steam going through the power plant. And certainly a wet steam can be very detrimental to turning the turbine. So that's why you want to have what we call a dry steam. But the technical details, Mr. Owens can get into that if you want, if you need more information.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It reads that you are one of the sponsors for the CA Hu Honua SIRs 31, 43, and 49. Can I ask you a bit about those?
Sure. Do you have it available?
I can see if we can pull it up, but if not, I'll just avoid any details. Oh, I think, thank you, Scott. Thank you. So we could quickly go through 31 and 43. I just want to confirm that those cover, or at least refer to, leases for feedstock lands. Can you see 31 on the screen? And can we quickly review it, just if you can confirm that it's about leases for feedstock lands, or that's one of the issues brought up?
I see on the screen the CA Hu Honua SIR 31 up to, I guess, paragraph A.
Okay. And if you see the beginning of it, it's talking about the different plantations.
Right, I see that, Parker, Pahala, and Hamakua.
Yeah. And Scott, would you go down to the response? Okay, thank you. So in that response from Hu Honua, it says that harvesting and replanting schedules have not been updated. Do you see that, Mr. Lee?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that's probably good enough for that one. Let's because I want to keep it moving. Scott, can you help me go to 43, please? Thank you, thank you. Okay. So, Scott, would you go down to the responses, please? And if you go slowly, I'll find the one that I can point Mr. Lee to. Yeah, keep going down past E. Stones. Okay, if you keep going down just a little bit. Okay. So it's talking about the replanting. So I'm just drawing a parallel between the harvesting and replanting plans in 31 and the information about the replanting here. And then finally in 49, if we can go to 49. Thank you. So these are about, especially A, these are about agreements with partners. Would you go to the response, please, Scott? So, Mr. Lee, do you see the response to Part A about additional agreements?
Right, I see that.
Yeah. Scott, if you can go down just a little bit more, please. Yep. And just a little bit more about the anticipated commitments, yeah. Okay, so Mr. Lee, the through line between these are about plans and agreements. Now, especially in 31, Hu Honua has said that it will only update or finalize those plans if and after it gains a non-appealable approval from the commission. Is that correct? Is that correct that it will only update after approval?
Yeah, let me explain it this way, is that in May of 2017, the decision and order was issued, moving the project forward. So based on that decision in 2017 by the commission, the plant was accelerated for construction completion to meet the requirements for the intent of the DNO in 2017 to finish it by December of 2018. So with the existing agreements that we had for leases and license, we proceeded with the harvest in Pahala. So once we got into when the project was stopped in 2020, 2021, we ceased we put a hold on the harvesting at Pahala. So when we say that the harvest plans have been suspended, they need to be revisited as to when an approved non-appealable PPA is in hand. So that's the reference to 31.
Okay,
So,
and
is there another question as part of the multiple SIRs you showed?
well, the other part of the question is what other agreements is Hu Honua only going to conclude or update or provide after an approval?
You talk about the partnerships.
Yes.
Okay, so being that we do not have a non-appealable permit right now, we have still been working on securing contracts or agreements with other partners or agencies to include private landowners, public landowners, government, and other agencies that may be dealing with invasive species. So until we have a non-appealable permit, everybody's saying, well, we're willing to talk to you, but we're not going to basically agree to anything until we know that the project, Hu Honua Bioenergy, will be operational. So we keep talking to people, we keep talking to landowners. Are you interested in forestry operations? And we continue to do so, even to the point where, as of right now, we are in discussions with a large landowner for approximately 5,500 acres of additional commercial eucalyptus forests. So we continue to talk, but they're saying, well, we don't want to culminate an agreement until you have a non-appealable permit. So going back one step is that it is a eucalyptus forest on the Hamakua Coast, a commercial forest that we're in discussions with, but no final agreement. And that additional 5,000 acres would probably add, about maybe 5 to 7 years of feedstock to what we already have. So in total, right now with the 11,000 acres, we have 6 to 9 years of feedstock, depending on the level of dispatch. So with the additional 5,500, we've got another 11 to 14 years. But anyway, that's the type of discussions that are ongoing. But without a non-appealable purchase power agreement, the discussions are going, I'd say, very slow. There's a lot of interest, but very slow. And we keep talking.
Can you say, sorry, can you say who that landowner is? The one that you're in discussion with?
I'd rather not. It's still confidential in nature.
Okay. Scott, would you please go back up to SIR 31, specifically A1, 31A1? Thank you. And the response in A1, let's see, there's a line in there about, quote, the unlikely event that biomass will be sourced outside of Hawaii if an emergency situation arises. Can we find that? There we go. At the bottom of page 12, Mr. Lee, do you see that? In addition, even if Hu Honua does not have feedstock secured for the entire 30-year PPA, and even in the unlikely event that biomass must be sourced outside of Hawaii if an emergency situation arises?
I see the highlighted portion.
Oh, thank you. How likely do you think such an emergency situation would be?
You know, I think it's very unlikely. Very, very unlikely.
Okay. Now, I'm over here on Oahu, so please forgive me. Can you confirm, does Hawaii Island experience hurricanes?
Well, the last one I went through was a tropical storm, and they called that the cell. At that time, I was with the County of Hawaii, in fact. And I got to tell you, we cleaned up tons and tons, thousands of tons of albizia that was strewn all over the place, even though it was a tropical storm. Yes, so it does. Hurricanes threats are high, depending on the year, whether it's the El Nino or regular. But so far, mostly tropical storm weather, which is below 72 miles an hour.
And it has had some volcanic eruptions in the past few years, is that correct?
Yes.
And the pandemic-related and geopolitical and logistical and economic disruptions that everyone's been feeling, Hawaii Island has felt those too, correct?
Yeah, pandemic, yes, definitely.
Okay. How would you define an emergency in terms of when Hu Honua, that unlikely situation when Hu Honua would source biomass outside of Hawaii?
Well, I think it would have to be a major emergency, such as, let's say that you get a major wildfire that went through like California, and all the forests are burned down, whether it be invasive species, conservation, or feedstock. That is the type of emergency that I'm referring to. I'm not talking about a pandemic or a hurricane, but in the event that there is no local feedstock on the island of Hawaii or available feedstock in the state of Hawaii, we would look at importing feedstock. And that is the emergency type of situation that's referred to. And that's why I said it's very unlikely.
Okay. And has Hu Honua said that it is potentially willing to write that in as a contractual term to define an emergency situation for importing feedstock outside of Hawaii?
I'm not sure if that was one of the conditions of approval. There are several conditions of approval that we forwarded, included conditions of approval for the regrowth, the sequestration mostly. But, you know, we're very willing. I mean, I'm not sure about the emergency situation. I'm not sure what you're getting at or what the reference is of the citation.
Okay. Can I ask you a few questions about your exhibit Hu Honua 101 that was attached to your direct testimony, which was filed on September 16th, 2021? I believe the exhibit Hu Honua 101 was the Memorandum of Understanding with H2 Energy.
Okay, sure. Can you pull it up for me, please? So
Okay,
I know
let me see
exactly
if
what you're referencing.
Sure,
Or
sure.
where you've been referencing.
It's September 16th, 2021. That is the date of the direct testimony filings. Well, we're trying to look for it. Mr. Lee, do you have copies of your testimony with you? Just
Yeah,
checking if.
let me pull it up here.
Thank you.
Well, Hu Honua 101.
Yes, it's just attached to your own direct testimony.
Right. Okay, I've got it.
Thank you. Would you like to take any time to review it?
No. What's your question?
Oh. Let's see. Well, let me ask Scott Boone, could you pull up CA Hu Honua IR 124D that was filed on October 21st, 2021? We can cross-reference these because we can use this one specifically and the MOU generally. And then the response to 124D, I believe Hu Honua states is secured 7 to 9 years of feedstock, far in excess of the contractual requirement of 37 days of feedstock. Do you see that, Mr. Lee?
I see that.
Thank you. So can you help me understand, Hu Honua needs to cut, haul, and process those trees from the plantations to the facility and store them at the facility in order for them to be a useful feedstock. Is that an accurate distinction between the total feedstock, including trees in the ground, and the feedstock available at the facility?
Yes, the process is that we would harvest the existing feedstock, then we would haul it, then we take it to the plant, do all the measurements, the weighing, then the feedstock, which is in 20-foot log form, would be chipped, and that biomass that's chipped would be used as the fuel to go into the burner to create steam and electricity.
Thank you. Thank you. So do you know offhand about how many days or weeks or years of feedstock processed at the facility Hu Honua plans to have?
So can you repeat your question, please, Mr. No? How many?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Sure. For that distinction that we drew about the feedstock that has actually been cut and processed and is at the facility and ready for use, do you know offhand an average number of days, weeks, months, or years, how much feedstock will typically be kept ready for use at the facility, as opposed to the total feedstock, which counts trees still on the ground?
I understand. I think I understand your question. Let me explain it this way. So we have space at the plant. We can store a log storage of about 7 to 10 days of logs. We also have a chip storage building where you can, with the chips, where the logs are already chipped, and it's stored in a large warehouse space. So subject to check and verification with Mr. Owens, you're gonna have about 10 to 14 days of feedstock on the plant. So some will be in chip form and some will be still in log form. Also, further answer, I think answering, well, not your question, but to elaborate, is that we will have logs,
Please.
not at the plant, but logs cut into 20-foot lengths, decked, stacked in piles at the harvest site. So you'll have logs ready to go to be sent to the plant, at the plant, and in the form of wood chips or logs to be chipped, and then you'll have logs in the field to be hauled.
And I imagine this might be a little harder question, but I just want to ask because you mentioned the logs in the field. Do you have any sense of about how many days of usable feedstock that staged cut logs in the field would represent?
Yeah, well, that the number of logs in the field would be dependent on what they call our burn rate, meaning how fast the biomass is being converted into electricity based on the amount of dispatch from Elko. So once we determine what that burn rate is going to be on average, we can determine how much logs we want to harvest in the field.
Okay. And the 10 to 14 days worth at the facility, do you know if that's based on a dispatch closer to the 10 megawatt minimum or closer to the 21.5 megawatt maximum?
Yeah, so that's why when I said depending on how many days, we don't know how we're going to be dispatched, except what the production simulation says. But we'll manage it as the situation plays out.
Okay. Now here's where I wanted to tie back to the MOU with H2 Energy. If Hu Honua was burning and selling an extra 8.5 megawatts to H2 Energy, then do you know about what the effect would be on the burn rate and how many fewer days of processed biomass fuel you might have at the facility? Do you have a rough guesstimate on that?
No, not at this time. And the reason I say that, I'm not trying to avoid your question, but there's too many unknowns as to how this hydrogen development or processing will take place and how much energy they need. So all we have right now is an understanding that in the event that's subject to the having a non-appealable purchase power agreement, that we would move forward with further discussions on the details with Aloha H2. And just to give you some background, Aloha Hydrogen is moving forward with their plan to provide hydrogen for ground transportation, meaning cars and trucks. So they have a pilot project right now located at Puwawa Ranch, which is in West Hawaii, that produces hydrogen. And they use it in the Morai that they brought from a lease program from California. And their plan is to bring more Morais in and also be able to provide hydrogen for more ground transportation. The issue they have right now is that the Mirai, which is manufactured by Toyota, is saying, I can bring in the cars, but where's the hydrogen? And Aloha Hydrogen is saying, well, where's the cars? Then I can tell you where the hydrogen is coming from. So it's kind of like chicken and egg situation. But they've also told me that Hyundai is also thinking about bringing a truck, hydrogen trucks in. So anyway, it's again still too early to tell as to how much of the load that they would have, and again, how much load would be used to create hydrogen. And again, just like electric vehicles, there will be different charging stations or refilling stations around the island. So anything that we're involved with may be only one of several, or maybe even one of many hydrogen charging stations on the island of Hawaii.
Okay.
So at this point, all I'm getting at is too early to say what the energy demand is going to be on us in the event that we are able to complete the deal or the partnership with Aloha Hydrogen.
Sure. Too early to quantify, right?
Very early. And the other thing that's going on the island of Hawaii, which is really interesting, is that the county of Hawaii is in the process of commissioning a hydrogen bus. And with a group, I forgot what the name is, they have a hydrogen fueling facility down at NELHA, the Natural Energy Lab of Hawaii in Kona. And so eventually they plan to convert or replace all of their 56 diesel buses with hydrogen buses, but they're still working on the first one. And then if this thing with Aloha Hydrogen goes with us, then possibly we could be there could be a provider of hydrogen on East Hawaii. So again, a lot of things, a lot of levels in the detail to be ironed out.
Sure. Too early to quantify, but is it safe to say that the plant would be running more? It would be burning more to create more energy than if it didn't do any of the third-party sales for hydrogen?
Well, the plant would be running, first of all. The plant has to run. The plant cannot run and just provide energy for hydrogen.
Sure.
So whether it's 100 kilowatts, 1 megawatt, 2 megawatts, again, it depends on what is the market and how is the market developing. So I think we're too early to say that with the non-appealable purchase power agreement in 2022, that this would be effective. We could be in the hydrogen business by 2022, 2023, or even 2024. I think 2025, you're probably looking 3 to 5 years out because of again, going through this chicken and egg situation about where's the cars, where's the hydrogen cars, where's the hydrogen? You come first. You do this and I'll do that, you know?
Yeah, the cars and the buses.
Yeah.
I want to check. So with some increased energy and running, some increased burn rate, and some lower processed amount of processed feedstock on site, could more and varied circumstances rise to the level of an emergency situation if that margin of feedstock on site is smaller?
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
I could try to rephrase if you'd like.
Please try again.
Sure. If the margin for the amount of processed feedstock at the plant goes down, if it gets tighter because the plant is running more to create extra energy to sell to third parties for hydrogen production, does that tighter margin of processed feedstock at the plant mean that more types of situations could rise to the level of being emergencies? Different types of circumstances and situations could rise to the level of being emergencies. Would the facility be a little bit more vulnerable to its own processed feedstock on site?
No, not on site, definitely. So again, the on site, can hold up to, let's say, 14 days, subject to Mr. Owens talking more. But there's a lot of other feedstock that's still growing, or there's other feedstock that has already been harvested and decked, ready to be hauled to replenish the logs that will be shipped at the plant. So it's a continuous cycle and sequence all the way from harvesting, hauling, chipping, and replanting and regrowth. So it's a continuous, sustainable cycle.
Okay, thank you. I just have one last question. It's about the negative GHG emissions commitment that that Hu Honua has brought up. Does that account for any marginal emissions increases from extra energy being produced and sold for third parties, such as the hydrogen venture? Or is the commitment just in terms of the emissions due to the energy produced and sold to Helco?
My understanding is that the GHG sequestration plan that Mr. Weaver described is to address the carbon emissions and sequestration at the plant under this amended and restated purchase power agreement. Anything outside of the amended and restated purchase power agreement will be treated separately, such as energy use for hydrogen or a third party.
Okay.
But our intent is to be at least carbon neutral, if not carbon negative, with the third party agreements. I mean, this is a green facility. I mean, we've even gone through the point of using 100% biodiesel in our plant to start up and to shut down, make sure we can control the temperatures so that we don't damage any of the equipment. So everything is again renewable on this plant, with the exception of maybe right now we've got some vehicles for maintenance purposes that does use some fossil fuel, but very minimal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lee. I have no further questions. Please have a good day. Chair?
Thank you.
We are done.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Next up is Life of the Land.
Aloha, Warren Lee.
Aloha, Henry Curtis. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Not too bad.
You have your testimony in front of you from 9/16?
9/16. What is
2021.
Wait, let me put this other stuff away. I have a book in front of me. You gotta tell me what you want to look at.
Maybe I can load it up.
Okay.
Let's see. File. Share file. How do you do it? I don't know anything about this. How do you do this?
Mr. Curtis, do you want to reference the file?
Sure. It's Warren Lee's testimony, T1, filed 9/16/2021.
Specific page or citation?
Yes, page 3, lines 11 through 17.
Mr. Lee, yeah, Mr. Lee, do you have that? Can you pull that up so you can have it in front of you?
That's page
3.
Page 3, lines 11 through 17.
Okay, let's give them an opportunity to pull it up.
Is that 20170122?
Yes.
Okay, page 3 of 33?
Yes.
Okay. I have that.
Okay, and this is talking about preferred agriculture, yes? Line numbers, especially line number 12 talks about HRS 269-27.3, preferred agriculture. Do you see that?
I see that. That's item number 2, right?
Yes.
In the testimony. Yeah.
Hu Honua did not testify on that bill, did they?
I don't know.
Are you aware that only agricultural interests testified on the bill, that there were no renewable energy testifiers on the bill?
I don't know that. I wasn't there.
That it's supposed to supply a revenue stream, an alternative revenue stream for farmers.
Chair, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It's not within the scope of his testimony.
Yes, it is. It's
Mr. Curtis, you're referencing the statute in the testimony, but I agree with Mr. Yamamoto. You're now going back to testimony submitted to the legislature on this. So, and the witness said he's not familiar. So do you either want to restate or again, keep the focus on the testimony, but he also answered that they didn't testify.
I'll restate, Mr. Chair. Does Hu Honua consider themselves farmers?
We consider ourselves tied to the agriculture industry, to the processing, harvesting, and the regrowth of the feedstock, which is basically eucalyptus trees.
Do you consider anybody who builds a wooden house or eats food tied to agriculture?
I don't know. I'm not an attorney.
On page 6, line 6.
Page 6, line 6. The same testimony?
Yes.
Page 6, line 6. Okay, I got it.
It says the project is 99% complete. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Does that include the injection well?
Yes.
So it's 99% complete, including the injection well.
That's correct.
On page 8, lines 11 through 13, it says that Hu Honua is committed to working with the state, the county of Hawaii, and HELCO on the removal of these invasive species to generate electricity instead of them going to the landfill. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Have you had talks specifically with the state?
Yes.
With who?
With the people from the Department of Land and Natural Resources, where most of the invasive species reside on the island of Hawaii.
And have you had discussions with the county of Hawaii?
Yes, I have.
Who specifically?
Well, this would be more specifically one of the department heads, primarily R&D, and the research and development.
And how about with HELCO?
HELCO, with the general staff, occasionally I see them.
Okay, going to next page, page 9.
Is that the, oh, okay, go ahead.
I'm staying with your
question.
testimony for now.
Okay.
Page 9, lines 17 through 23, talking about H2 Energy, LLC.
Okay, I see, I'm on 17, right? Line 17?
Yes.
Hu Honua and HELCO are engaging in discussions regarding the possibility outside of the committee capacity. Okay.
Would you be selling the electricity bypassing HELCO or going through HELCO's lines?
Well, I think there could be several combinations for this, Mr. Curtis. Certainly the hydrogen producers say that unless they have a special rate that producing hydrogen through the process that they're looking at, which is electrolysis, does not make economic sense unless they have federal or state grants. And what they're going to do is not be tied to state or federal grants or, taxpayer money.
So they could just be a customer of Helco.
Or they could be a customer of Hu Honua.
If they were a customer of Hu Honua, how would you transfer the energy to them?
How would we transfer the energy to them? Probably by way of a copper or aluminum line.
Have you had any discussions about what size the facility might be?
Not really, no, but that's still way down the road, I guess.
I would imagine it would have to be close to your site if you're going to have an aluminum or copper line to the site, correct?
Not really. Most transmission and distribution lines are made of aluminum.
And your project is in the SMA, right?
Yes.
A line from your facility to another facility going through the SMA would trigger an SMA permit, right?
I think anytime we change the footprint, we would have to go in and seek, first inform the county, and then whatever approvals are needed, whether it be an SMA amendment, that would be part of the process.
Chair, can I object to this line of questioning? It's outside his scope, and also he's asking for a legal conclusion.
Mr. Kerr, can you see the relevance here?
Yes. Some of the commissioners have asked questions about how soon hydrogen could become operational. And I'm trying to figure out whether it would involve a long regulatory process or whether it's something that could be done overnight.
Okay, but that's not actually how you asked the question.
Okay, let me rephrase it.
Okay.
Is it something that can be done overnight, or would you have to go through a long regulatory process?
Well, I'm not sure if the regulatory process would be long, but there is a regulatory process.
The last SMA permit for Hu Honua was a long process, right?
Well, I wasn't there from the beginning, but it was over several years.
Going to the next page, page 10, lines 1 through 3, where you're talking about a hydrogen fueling station. Would you know if there's only 37 hydrogen vehicles in the state?
I'm sorry, was that a question?
Yes.
What was the question?
Do you know if there's only 37 hydrogen vehicles in the state?
I don't know that. I guess that's the chicken and the egg. Where's the hydrogen source for the hydrogen vehicles? Where's the hydrogen vehicles so you can create more hydrogen?
Going to page 29.
29. Okay, I have page 29.
Line 21.
Line
Assuming
21.
assuming the facility is allowed to begin operations in 2022, what would it take to bring your system online in 2022?
All right, first of all, we need a non-appealable purchase power.
Would you need anything else?
we would need to finish the 1%, portions of the 1% of the construction, and finish complete what we call commissioning of the plant, when you actually start to operate all the subsystems and tie in the subsystems.
Would you need another discretionary permit from another state agency?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the physical activities of the plant. We have applications in. Since you mentioned UIC wells in the past, we submitted the application for the permit to operate. We already had the permit to construct. We constructed the UIC wells. Now we've got the data. Last year, we submitted the permit to operate the UIC wells, submitted to the Department of Health. Same for our cooling well supplies.
So the Department of Health would have to issue a draft permit. Yes?
I'm not sure if it's a draft permit, but they would have to give us approval with a permit to operate.
And that permit process can involve a contested case, right?
I'm not an attorney, so I would be able to answer that.
I'd like to refer to SIR 1, and I can read it. It's Life of Lands SIR 1, and it's your answer was on 11/18/2021.
Just a sec, Mr. Lee, would you like to pull that document up?
You know, there were so many testimonies I could find were easy. SIRs I cannot find.
Okay.
So many. of
Well, would you like Mr. Curtis to read it to you?
He can read it to me, or he can show it to me.
Okay.
I'll read it. Hu Honua stated that no workers are from out of state. Please clarify the answer with the Boilermakers report, July-September 2018, that stated that workers came from across the country to work on the Hu Honua facility. The Boilermaker report, the official publication of the International Brotherhood of Boilermakers, Iron Shipbuilders, Blacksmiths, Forgers, Helpers, AFL-CIO/CLC. And your answer, if I can paraphrase, is that the operational workers came from Hawaii, but the construction workers, some of them came from elsewhere. Is that correct?
Subject to seeing the SIR, the response, I would say, give you the benefit of the doubt, that's correct. And let me also explain, operational workers are basically the employees of Hu Honua Bioenergy, also known on the operating side as Honua Ola operators. So most of the a lot of the construction workers, because of the tight time frame we had to complete the plant and put it into operations based on the 2017 decision and order, were brought in from the mainland to supplement the local statewide labor force. So
do you know,
they work through the unions to get the people here.
do you know if the air emissions associated with their travel to and from Hawaii was counted in the greenhouse gas analysis?
I would think it was, but that would probably be a better question for Josh Pearson to respond to. Yeah, I believe he's T6 or something like that.
Okay, thank you. And LOL SIR 5, which is from the same point, let me read you the question. This is from Hu Honua's testimony. The community has already experienced a power plant at this location in Pepeakeo for some 5 decades. And so refitting and repurposing the existing coal plant to produce renewable energy is a significant benefit to the community and helps to reduce community concerns regarding the project. And then we asked, how do you define community? And the answer, again, to paraphrase, is the community is anybody who lives on the island of Hawaii. Do you agree with that characterization?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, but if that is what's in the SIR response, then I take it that is what we said.
So my question is, if you look at the distance from Lahaina to Hana, or the round trip from Waialua to Hawaii Kai, those are both shorter distances than from Pepeakeo to Kailua Kona. So how would somebody in Kailua Kona be comfortable with a power plant that they may have never seen? Isn't that too big a broad a definition of community?
I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
I
Mr.
did
Curtis, I'm not sure how that's clearly referenced by our response.
I simply want to get it in the record. Thank you. No more questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curtis. Next up is Tahiri Power.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Tahiri has no questions for Mr. Lee, but if I may, if I just wanted to say aloha to Mr. Lee, long time no see.
Yeah, long time no see, Sandy.
Okay, thank you. Next is Commission Counsel, Mr. Kaitsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Lee.
Good afternoon.
I would like to begin by asking you a question related to your testimony. This is Hu Honua T1 filed on September 16th, 2021, and I'll share my screen so you can see the document. Is it on your screen? It should be page 31 of 33.
I have it.
Okay. So I'm going to be a paraphrasing, but it's coming from this segment of your testimony. Just to paraphrase, I believe this portion of your testimony states that as part of Hu Honua's carbon commitment, if commercial feedstock cannot be replanted where harvested, that is on the Big Island, Hu Honua would first prioritize other areas for replanting on Hawaii Island, elsewhere in the state of Hawaii, next out of Hawaii if necessarily, finally, only as a last resort, Hu Honua would be willing to purchase offsets from reputable sources to ensure that the project will be carbon negative. Is that consistent with your testimony?
Yes, there's 4 areas that we prioritize on feedstock.
Thank you.
There's 2 things, feedstock and sequestration.
Yes. The question I'm be asking will be referring to the sequestration, not the feedstock, but thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Regarding the prioritization for the methods for which Hu Honua would sequester carbon throughout the term of the PPA, aside from stating that Hu Honua intends to prioritize the above order, are there any assurances that Hu Honua can provide to ensure that the replanting of trees would occur on Hawaii Island or within the state of Hawaii?
Well, our preference is to plant trees for sequestration purposes on the island of Hawaii. And if there's not enough programs to go forward with the island of Hawaii, then certainly within the state of Hawaii. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, I will referring to Mr. Curtis's question, who we're working with in partners. You know, one of the partners hopefully will be the Department of Land and Natural Resources, because they have a lot of land that is still in conservation zoned, that has a lot of forests in there that is overgrown, and some of it, can be replaced or regrown. And they have also a lot of land that's covered by invasive species that hopefully they would convert to legacy type trees, koa, mamane, sandalwood.
Thank you. But these are currently still in the, I guess, the discussion phases with these entities. Is that correct?
Yes, very early.
Would Hu Honua consider incorporating a condition into its carbon commitment, which would allow for a minimum amount of sequestration to come from Hawaii Island or in-state planting per year?
I think that's a condition, since that's our preference, as long as the condition is reasonable, we certainly would want to look at that. I think it's one of those where how can we help the community, which in this case is also the state of Hawaii or DLNR, and how can we help with reducing carbon and fighting climate change together. I mean, that's how you got to work together to make it work. Otherwise, as I mentioned, I've mentioned other places and in my testimony, we need a non-appealable purchase power agreement. Otherwise, there's a lot of other agencies or groups or partners where their work or their project or their interest will not materialize. And I say the same thing for the forest industry, you know. They tried to get into a lumber timber business, but that just didn't work because there was no place for the waste material to be utilized. There was kind of getting off the subject here, but you know, cut me off when you want. But you know, at one time with the Hamakua eucalyptus lands, those trees were being harvested and they were being shipped to China. But it was just uneconomical. Did it make sense? And so that company pulled out and said, we're shutting down operations and have you leased back and end of subject. So there went the timber industry.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. As a native of the Hamakua coast of the Big Island, I always appreciate learning about the history of the area.
Yeah. Well, you know, Mark, I know your mother a little bit. Yeah, you got 4,000 square miles on the island of Hawaii. There are 7 other states in the primary states in the state will fit into 50% of that land mass. So there's a lot of land to grow trees.
Yeah, more land growing on the Big Island by the day on the volcano side. But
Still
anyway,
warm. Yeah, still warm.
Yeah. Anyway, moving back to the subject at hand. I'm gonna again, I'll share my screen, but just so everyone can follow along, I'm gonna turn to your. This is a multi-sponsor. You're one of several sponsors to this IR, so just let me know if this isn't part of your scope. But this is response to PUC Hu Honua IR 35 subsection E, and this was filed on October 29th, 2021. Do you see it on the screen, Mr. Lee?
I can see subparagraph E, I guess.
Okay. The part that I'm directing you at here, I'm just going to highlight it, but it states that it is not financially viable for Hu Honua to contractually secure the necessary acreage for planting for the entire duration of the amended and restated PPA, given the project status of not having an appealable commission approval yet. Do you see that?
Yes.
Could you elaborate on why it is not financially viable for Hu Honua to contractually secure the necessary acreage for the duration of the PPA?
Well, first of all, it's because if you contract for acreage with trees that has eucalyptus trees or that do not have eucalyptus trees, but can be planted with eucalyptus trees, whoever owns the land, whether it's a private landowner, the government, or a nonprofit organization, they would want some compensation. So that's why they're saying to me is that, look, if you don't have a non-appealable purchase power agreement, why are we talking? Why should we even talk? So we got them to the point of at least talking to us to say, yes, we are interested. Yes, we may. So again, there's that's what that means is because to lease land, not knowing if you're going to use it, going back to the where we're at 1 year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now, who knows? I mean, that's just additional expense. But if we had some certainty, you know, we would, well, we need certainties to move forward. And I'm talking about for the entire duration of the purchase power agreement. Well, right now, we have under contract, I think I said 6 to 9 years of feedstock under contract. So also what we're negotiating for is another 5,500 acres where the discussion is ongoing, which would add another, I don't know, what did I say before? Either from, we'll take it up another 5 to 9 years, because this area that we're talking about is heavily, is dense in eucalyptus that was planted for this purpose as a crop in the replacement of sugar, when sugar went out of business in 1994.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Hypothetically speaking, if Hu Honua were to obtain approval of the power purchase agreement, would it be negotiating leases for the entire duration of the PPA or for shorter terms?
Our preference is for the duration of the purchase power agreement. That way we can get into our cycle, which if you have trees on the property already that we would harvest, chip, and then the replacement would be through coppice, meaning the shoots that come up from the trunks, and then silver pasturing with that to cultivate a trunk that can provide up to 3 generations of eucalyptus. And in the meantime, if somehow a trunk doesn't coppice or create shoots, then we will replant saplings in the spaces that are available. So it's the best ideal to be using or utilizing the same acreage for the 30-year feedstock duration of the purchase power agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I'd like to turn now to, just make sure I have it right. Okay. Hu Honua's response to PUC Hu Honua IR 34 subsection D, filed on October 29th, 2021, and I'll bring that up on the screen. Do you see D in front of you?
I see page 6, subparagraph D.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see if I. Okay. All right. I guess this is a good enough place. So Hu Honua states here in the response that its carbon commitment has a penalty mechanism incorporated into it. As I understand it, this refers to the purchase of carbon offsets in any given year to make up for any shortfalls in the sequestration necessary to make the project carbon negative from 2035 and thereafter. Is that correct?
That's basically what we're proposing, yes, as a condition of the approval of the purchase power agreement.
Has Hu Honua undertaken any calculations or estimates as to what the amount of costs might be necessary to fulfill the purchase of carbon offsets for the carbon commitment?
Well, first of all, we don't expect to get there. We're having to purchase offsets. I think if this process is managed properly, knowing that what the data is, and once we see how the power plant will be operated on an annual basis, and going forward, what the requirements are of the dispatch, we can better forecast our needs as far as feedstock and sequestration. So again, our preference is to regrow trees or replant on the island of Hawaii, and if not on the island of Hawaii, in the state of Hawaii, and if not in the state of Hawaii, someplace on the earth to impact, so that we can impact global climate change. So I think the carbon offsets are really the fourth priority right now. So at the same time, we have made some very high preliminary inquiries, and we just don't want to go there to purchase carbon offsets. We'd rather grow trees.
I understand. Thank you. Let's see. I'm going to shift gears. This is going to be on a related subject, but it goes to a different IR response, so apologies. But this will now move to, I believe, let me just check. Yes, this will be Hu Honua response to PUC Hu Honua IR 34, filed on October 29th, and subsection G. I'll share this for you. Do you see subsection G in front of you?
Yes, I do.
So this is, I believe, following up on the statement you just made about the preference for only moving to purchase of carbon offsets as a last resort. I want to direct you to the last part of the sentence, the last part of the last sentence of subsection G, where it says, to the extent that Hu Honua needs to purchase carbon offsets, Hu Honua will ensure that it has funds to purchase such offsets by employing acceptable management principles. I was wondering if you could elaborate and describe what acceptable management principles means.
Yeah, what that normally means, from an accounting standpoint, financial standpoint, you put something into a reserve account on your balance sheet. Does that make sense so far?
It does, yes.
Oh, okay, then I'll stop there.
Thank you. Well, that leads into my next question. Then, I guess, consistent with the accounting principle of creating a reserve account, would Hu Honua consider as a condition to the carbon commitment, setting aside a certain amount of funds in designated account to ensure that there is sufficient monies available to purchase carbon offsets in a given year to ensure compliance with the carbon commitment?
Yeah, and I think in discussions with further discussions with my director of finance and of course the owner, as long as it's reasonable, that may be a practical way of approaching this. And again, it got to be reasonable. And this happens, I guess, all the time. I'm on a number of nonprofit organization boards, and when you get money donated to the boards, it's either going to be a restricted fund or a non-restricted fund, and for expense and operation purposes. So I think we probably could set up, or may be able to set up something like that for the meeting the financial needs if necessary. And there would be a cap, probably to the reserve account.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I appreciate that. I'm now going to turn to Hu Honua response to PUC Hu Honua IR 34D, filed on October 29th, 2021. Let's see, do you see subsection D up there?
I do.
Okay, and this was touched on a bit with my cross-examination with Dr. Weaver. I'm not sure if you saw that or not, so you may be somewhat familiar. But the focus here is on D, as it states, as discussed in Hu Honua's response with CA Hu Honua IR 154A. Hu Honua will work with the Commission to identify a mutually agreeable qualified independent third party. And this is again referring to the third party that will perform these verifications every 5 years. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I
am. I guess my first question is, could you elaborate when we say mutually agreeable with the Commission? What kind of, has Hu Honua envisioned a process for how it would work with the Commission to come upon a mutually agreeable independent third party, and how there might be steps to resolve any disputes between the Commission as to Hu Honua as to who the third party should be?
Yeah, the way as we kind of discussed this process was that we would take the lead on identifying the third party independent reviewer. There's a lot of consultants out there that do similar work to Forest, like we've mentioned before in our testimony, Forest Solutions, or so Mason Gerard, and they're all over the world because there's forests all over the world. So there's experts all over the world. So we would be able to make a suggestion of a short list of independent third parties who's qualified, and the qualifications will be based on their expertise and what kind of protocols do they follow and the methodology, and then have that discussion with, in this case, as mentioned, with the Public Utilities Commission or your designated representative.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Following up on that somewhat related question, how did Hu Honua determine 5 years as the frequency at which to have these verifications?
Well, first of all, these verifications take a lot of time, and you have to find the right party to it. But I think that is probably better asked of David Weaver or Dr. Pickman, who's also our GHG sequestration tree expert.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Appreciate that. And again, this was also brought up with Dr. Weaver's cross-examination. If, say, at the conclusion of one of these 5-year verifications, it turns out that there was a discrepancy between the verification and the annual reports that had been submitted in the interim years, such that there was a deficit of sequestration, what actions would, or what consequences or actions does Hu Honua foresee resulting from that?
Well, first of all, if there's since we'll be doing an annual inventory, and we're not picking anybody off the street to do this annual inventory. It's going to have to be someone that's qualified, that is familiar with the UN protocol. Somebody like, let's say an ERM or one of the similar agencies or consultants out there do an annual report. So I don't see it. I don't see a major discrepancy occurring between the annual report and the 5-year independent audit, to tell you the truth, because the trees are the trees. It's just a matter of, what are you going to use to measure? And if the protocols and the methodologies are followed, the results should be very similar. If there is a shortfall, what we will do is say, okay, what do we need to do? We need to plant more trees. How many more trees? Let's do that. If we need to say we want immediate results with offsets, but the offsets are good. The offsets are good, but again, going back to my earlier statements, our preference is to grow trees on Hawaii Island. And hopefully that will make up the discrepancy between any discrepancy between the summation of the annual reports with the 5-year independent audit.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Just touching back to make sure I understand it, I'm going to summarize what I believe you said, and if I missed anything, please correct me. So if, say, hypothetically speaking, there was a discrepancy between the quinquennial verification and the annual report, such that there was a deficit in the carbon commitment, Hu Honua would take action to ensure that the carbon commitment is maintained, such that in any given year beyond 2035, there was a negative amount, it was carbon negative, and by the end of the project, it had negatively, it was carbon negative by the I believe 35,000 metric tons.
30,000 tons.
30,000, yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, one other question. Again, hypothetically speaking, does Hu Honua envision that it would be, once selected, this independent entity would be retained for the duration of the PPA, or could the identity, could a different verifier be selected midway through the PPA, if for whatever reason a different entity was sought to do the verifications?
Ideally, we would like to use the same, ideally, in your hypothetical question. But, things happen. People leave companies, consultants. I mean, let's say we had a principal investigator doing the audit for company A, And for some reason, he left and he formed his own company, Company B. We may want to make that decision where we utilize the same investigator who is familiar with the project rather than having someone have to re-educate someone with the whole plantation process and the GHG emission process, the formulas, all that stuff.
And would I suppose the process for changing, so for example, say, would it still be subject to the mutual agreement with the commission of who that new verifier would be?
I think what the agreement, what the condition was, is that we would, by mutual agreement, again, we would go through that same process, maybe truncate it a little bit the second time and say, we prefer to use Company A again, or we would recommend we use Company B again because it is the same investigator that did the first independent audit.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for clarifying that. I just have one more set of questions, and we talked about this briefly, but I'm going to take you back to Hu Honua's response to PUC Hu Honua IR 46 subsection D, filed on December 1st, 2021.
Sorry, Mark, there is some feedback there. Mr. Lee, could you hear okay?
I got the feedback. I heard the feedback. Can we repeat the question?
Sure. I'm taking you back to Hu Honua response to PUC Hu Honua IR 46 subsection D, filed on December 1st, 2021. You should see it on the screen.
I see it.
Okay, and this again just touches on the penalty mechanism that Hu Honua says it's been incorporated into the carbon commitment. So I want to direct your attention to this section here. I'm highlighting it. If Hu Honua fails to purchase carbon offsets in sufficient quantity to make the GHG inventory carbon negative, Hu Honua will pay a monetary amount for the purpose of procuring sufficient carbon offsets to achieve a carbon negative GHG inventory. Do you see that?
I see that.
Who would that's a tongue twister. Who would Hu Honua pay the monthly amount to?
That's a good question, but hypothetically, this is what one of the solutions, options actually, Mark, is that who would we pay a monetary amount to for the purpose of procuring sufficient carbon offsets to achieve a carbon negative inventory? So one of the options would be for us, Hu Honua, to say, to, for example, the DLNR, Department of Land and Natural Resources, and tell them, look, you have a 1 million tree program in which you've committed to, but you've planted only 100,000 trees. How many trees and how much would it cost, or whatever the monetary amount is, to get you to move towards the 1 million trees, and how that would help us achieve getting back on track to be carbon negative by way of carbon offsets through tree planting. Because you know what a carbon offset is? A carbon offset is you paying for the carbon that's being sequestered by a tree that's already growing. So this little different formulation, or we could go through the traditional markets and say, we need to purchase X amount of tons carbon offsets. How much is that? And I could say, well, DLNR, this is what it would take. This is all hypothetical. Can you do this? I mean, there's a lot of ways to keep the money and keep the trees in the state of Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Again, I don't think we'll ever get there because we're going to manage this thing.
Right. But again, I think we just want to make sure that we explore all the scenarios again. But yes, I understand that it is Hu Honua's preference and desire that all the sequestration occur through planting on the Big Island.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Excuse me, Council and Chair. I noticed we've been going for over an hour and a half straight. Should we ask the witness if he needs a bathroom break, or is the witness okay?
I'm okay.
Said he's okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm just checking.
Yeah, so
Thanks.
thinking, again, I'm an old man, you know.
I may need a bathroom break soon, so I'll try to wrap this up so shortly. Similar to another question I'd asked you earlier regarding this monetary amount for purposes of procuring sufficient carbon offsets. What assurances or what would Hu Honua be willing to do to ensure that it has sufficient funds to make any such monetary payments in any given year of the PPA to fulfill the carbon commitment?
Again, I don't want to go over this again, but you know, we're going to be doing that annual inventory, and we're going to be doing the 5-year independent audit. So we'll know basically how well we are tracking, and if we know that there is no surprises on the dispatch, which means the burn rate from HELCO, we pretty much can manage this. And again, we talk about putting into a Hu Honua reserve account at best, a certain amount, a reasonable amount, to address this issue.
Okay, thank you. This still relates to the same topic, but switching a little bit, I just want to talk about what is Hu Honua's perspective on, for example, if there is a disagreement about the application of the carbon commitment, and not necessarily about, and beyond this penalty provision itself, there is a disagreement with how the carbon commitment was being implemented, whether it was being implemented consistent with the Commission's order. What is Hu Honua's opinion on what sort of oversight mechanisms or review mechanisms would be available if such an issue arose during the PPA term?
Yeah, well, first of all, with a non-appealable purchase power agreement, that agreement is between Hu Honua and HELCO and overseen and approved by the Public Utilities Commission. So if there's any disagreement in any conditions of approval, I would think that we would work with HELCO administrator on, first of all, their understanding of the terms and conditions in the PPA, since it's a purchase power agreement between us and them and us. So we work together, and if there's any differences to iron out, then let's work on it. And if we cannot settle it, then I think there's a process in which you settle contractual disagreements. And I think that's the process that we will follow. I mean, I don't think the PUC wants to be involved in everything unless it really has to.
So it sounds like you're talking about disputes of the contractual disputes that may arise between the parties to the contract. What about if there was a dispute regarding the application of the carbon commitment, which I think is slightly different than the PPA? I don't think it's actually been made as an amendment to the PPA. That's more of a condition to a potential commission decision and order. So what would Hu Honua, what is Hu Honua's perspective on oversight and enforcement of any conditions of approval that might be attached to a commission decision and order, but not necessarily codified in the PPA?
But if it's something outside of the PPA, is that what you're describing?
Yeah.
Then I think we would have this discussion with the Public Utilities Commission or staff or whoever you designate, or if you designate the Department of Health, because they have, a clean air branch, and they also have GHG reporting responsibilities. So, there's got to be a mechanism. It's just that I'm not exactly sure what that mechanism is right now, but we're saying, yes, we'll be open to discussions. It's not going to just be our way or the highway,
Okay, so maybe just a quick clarification there. So Hu Honua is not a public utility as defined by HRS chapters 269. I know that's a legal conclusion, but it's not an operating public utility. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, we're not a public utility.
So in that case, would Hu Honua be open to considering as a condition to approval that it would it would stipulate to ongoing review by the commission for the purposes of reviewing and or enforcing the carbon commitment.
I think we would stipulate to that. That is one of the conditions that of approval that we submitted, and that will be part of the annual report. Yeah.
Mhm.
And also maybe the 5-year third-party report.
Mhm. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. You've been very patient. I have no further questions for this witness. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaitsu.
Chair, who would like to ask just a couple of redirect questions of Mr. Lee, just to clarify the record?
I don't think we're completed yet.
Oh, excuse me. I'll wait till you're completed. Thank you.
Well, we had examination by the commission. You would like to go before that?
No, sorry. I was mistaken about the order. Please proceed.
Okay. First, Commissioner Sunsian.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Lee.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Sampson.
Been quite a while since I've
Quite a while.
met you. But just wanted a couple of questions and clarification. The I guess you could call it a plantation that you're working with to try to get right the additional trees. That's an existing commercial forest operation.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your question.
Sorry. So right, you're working. You mentioned that you're working with another entity, right? We're not naming who it is, but is that an existing commercial forest operation?
Yes, that is an existing commercial forest operation that had displaced sugar that was grown in the Hamakua coast up to 1994.
We're talking the 1990s, right? Early 1990s, around that period. Okay. And then there was some discussion on whether or not landowners go into long-term leases, if you will, right off the bat. To your knowledge, in your experience, right, especially on the Big Island, I would think that that's not uncommon, right? I mean, no landowner, unless they have some assurances, like you said, right, that they're going to be compensated right away, I would think, would go into any type of agreement, right? A long-term agreement.
But, yeah, you're I think describing the issue that we face, that what the large landowners for agricultural produce land or even pasture, what they look at is depending on who their beneficiary is it a nonprofit organization or a trust, or is it private ownership? And then you got a different type of landowner that says, okay, I only got 5 acres and you only want to lease 2 acres. So, but they don't want the farmer, whether it be Okinawan sweet potato or ginger root, all they require is short leases. And the landowner obviously wants a longer lease, but at the same time, the conundrum is that you got a shorter lease, you can demand a higher lease rent because it's only for 6 months, versus do you want to lease land for 30 years, which of course we wouldn't lease at the short-term rate. So it's a combination of things, and depends who's proposing to grow what, whether it be pasturing, cattle grazing, or dairy cattle, or creating feed for the cattle. So this is one of the things that what we're proposing to the larger landowners is let's talk about a 30-year lease, and let's be able to create the synergism for economic benefits on the island of Hawaii, on at least East Hawaii, by doing sustainable forests, meaning sustainable and silvopasturing, meaning let's put the cattle with the trees. Let's put the dairy cattle with the trees. Cattle like trees. They don't like open pasture. They like shade. Trees like cattle because they fertilize, they fertilize the trees. So until you get into this type of multi-economic model, then it makes sense. And it also has numerous economic benefits for the island of Hawaii, and it creates jobs and it creates other businesses. Same thing with the sawmill. So 30 years, if we had a 30-year lease, we could plan our crop rotation. We could grow the trees if there's a sawmill business. We could raise the trees a little longer than 7 years, so you get a better trunk. And the bigger the trunk is, the more lumber for building you're going to get out of it. So again, it's one of those, yeah, but 30 years for it? Where's your purchase power agreement? And I said, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. But that's all I can say, it's coming. And they say, well, come talk to me later.
Okay. Maybe jumping over to the type of feedstock. Is the preference eucalyptus, or can you use other kind of like invasive or non-native trees, if you will? And I'm looking at you mentioned albizia, right, during the storm. Would Hu Honua be able to use?
Yeah, so there are two questions in there. The first one is that eucalyptus, more specifically, because there's a couple hundred types of eucalyptus trees. The Eucalyptus grandis species is the one that was selected as best suited to be grown on the ex-sugarlands on the Hamakua Coast, to include Pahala. So there was a lot of studying being done, not only by state government, county government, and the large landowners like dock buyers. And this was all done in pre-1990, okay? So this wasn't a quick decision. There actually were studies, and they did pilot stands of different type of eucalyptus. As I mentioned, there are several hundred types of species, and the consensus was that for the soil type, the location, the elevation, the altitude, the grandis eucalyptus was the best selected overall. So that's what the grandis was planted. But as far as what our plant can burn, what the Hu Honua plant, is that anything that is what we call woody biomass can be utilized. And in our Department of Health covered source air permit, we are permitted to burn up to 10% of woody biomass, like albizia. It could be ironwood. It could be gunpowder trees. It could be strawberry guava. Could be gorse. Gorse is invading the slopes of Mauna Kea. I mean, it is truly an invasive species. They've been spending hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to get rid of it. You got strawberry guava. The estimate right now, working with DLNR and the Hawaii Forestry Association, it's estimated that the strawberry guava covers about 600,000 acres on the island of Hawaii, mostly on the Hamakua Coast. This can be used as feedstock for the Hu Honua Bioenergy plant. Banana trees, not woody mass, no can. Tea leaves, no can.
Okay. And Mr. Lee, just one last question, and you can defer to someone else if need be. But we talked about when you were being cross-examined by Mr. Kaetsu, you mentioned that, right, instead of carbon offset, you could be you could go into a partnership or something with DLNR on their 1 million tree initiative. Is there any consideration of maybe making that a program now versus, waiting to see if, you need to get carbon offsets? And I understand, right, you said that you hope not to get to that point. But in terms of, right, if the goal is to plant more trees, right, wouldn't that be, a program that Hu Honua would be interested in?
We certainly would be interested in at the right time. But you mentioned about being proactive. I just wanted to mention, I think I can mention this. In my discussions with DLNR, Department of Land and Natural Resources, they have about 11,000 to 14,000 acres in Waikea, and Mark knows this. Okay, so Mark guides. That was planted before the eucalyptus trees on the Hamakua coast were planted. And the goal of that planting that Waikea management timber area was for commercial forestry operations. To this day, and it also was designated for recreational uses, by the way, and pig hunting. But that forest is so outgrown that they should have issued, and again, because it's for commercial purposes, was planted for commercial purposes, issued an RFP. But what they did was an RFP was issued, maybe about in 2007, I think. The sawmill operator had gotten the lease for that 11 to 14,000 acres. But he couldn't make the sawmill go because of financial reasons. He was going to build his sawmill at Ocala, which was an old sugar plantation processing plant. So until he couldn't get, he had the lease, but he couldn't get the funding to finish his sawmill. So there's 11 to 14,000 acres out there of different type of woods that if the DLNR puts out an RFP, we are certainly going to be interested. And the part I'm getting to is that in my discussions, off the record discussion, I told him what I would put in the RFP. Our response is that for every tree we cut, we will plant another tree wherever you want. Whether it be in Ka'u, Kona, or what area of state land would you want to replenish? And that's the type of discussions where you get win-win situations. Win for the DLNR, win for the state of Hawaii, win for Hawaii, win for us in utilizing feedstock designated as a crop for energy purposes. And what I gotta say is that as part of the recycling, the ash goes back into the field as fertilizer. It's nothing is wasted. It's almost like using the whole cow or the whole pig, pig feed and all that, and pigtails, pork rind, all that good stuff. So the idea is to be sustainable. And again, without the power plant, it's going to be tough to be sustainable. It all comes down to the nexus, that seems to be what everybody's telling me, the sawmill guys, the dairy farmer, the ag farmers, is that we got to have this plant operate. There's a lot of economic benefits, and a lot of people can have jobs and they don't have to move away, or the kids can stay home.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lee. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Potter.
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions for this witness. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, just two quick follow-ups. One, and you got, I think you discussed it a couple of times with Mr. Kayatsu on, your conceptually thought process on how to make the carbon commitment binding, that you would anticipate setting up a reserve account, but you said you haven't really worked through the details with I assume that's with your board and your financial backing, but it was a reasonable amount. But I guess I think some of that information would have to be forthcoming from your organization. So have you had, or you anticipate further discussions with those entities on what the structure of that reserve account could look like?
I can have, I've had some preliminary discussions, but it's that basically it's a general accounting principle.
No, I mean, I understand what
The
it is.
mechanism is there.
I'm talking about what the total is
Oh,
in
okay.
particular,
Yeah.
because that seems to me to be the real crux of the matter, is to ensure that there's enough in there and there's sufficient detail on how it's accessed.
Well, I think okay. We can have more discussion, but my thought is that, because again, now as a result, we're doing the annual inventory and the 5-year independent audit. We know more or less by the time we get to 2035 where we're at and what it takes to complete that condition of approval for 2035 and beyond. So I would think that the amount would be very minimal, or would be amount to over the first 13 years of looking at it, what is the cumulative amount that we would have to put into this reserve fund in the event that it's not turned around and you need to use that reserve fund? Again, I don't see that happening, but that is the kind of mechanism that I can see. And again, I would have to go back and I would also discuss this with Dr. Weaver, who, based on his projections, which is based on dispatch as to what the burn rate is going to be and what the sequestration rate or regrowth has to be. So there's a lot of moving parts to this.
No, I appreciate the optimism. I think that this beyond that's certainly the last resort people would hope for, but I guess that's why it's there, correct? If things don't go according to plan, and I think what Commission would be very concerned about is that at least, that's 10 plus years into the term of the contract at that point. If this project entity is not financially capable of paying whatever those amounts are, that there's at least some backup plan that folks on the Big Island get what they were promised here. And then there's a similar commitment at the end of the term of the PPA, which I would think poses an even bigger concern, that at the end of the last year, there would be kind of reconciling and accounting when there's no, at least at this point, no future viability of the project after the 30 years.
Yeah.
So again, that would seem like the reserve, the structure of the reserve account would be key to, any insight into how that commitment would be made actionable. Is that
And I think part of the solution of this is not the solution, but part of the monitoring is the annual report. So if you put into the annual report that you're ahead of sequestration schedule, or you're behind sequestration schedule, you put in a certain amount, and then you gotta come up from a management standpoint. What is the management action plan so that this does not happen?
Thank you.
So-
Second topic, and it'll be quick. I mean, I appreciate you said you've discussed with DLNR and others' ability to use invasive species in the plant, but I just want to contrast this with what I read in your testimony, and this is, sorry, it's page 15, section 3, the one titled on feedstock. The question says, what will be the project's primary fuel source? And line 17, starting at 17, says, while Hu Honua is open to considering other types of feedstock made available to Hu Honua at this time, there has been insufficient information regarding the availability of such feedstock, so no decision has been made yet regarding the use of other types of feedstocks to supplement supply eucalyptus. So how do I square it? I mean, what I read there is that you don't have enough information to really confirm that you're going to use other feedstocks.
Our primary feedstock is still the grandest eucalyptus, Chairman Griffin.
Okay, but I guess what was necessary for other, I guess what would be sufficient information for other types of feedstock?
Well, the other type of information, for example, if it's strawberry guava, as I mentioned, on the 500,000 acres of 600,000 acres of DLNR land, we'd be working with the DLNR on how do you access that, at least as a supplemental feedstock. You don't have to, I don't think we've got a plan to harvest all 600,000 acres one time. You will do this slowly and supplement the eucalyptus grandis. Because you know, I hate to say it, but this, for example, the strawberry guava is that they grow where there are no roads. There's limited access. So you're going to basically have to develop the infrastructure to harvest. And when you look at the strawberry guava, the question is, what is the state going to do? What is their role and responsibility? And what is going to be our responsibility? For example, their responsibility may be cut the strawberry guava, stack it, and then we would go in and maybe chip it and haul it to the plant. But all those details need to be worked out. And then if the state DLNR comes back and says, well, you got 600,000 acres here, we cannot do this. So many acres, we got to do a EA or something, then, you know, we still run into roadblocks. But again, the same thing with the gorse, you know, and same thing with the albesia, because in the meantime, the state of Hawaii, almost every other legislature, they provide to state, county, and in some cases, HELCO, as a group, millions of dollars for albesia eradication. So why not work together, you know, with us, rather than taking that albesia that's being eradicated with state money and taking it to the county landfill where it will decompose and release CO2. Why not we work together with you and you bring it to the plant or whatever the details are, and we'll take care of it. And then the better part of it is that if we take care of so many tons of albesia through our sequestration program and measurements, we will replace it with a legacy tree. I mean, how perfect can that combination be? But devil's in the details, Chairman.
I understand, and it sounds like your testimony says that, you know, there's not enough detail for any of these other feedstocks yet. So, I mean, when would that be forthcoming?
That's a real good question. I don't know. You know, we're working, okay? I'm working with different people in different agencies. Does that mean I will have an agreement before November of this year? Or do I have to wait for the next administration to come in and talk to the new department head? All of this is, from my perspective, slow moving. But agreement in general principle.
Okay, but I guess what I take away from this is none of that exists yet. That's why you put in your testimony that there's insufficient information.
Right. The only thing that we have that I can say is more definitive than working with a state or county agency is we got small landowners that most of them, some of them have been displaced by the lava from Puna and they moved to the Hamakua coast. They cleared the land for planting albesia. They called us and said, do you want this albesia? And I said, we love to have it, but I cannot take it because I don't have an operating plant. So what they do is they gotta either haul it, or what they do is they crush it and they bury it on their property. And so what that means is you got less usable space for farming, and then you got CO2 being emitted. But that's the one that every so often we get a call for those that are doing land clearing that has invasive species on it. So I think like you said, like I said, the type of agreement with any county agency or state agency is still in the bushes, literally, versus in the hand.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Those are all my questions. Mr. Yamamoto, you requested redirect.
Yes, Chair. Just a couple of minutes.
Can you state the purpose?
The purpose is to clarify for the record responses to Mr. Kayatsu and to yourself.
Okay, so I added to the list now.
Yes.
Okay, you
It'll be
said,
quick.
okay. Could I get 5 minutes?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. You guys, everyone's been patient, so appreciate it.
Yeah, we appreciate everyone's patience.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Lee, Mr. Kayatsu earlier had asked why you didn't have 30 years of feedstock leased. Is that right?
Or something like that, yeah, the 30-year duration. I think he was getting at the lease, right?
Do you know the approximate amount or cost to lease land on an annual basis for feedstock?
Say that again, what is the cost?
Do you know the approximate cost of leasing land on an annual basis?
Objection, that is beyond the scope of anything that's been discussed.
It relates to Mr. Kayatsu's question as to why Hu Honua doesn't have 30 years of feedstock leased at this time.
The witness did talk about the cost of the lease. Can you please rephrase?
Sure. Mr. Lee, do you know the approximate cost of leasing land for feedstock?
Yes, I have a range of costs, but it depends on who the landowner is. It depends on what are the competing other groups that may be wanting to lease the land. Don't really have to say, that's kind of a secret, how we negotiate.
Are we talking thousands of dollars or millions of dollars?
I beg your pardon?
Are you talking thousands of dollars or millions of dollars?
Well, when you're talking about thousands of acres, you're talking about billions of dollars.
Okay, thank you. Earlier, Mr. Kayatsu had asked you a question about, would you consider doing a reserve account? Do you recall that?
I think I may have mentioned the reserve account, yes.
Yes, and I just wanted to confirm your answer.
I think what I said was that we have mechanisms for financing any shortfall in the event that we get into, for lack of better words, that default situation where we've got a person purchase carbon credits or offsets. But there are accounting mechanisms to set that up.
So is that a yes or a no? Would you consider?
That's a yes. I said a reserve account. That's a normal practice.
Sorry, I was speaking over you. Was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. A little earlier, Chair Griffin had asked you about what your primary feedstock would be. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was the Grandis eucalyptus.
And can the plant operate on just Grandis eucalyptus?
No, we can use other acceptable woody biomass.
But if Hu Honua had to operate on just Grandis eucalyptus for the term of the contract, would Hu Honua be able to operate on just Grandis eucalyptus? Or are you relying on other sources of feedstock too?
Well, our primary feedstock is Grandis eucalyptus, and we could operate on Grandis eucalyptus. But again, the invasive species is a community benefit. That's the way I look at it. Grandis eucalyptus, once you harvest it, it's uniform in size, uniform in length, uniform in diameter. We talk about albizia. Albizia can grow all kind of ways and all kind of shapes. It's more difficult to handle. So again, it's more of a community benefit in working with invasive species, getting rid of invasive species.
And would Hu Honua's ability to use other types of feedstock depend on whether other landowners deliver invasive species to Hu Honua?
Or deliver it, or if, depends on where they're located, but we've got to make sure it's makes financial sense for everybody. We wouldn't want to impose something that on the landowner where he has other cheaper, better alternatives. So again, we're looking for a win-win situation with the community.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. That concludes our examination for the first witness in our day today. Appreciate everyone's time. I know we've run over here by close to an hour, so thank you all. We'll see you in the morning. Same time tomorrow. We'll start promptly at 9 o'clock. We'll open up the WebEx at 8:30. We've taken our one witness out of order, so we will start up tomorrow morning with Mr. Miata. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
We're adjourned.
We didn't get